Before we begin, turn the lights down a little. Tonight's stories all come from places people go to feel alone on purpose. Remote campsites, quiet RV parks, forest roads where the map stops helping. But in every story, the same feeling returns. Someone is nearby, not close enough to see clearly, not far enough to ignore. A step outside the tent, a chair moved near the fire, a permit filled out before anyone arrived. If you are listening from bed, from your car, or from somewhere quiet, comment your time and where you are watching from. And if you have ever felt watched in a place where no one should have been, you may want to keep the volume low, because the first story starts just past the firelight. The first thing I noticed was the chair, not the figure. The chair, that is the part I still think about first even now. Not the dark shape between the trees, not the sound outside the tent later that night. Just one cheap folding chair turned a few inches away from the fire, like someone had quietly adjusted it while we were not looking. My younger brother and I had driven into northern Idaho for a 2-night camping trip in late September. It was not a real campground. Not the kind with numbered sites, bathrooms, or a ranger station. It was just a cleared patch of dirt off an old logging road with a stone fire ring left by whoever had used the spot before us. We liked places like that. No neighbors, no generators, no kids riding bikes through camp, just trees, cold air, and enough quiet to make you forget what your phone sounded like. We got there a little before sunset. The road in was rough, and my truck complained the whole last mile. When I turned the key off, the engine made this weak clicking sound after it died. My brother heard it too. He asked if the battery was going. I told him it was probably fine. That was not completely true. The truck had been starting hard for about a week, but I did not want to turn around after driving nearly 4 hours. We had no cell service by then anyway. If the battery gave out, it would be a problem in the morning, not right then. So we unloaded, tent first, then sleeping bags, cooler, 2 folding chairs, a small hatchet, flashlights, the normal little mess people make when they are pretending they know exactly what they are doing outdoors. By the time we had the fire going, the woods had gone dark around us. It happened fast. 1 minute there was still blue light through the pine branches, then the next everything past the fire became flat and black. We cooked hot dogs on sticks and drank gas station coffee from a thermos. My brother talked about work. I half listened. I remember looking past him toward the tree line and seeing something standing between 2 pines. At first I thought it was a burned trunk. It was tall, straight, too narrow to be a person maybe, too still to be anything alive. The fire shifted, and the shape seemed to shift with it. I looked down at my cup. When I looked back, it seemed farther left. Only a little, not enough to say anything. I kept watching it while pretending not to watch it. That is hard to explain. I did not want my brother to notice me staring into the woods like an idiot. So, I nodded while he talked, and every few seconds I checked that space between the pines. The shape stayed there. Then my brother stood up to grab his jacket from the tent. I stood too, mostly because I did not want to sit alone with my back to the dark. We were inside the tent for maybe 20 seconds, long enough for him to find his hoodie and for me to grab another flashlight from my bag. When we came back out, the fire was still burning. The cooler was still beside the log. The coffee thermos was still near the stones, but my chair had moved. Not far, not knocked over, not dragged across the dirt, just turned. A few inches to the right, enough that it no longer faced the fire. It faced the trees. It faced the exact gap where I had seen that dark shape standing. I almost told him about the chair right away, but the longer I looked at it, the more stupid it sounded. It was just a folding chair, one of those cheap gray ones with cup holders in the arms, the kind everyone has in the back of a truck or buried somewhere in a garage. It had been facing the fire when we got up. Now it was angled a little toward the trees. That was all. Not enough to pack up. Not enough to say someone was out there. Not even enough to start an argument with my brother, who had already spent most of the drive telling me I worried too much. So I said nothing at first. I grabbed my hoodie from the tent, pulled it on, and sat back down. My brother was poking at the fire with a stick, trying to get one of the logs to catch better. Sparks lifted into the dark and vanished before they reached the lower branches. The forest around us stayed quiet. That was what bothered me. Not silence exactly. Forests are never truly silent. There should have been insects, wind, small things moving around because we were the loudest animals in the area, and most things should have been trying to avoid us. But after I noticed the chair, every sound seemed to stop too cleanly, like the woods were listening. My brother looked over at me and asked what was wrong. I told him I thought I had seen something between the trees. He turned immediately, following my eyes toward the darker part of the campsite. The firelight only reached so far. Past that, the trunks became flat black strips stacked one behind another. Where I had seen the shape earlier, there was nothing now. Just two pines, a few low branches, the pale scrape of an old stump on the ground. He picked up his flashlight and clicked it on. The beam cut through the smoke and landed on the trees. Nothing moved. He swept the light left and right, slow at first, then wider. No eye shine, no jacket, no animal, no person. He lowered the flashlight and gave me that look people give you when they are trying not to laugh because they know you are already embarrassed. He said it was probably the fire throwing shadows. I nodded. That explanation was easy to accept in the moment. The fire was low. The trees were uneven. We were tired. We had been driving for hours on bad roads, and the last part of the drive had been slow enough that both of us were tense before we even set up camp. But then he sat down, and his chair made the same little scrape mine had made earlier, that dry sound of metal feet shifting over dirt. We both looked at it. His chair had moved too. Not much. Just enough that both chairs were no longer squared toward the fire. They were both angled toward the same dark gap in the trees. My brother stared for a second longer than he needed to. Then he shrugged and said one of us must have kicked them. I wanted to agree. I really did, because agreeing meant we could finish eating, talk about the hike in the morning, and pretend this was still the kind of trip we had planned. So that was what we did. We ate hot dogs out of paper plates. We drank warm beer. We complained about work and laughed too loudly at things that were not that funny. Every few minutes, one of us looked at the trees. Neither of us mentioned it. Around 10:30, the temperature dropped hard. That mountain cold came in fast, the kind that makes the air feel thin and sharp. The fire was still going, but the heat did not reach our backs anymore. My brother said he was turning in. I stayed outside a few minutes longer to pour water over the outer ring of the fire and make sure the cooler was latched. Before I went into the tent, I looked one last time at the gap between the two pines. There was nothing there, but I had the strange feeling that if I turned off my flashlight, something would become visible again. I did not test it. Inside the tent, my brother was already in his sleeping bag, his face turned toward the wall. He fell asleep fast. He always did. I lay on my back for a while, listening. At first it was normal, the little crackle of the fire dying outside, the nylon of the tent settling, my brother breathing through his nose. Then I heard something touch the rainfly. Not hit it, not slap it like wind. Touch it, a slow, careful drag along the outside fabric. I opened my eyes. The sound stopped. I held still. For maybe 10 seconds, nothing happened. Then it came again. A light pressure moving down the side of the tent, like someone had placed two fingers against the fabric and pulled them gently toward the ground. I turned my head toward my brother. He did not wake up. I whispered his name once, too quietly. The sound stopped again. That was the part that made my stomach tighten. Not the sound itself, the timing. It stopped when I made noise. I waited longer this time. I did not move. I barely breathed. Outside, something shifted through the pine needles. One slow step, then another. It moved around the tent, not close enough to press against it now, but close enough that I could hear the weight of each step in the dirt. It was not an animal. I know people always say that in stories like this, and maybe they are wrong sometimes. But animals do not pace like that. Animals do not stop beside the door. Animals do not wait. The footsteps reached the front of the tent and went still. I could see nothing through the fabric, just darkness pressed against darkness. Then the zipper pull gave one tiny metallic click. Not a pull, not an attempt to open it, just a tap. Like someone outside had touched it once to let me know they knew where it was. I lay there with my hand over my mouth. My brother slept through all of it. After a while, the footsteps moved away. Slowly, back toward the fire pit, back toward the chairs. The last thing I heard before morning was that same dry scrape of metal feet against dirt, a chair being turned again. Morning made everything harder to believe. That is something I still hate about that trip. At night, fear has room to breathe. Every sound feels bigger. Every shadow feels like it has a shape. You can tell yourself that being scared makes sense because the dark changes things. But daylight makes you feel stupid. The sun came through the pines in pale strips. The fire pit was just gray ash and black wood. Our tent looked normal. The truck looked normal. My brother crawled out of his sleeping bag, stretched, and complained about his back like nothing had happened. For a few seconds, I almost let myself believe that too. Then I saw the chair. It was still turned away from the fire. Not all the way, not dramatically, just angled enough that the front legs faced the dark gap between those two pines. My brother saw me looking at it. He did not say anything. That bothered me more than if he had laughed. I walked around the tent first, slowly. I expected to find footprints or crushed grass or some clear sign that a person had been there. Something I could point to, something that would make the night real. There was nothing useful. The ground was a bad surface for proof. Dry dirt, pine needles, small stones, old leaves pressed flat from weather, and animals and time. Anything could have walked around us and left almost nothing behind. My brother came up beside me with his coffee mug. He said raccoons could get bold around campsites. I looked at him. He looked away first. I think he knew how weak that sounded. We both knew raccoons did not tap zipper pulls, but neither of us wanted to say that out loud. We did the kind of checking people do when they are scared, but trying to stay reasonable. We looked under the truck. We checked the food bag. We checked the cooler latch. We shook the tent walls to see if loose fabric could make the sound I heard. It could not. The rainfly made noise when you touched it, yes, but the sound was different from wind, different from settling. It was too controlled, like pressure from a hand. My brother finally said maybe one of us had been half asleep. I told him I was awake. He said he knew. Then neither of us said anything for a while. I noticed the cooler when I went to make breakfast. It was not where I had left it. The cooler was a large blue one, with a white lid heavy, even when half empty. The night before, I had pushed it against a fallen log near the fire pit so no animal could knock it over easily. Now it sat almost a foot away from the log. The handles were turned outward, facing the trees. I stood there looking at it for long enough that my brother asked what it was. I told him. He came over and crouched beside it. There were no claw marks, no dirt smeared around the base, no bite marks on the rubber latch. Nothing that suggested an animal had dragged or shoved it. He opened it. The food was still inside. The beers were still inside. The hot dogs were still there, floating in a little melted ice water. That made it worse. Nothing had been taken. Nothing had been ruined. It had only been moved. There is something very different about that. If an animal steals food, you can understand it. If a person steals beer, you can understand that too. But when someone moves something only a few inches, just enough to prove they were there, it feels personal in a way theft does not. It feels like a message. My brother stood up and said we should leave after breakfast. I agreed immediately. Then the truck did not start. It clicked once, then again, then gave us a weak dragging sound like the battery was trying to wake up and could not quite manage it. My brother swore under his breath. He tried again. Same thing. We both stared through the windshield at the empty logging road. There was no service, no other campers, no sound of traffic. The main road was miles back, and the last part of the drive in had been rough enough that walking out would take hours. My brother opened the hood and started checking the battery terminals. He knew more about engines than I did, but not enough to magically fix a dying truck in the middle of the woods. The terminals were tight. The battery looked old. He said if we let it sit, it might give us one good start later, maybe in the afternoon when it warmed up. That was the first real reason we stayed. Not bravery, not curiosity, a weak battery and a bad road. We spent most of the day close to camp. Neither of us wanted to admit it, but we were waiting for something to happen while pretending we were not. We took short walks only where we could still see the truck. We collected firewood from the edge of the clearing, but did not go deep into the trees. We kept making casual comments about normal things. The weather, the trail we would not be hiking now, whether the battery would hold if we got it started. Every normal sentence felt like a cover. The forest stayed quiet. Quiet. Too quiet. In the afternoon, my brother found something that made him stop pretending. He was kneeling by the fire ring stacking wood for that night when he called my name. Not loud, just flat. I walked over. He pointed at the ground beside his chair. 3 small sticks had been laid parallel to each other. They were each about the same length, snapped clean, placed evenly like someone had measured the spaces between them. I asked if he had done it. He gave me a look that answered before he spoke. Number. I had not done it either. The sticks were aimed toward the trees. Same direction as the chairs. Same direction as the cooler handles. That was when I stopped thinking of each thing as separate. The chair, the cooler, the sticks, the tapping on the zipper, the shape between the pines. They were not random details anymore. They were a pattern, and the pattern had a direction. We tried the truck again before sunset. It almost caught. For 1 second, the engine turned over rough and loud, and both of us leaned forward like we could will it alive. Then it died. After that, the clicking sound came back. My brother hit the steering wheel once with the heel of his hand. He said we would try again in the morning. I did not argue, but I remember looking past him through the windshield toward the trees. The 2 pines were visible from the driver's seat. That gap was visible from almost anywhere in camp. It made me feel like we had set up in the wrong place before we even knew why. We built the fire bigger that night. Too big, probably. We used more wood than we should have because neither of us wanted the light to shrink. We placed both chairs closer to the flames. We kept the cooler between us and the tent, like it could somehow block whatever came from the dark. My brother kept the flashlight in his lap. I kept my pocket knife open inside my hoodie pocket. Neither of those things made me feel safer. Around 10, the forest went still again. No insects. No wind, no small animals moving through dry brush. Just the fire, just our breathing. Then my brother whispered my name. I followed his eyes. The shape was back, between the 2 pines. It was farther away than I remembered, or maybe it only looked that way because the fire was brighter. It stood just beyond where the orange light failed tall and narrow and completely still. Not a stump, not a shadow from a branch, a person, or close enough to make no difference. My brother raised the flashlight. The second the beam touched the trees, the shape was gone. Not running, not ducking, gone. The light showed bark, needles, empty dirt, the pale scrape of that old stump. My brother kept the beam there for a long time. His hand was shaking. When he finally lowered the flashlight, neither of us spoke. We both sat back down at almost the same time. That was when the chairs scraped. Both of them. Mine first, then his. Just a soft shift under our weight, like the legs had settled into loose dirt. But they had not settled toward the fire. They had turned slightly while we were sitting in them. I looked down at the front legs of my chair. They were no longer facing the flames. My brother looked at his. Same thing. Both chairs were angled toward the tree line again, toward the gap between the 2 pines. And from somewhere out there, too far for the fire to show us anything, a single branch snapped. Not under an animal, not under wind, under weight. After that branch snapped, neither of us moved. The fire was still high enough to throw heat against our legs, but I remember feeling cold all through my chest. My brother kept the flashlight pointed at the trees. Not directly at the gap anymore, just near it, like he was afraid that if he aimed at the exact spot, something would be there again. For a while there was nothing, no shape, no movement, no sound except the fire settling and the quiet hiss of sap burning inside one of the logs. Then my brother said we should get in the truck. I wanted to. Every part of me wanted to leave the chairs, leave the tent, leave the cooler, leave all of it, and just sit behind locked doors until the engine decided to start or daylight came. But the truck battery was weak. We knew that already. If we kept turning the key, we might kill whatever chance we had left in it. If the truck did start and died somewhere on the logging road, we would be stuck farther from our gear, farther from shelter, and still without cell service. It sounds strange to say this now, but staying by the tent made more sense than running blind into the woods in the middle of the night. That is how things like this trap you. Not with chains, with just enough common sense to keep you still. My brother whispered that we would wait until dawn. I nodded. Neither of us said the other option. That something was out there, that it knew where we were, that it had been close enough to touch our tent, move our things, and stand in the same place 2 nights in a row. We backed toward the tent without turning our backs fully to the trees. It was awkward and slow, like we were trying not to offend whatever was watching. I hate that part when I think about it. How careful we were, how polite fear can make you. My brother ducked inside first. I followed with the flashlight and zipped the door halfway before stopping. I left a narrow opening at the bottom, just enough to see the fire pit, just enough to see the chairs. My brother noticed and almost told me to close it. Then he looked outside and said nothing. We sat in the tent with our shoes still on. The air inside smelled like nylon dirt smoke and cold sweat. My brother held the flashlight in both hands. I kept my pocket knife open, pressed flat against my thigh. It felt useless. Everything felt useless. The fire popped outside. One of the chairs made a small sound as the fabric tightened in the cold. My brother flinched. I almost laughed because he had flinched at a chair. Then I remembered the zipper tap from the night before, and the laugh died before it reached my throat. For maybe 20 minutes, nothing happened. That was the worst part. If someone had yelled, or rushed the tent, or thrown a rock, at least we would have known what kind of fear we were dealing with. But the woods only waited. The fire burned lower. The circle of light pulled in toward the pit. The trees pushed closer. That is how it felt. Like the dark was not getting darker, like it was moving forward. Then we heard the first step. A soft press into pine needles, far away, then silence. My brother and I looked at each other. Another step came, closer, then silence again. It was not walking normally. Whoever it was would take one step, then wait long enough for us to wonder if we had imagined it. Then another step, pause, step, pause. The sound moved from the tree line toward the edge of camp. I tried to count the distance in my head. I knew where the fire pit was. I knew where the cooler was. I knew where the chairs were. I knew the tent was maybe 12 feet behind them. Each step gave me a rough picture. Whoever was out there was not circling now. It was coming in. My brother lifted the flashlight. I put one hand over it before he could turn it on. I do not know why I did that. Maybe I was afraid the light would show us something. Maybe I was afraid it would show us nothing. Both felt unbearable. The steps stopped, right outside the firelight. The opening at the bottom of the tent gave me only a thin strip of the campsite. I could see the lower half of the chairs, the gray ash, the bottom of the cooler, a few orange coals still breathing in the pit. Then I saw a shadow cross the dirt, not a full body, just the lower edge of something blocking the fire. It passed over the ground near the chairs and stopped. My brother whispered that he could see it. I whispered back without meaning to. Where? He did not answer at first. Then he said, "It is looking at the tent." Those words were worse than seeing it myself, because my brother was the one who had tried to explain everything away. He had blamed shadows, raccoons, wind, bad sleep. Now his voice sounded small. I slowly leaned closer to the opening. The gap was too narrow to see much, but I could see the space beyond the chairs. There was a standing shape there, not clear, not detailed, just a vertical blackness where the firelight should have reached a little farther. The shape was not facing the fire. It was not facing the cooler. It was facing us. More specifically, it was facing the small opening in the tent door. That was when I realized something that made my skin go tight. It knew where we were looking from. I moved my hand toward the zipper, slowly, The shape did not move. My fingers touched the metal pole. The instant they did, one of the chairs outside creaked. Not from wind, not from settling. The sound came with weight, like someone had lowered themselves into it. My brother stopped breathing. I froze with the zipper pull between my fingers. Outside, the chair fabric made a second soft groan. Then silence. The shape near the edge of the firelight was gone. For a second, I thought it had left. Then the chair creaked again, closer to the tent now because the chair itself was closer. I had not seen it move. I had not heard it drag. But through the narrow opening, the chair legs were no longer where they had been. One of the folding chairs sat at the edge of the fire pit, facing the tent, and there was someone in it. Not clearly. The fire was too low. The shadows were too thick. I could not see a face or hands or clothing, only the outline of knees, the suggestion of shoulders, the stillness of a person sitting with full attention, watching. My brother raised the flashlight again. This time I did not stop him. The beam came on hard and white inside the tent first, then cut through the opening and hit the chair. Empty. The chair was empty, but it rocked once, just once, forward and back, like someone had stood up the moment before the light reached them. My brother made a sound I had never heard from him before. Not a scream, not really. More like his body had tried to reject what he had seen. I grabbed the zipper and pulled it down. The sound was too loud in the quiet. The second the door sealed, something outside shifted. A footstep, very close. Then another. It walked past the front of the tent, slowly. The fabric near my shoulder darkened as something blocked the last of the firelight. I could hear breathing. Not heavy, not dramatic, just steady, calm, close enough that I could hear the small wet catch at the end of each exhale. My brother had the flashlight pointed at the sealed door. His hand shook so badly that the beam trembled over the orange fabric. The breathing stopped. A finger touched the outside of the tent. I know it was a finger because of the shape it made. One small pressure point appeared in the fabric near the zipper. Then it dragged downward, slow, gentle, the same sound as the night before. Only now we were both awake, both watching. The pressure reached the bottom seam and stopped. Then something tapped the metal zipper pull once. A tiny click. The same sound, the same place, only this time it was not telling me it knew where the door was. It was telling me it knew we were behind it. My brother whispered that we should run. I shook my head even though he could barely see me. Run where? The truck might not start. The road was dark. The trees were full of places to stand and wait. Outside, the footsteps moved around the tent again. One slow step, pause. One slow step, pause. It was making a full circle, like it had done before. But this time, when it reached the back of the tent, it stopped beside the wall closest to my sleeping bag. I had not told my brother that was where I slept. No one outside should have known. The fabric pressed inward beside my shoulder, not hard, just enough to make the wall bow, like someone was leaning close, listening. I could feel the cold through the nylon. I held my breath. The pressure stayed there. Then from the other side of the tent wall, a voice whispered my brother's name. Not mine, his, soft, almost bored. It said his name once. Then again, my brother's face changed in the shaking flashlight beam. It was not just fear, it was recognition, because whoever whispered it did not say it like a stranger guessing. It said it the way I did. Same rhythm, same shortened version, same casual tone I had used 100 times growing up. My brother looked at me. I shook my head. I had not spoken. Outside, the thing by the tent wall waited. Then it whispered his name one more time. This time from the front of the tent, near the zipper. We did not move after that. Not for hours. The fire died completely. The cold got worse. At some point, the footsteps stopped, or moved too far away for us to hear. I do not remember sleeping. I do not think either of us did. I only remember sitting in the dark with my knife in my hand until my fingers cramped around it. And right before the first gray light came through the tent fabric, we heard the chair scrape again. Once. Slow. Final. Like someone outside was turning it back into place. When the light finally came, neither of us moved right away. That sounds strange. You would think daylight would make us run. But after sitting still for that long, after listening to someone breathe outside the tent, after hearing my brother's name whispered in a voice that sounded too much like mine, my body did not trust morning. The tent fabric turned from black to gray, then from gray to a weak blue. Birds started making noise somewhere far off in the trees. A normal sound, a safe sound. It did not feel safe. My brother was sitting across from me with the flashlight still in his lap. The batteries were almost dead by then, so the beam had faded to a dull yellow spot against the floor of the tent. His eyes were red. He had not slept. Neither had I. For a while we just listened. No footsteps, no breathing, no soft drag against the rainfly. Outside the campsite was completely still. My brother whispered that we had to go. I nodded, but neither of us reached for the zipper. That was the hard part to explain later, the shameful part. We were grown men. We had a truck 10 feet away. We had daylight now. And still the idea of opening that tent door felt impossible. Because something had stood there all night. Something had touched the zipper. Something had known his name. Finally, my brother leaned forward and unzipped the door in one fast pull. Cold air came in. So did the smell of wet ash. Nothing was waiting outside. At first, the campsite looked almost normal. The fire was dead. Gray ash sat in the ring. A thin line of smoke lifted from one black log and disappeared into the morning air. The cooler was where we had left it. The truck was parked beside the tent. The two pines stood at the far side of the clearing. No person, no animal, no shape between the trees. I crawled out first. My legs were so stiff I almost fell. My brother came out behind me with the flashlight in one hand, even though it was useless now. We stood there looking around. I think both of us were hoping to find nothing. That is the part people do not understand. When something impossible happens, you do not always want proof. Proof means it happened. Proof means you were right to be afraid. Sometimes you want the ground to be empty. You want the chair to be where you left it. You want daylight to embarrass you. But the chair was not where we left it. My chair had been dragged away from the fire pit. Not far, maybe 15 feet. It sat near the edge of the clearing, halfway between our tent and the two pines. The legs were pressed into the dirt. The cup holder still had a little rainwater in it from a storm the week before, or maybe from condensation. I do not know. The chair was facing the tent. Not the fire, not the trees, the tent. Like someone had sat there and watched us from just outside the circle of light. My brother did not say anything. He walked to the chair and stopped a few feet away from it. I told him not to touch it. He looked back at me, and for the first time that morning I saw anger on his face. Not at me, not exactly. Anger at the whole situation, at the woods, at the fact that there was no one to yell at. He kicked the chair over. It fell onto its side with a hollow metal clatter that sounded too loud in the clearing. Nothing moved in the trees. Nothing answered. That somehow made it worse. We started packing. Fast. Badly. We did not fold the sleeping bags. We shoved them into the truck loose. We collapsed the tent with the poles still half in. One of the stakes bent because I pulled it out at the wrong angle, and I left it there in the dirt. My brother kept looking toward the two pines. I kept looking at the truck, at the battery, at the one thing that could still ruin everything. The cooler was heavier than I remembered when I lifted it. I almost dropped it. Something inside shifted. I thought it was just the ice water. Then I heard a small dry scrape inside the lid. I set it on the tailgate and opened it. The food was still there. The beers, the hot dogs, the half-empty mustard bottle. But lying on top of the plastic bags were the 3 sticks from beside the fire ring. The same 3 sticks, snapped clean, laid parallel, evenly spaced. I stared at them. My brother came over and looked inside. He said one word, no, not loud, just no, like he was refusing it. I picked up the sticks and threw them as far as I could into the trees. I did not care where they landed. I did not care if that was stupid. I just needed them away from our things. We loaded the cooler without another word. Then we got in the truck. My brother turned the key. The engine clicked, once, then nothing. He tried again. The same weak drag from the starter. For a second, neither of us breathed. I remember staring at the dashboard like I could shame it into working. The little battery light glowed red. The fuel gauge trembled slightly. My brother's hand stayed on the key. He whispered something under his breath. Maybe a prayer, maybe a curse. Then he tried a third time. The engine turned, slow, rough, then caught. The sound of that truck starting was the closest thing to relief I had ever felt. My brother did not cheer. He did not smile. He put it in reverse so fast the tires slipped a little over the dirt. We backed out of the clearing with the doors locked and the windows up. I kept looking at the campsite as we pulled away. The dead fire, the flattened patch where the tent had been, the overturned chair near the edge of the clearing, the two pines, the gap between them. Nothing stood there. Nothing moved. For 1 second I felt foolish again. That is how strong daylight is. Even after everything, even after the whispered voice and the chair and the sticks in the cooler, some part of me still wanted to say we had misunderstood something. Then the truck turned onto the logging road. The angle changed, and I saw the second chair. It was not ours. I know that immediately. Our chairs were gray and cheap, and new enough that the fabric was still tight. This one was older, faded green. One arm sagged lower than the other. The metal legs were rusted at the joints. It sat deep between the two pines, placed neatly, not thrown there, not abandoned. Placed, facing the campsite. It had been there the whole time. Maybe hidden by the dark, maybe hidden by the angle. Maybe we had looked at it 10 times and never really seen it because our minds were too busy looking for a person. But it was there, a chair, waiting in the trees. My brother saw it too. The truck slowed for half a second. Then he pressed the gas harder. Neither of us spoke until we reached pavement. Even then we did not talk about the chair. We did not talk about the voice. We did not talk about how it knew his name. We drove to the first gas station with service parked near the front door and sat there in the truck like two people waiting for permission to be normal again. My brother finally called a tow company and asked if they could check the battery. The man who came out was older with a gray beard and a shirt from a local auto shop. He tested the battery in the gas station parking lot and said it was weak but not dead. He said it should not have struggled that badly unless something had been draining it. He asked if we had left lights on. My brother said no. The man looked at the truck for a while, then at us. He said people got weird out there sometimes. That was all. People got weird. I almost told him everything. The shape, the zipper, the chair facing the tent, the voice that sounded like me. But I did not. Because once you say those things out loud in daylight, you either sound insane or you make them real again. So I paid for a new battery. We drove home. For 2 weeks, my brother and I barely talked about the trip. When we did, we kept it small. We said things like, "That was messed up," or "I still do not know what happened." We never said someone watched us sleep. We never said someone sat outside the tent. We never said someone had been waiting before we got there. Then my brother sent me a picture, no message, just the picture. It was from his garage. Both of our folding chairs were leaning against the wall where he had put them after unpacking. Mine on the left, his on the right. And between them, placed neatly against the concrete floor, were 3 sticks. Snapped clean, laid parallel, evenly spaced. I called him immediately. He did not answer. A minute later, he texted me. "I didn't put those there." That was the last time we talked about Idaho. Not because we forgot, because we both understood something by then. Whatever had watched us from beyond the firelight had not needed to follow us home in a dramatic way. It did not need to leave footprints. It did not need to show its face. It only needed to move one small thing, just enough to remind us, just enough to say it still knew where we were. And sometimes when I am outside at night and a porch chair scrapes in the wind, I still think about that faded green chair between the pines. I think about how perfectly it faced our campsite. I think about how long it must have been there. And I think the worst part is not that someone watched us from that spot. The worst part is that I do not think we were the first people they watched. Came at 2:17. That is the detail my wife remembers most. Not the campground, not the old RV parked near the back loop. Not even the sound of the zipper being touched the second night. She remembers the time, 2:17 a.m. The first night I thought it was another camper. That made sense. We were staying at a small campground in the Ozarks, the kind of place that looked almost official but not quite maintained. There was a faded sign at the entrance with the Forest Service logo on it, a self-pay box near the bulletin board, a row of numbered gravel pads cut into the trees. It was late October, too cold for most people to camp casually, too early for snow, the kind of season where the woods look empty but not dead. My wife and I had taken a long weekend because both of us needed to get away from work. Nothing dramatic, no big reason, just too many emails, too many bills, too many nights falling asleep with our phones still in our hands. We wanted quiet. That was what I kept saying on the drive in. Just 2 days of quiet. The campground road was narrow and covered with wet leaves. Most of the sites were empty. Each one had a metal fire ring, a picnic table, and a wooden post with a number on it. Some of the posts leaned like they had been hit by trucks or pushed by weather. We picked Site 8 because it was close enough to the restroom building to feel normal, but far enough that we still had privacy. There was only one other vehicle in the whole loop, an old beige RV parked at Site 13. It looked occupied at first. There was a leveling block under one tire, a small outdoor mat by the door, a plastic chair folded against the side. But we never saw anyone come out. My wife noticed it too. She asked if I thought someone was inside. I said probably. Then I made a joke about retired people always having better camping setups than us. She smiled, but not much. We set up before dark. The tent went on the gravel pad. The cooler went under the picnic table. I hung a little battery lantern from the center pole, and my wife put our sleeping bags side by side with the door facing the fire ring. It felt ordinary. That is what bothers me now. Nothing about that evening felt like the beginning of something terrible. We made soup on a small camp stove. We ate crackers straight from the sleeve. My wife complained that the picnic table was damp, so I put a towel down before she sat. A few times I looked toward the old RV. Still no movement. No lights in the windows. No generator hum, no music, just a dark windshield reflecting trees. By 9:30 we were in the tent. By 10 the campground was completely quiet. I remember lying there listening to my wife breathe. She fell asleep first like she always does when she is cold. I stayed awake a little longer because I could hear acorns dropping somewhere behind the restroom building. Every few minutes one would hit leaves, then silence. I must have fallen asleep sometime after 11. When I woke up, I did not know why at first. My eyes opened, and I stared at the ceiling of the tent, trying to understand what had pulled me out of sleep. Then I heard it. Gravel. One slow step. Then another. I turned my head toward the door. My wife was still asleep, her face turned into the collar of her sweatshirt. The footsteps passed in front of the tent. Not fast. Not careless. Each step pressed into the gravel with a deliberate crunch, then paused before the next one. I held still. At first, I thought someone was walking to the restroom. That was the easy explanation. The only other camper, maybe. Or somebody from another loop we had not noticed earlier. But the restroom was behind us. The footsteps were not going that way. They moved along the front of our tent, then around the side. Slow, even, close enough that I could hear the stones shift under weight. I told myself not to be stupid. People walk around campgrounds at night. People forget flashlights. People get turned around. People check on coolers or dogs or fire pits. Then the footsteps reached the back of the tent and stopped. I waited for them to continue. They did not. Whoever was out there stood behind us for so long that I started counting in my head. 10 seconds, 20, 30. The tent fabric was dark, but not completely black. There was just enough moonlight outside to make the walls a dull gray. I could see the curve of my wife's shoulder in her sleeping bag. I could see the little zipper pull near the door. I could see my own breath faintly when I exhaled. I did not move. The footsteps started again. They came around the other side. Still slow, still careful. By then I understood the shape of it. Whoever was outside was not walking past our campsite. They were walking around our tent, a full circle. When the steps reached the front again, they stopped at the door. Right outside the zipper, my mouth had gone dry. I stared at that small metal pull like it was the only thing in the world. For a second, I expected someone to say something. Sorry, wrong site, lost my dog, anything. But there was no voice, just breathing. Not heavy, not theatrical, just a person standing close enough to the tent that I could hear air move through their nose. My wife shifted in her sleep. The breathing stopped. That was when I got scared, not when I heard the footsteps, not when I realized they had circled us. When the person outside reacted to her moving, the campground went still again. After a while, the footsteps backed away from the tent. 3 steps, maybe 4, then nothing. I waited until my chest hurt before I reached for my phone. The screen lit up too bright, and I turned it against my sleeping bag so it would not shine through the tent. The time was 2:17 a.m. I stayed awake for the rest of the night. I did not wake my wife. I told myself there was no reason to scare her over something I could not prove. That was a lie. The real reason was worse. If I woke her up, I would have to say it out loud. Someone walked around the tent. Someone stopped at the door. Someone listened to you move. And once I said that, the campground would not be a campground anymore. It would be a place where someone knew exactly where we were sleeping. By morning, I had almost talked myself out of it. Almost. That is what sleep deprivation does. It does not make you brave, it makes you negotiate with fear. I kept telling myself that maybe I had woken up in the middle of a dream. Maybe the footsteps had been farther away than I thought. Maybe sound carried strangely over gravel. Maybe someone from the old RV had walked past our site, gotten confused in the dark, and circled the tent by accident. Every explanation sounded weak, but each one was easier than the truth. My wife woke up around 7 cold and annoyed because the air mattress had lost some pressure during the night. She sat up, rubbed her face, and asked why I looked like that. I told her I did not sleep well. She asked if it was the acorns. I almost said yes. Then I looked at the tent door. The zipper pull hung perfectly still in the morning light. I told her I heard someone walking around the tent. She stared at me for a second, waiting for the rest of the sentence. I think she expected me to say I had looked outside and seen a raccoon, or another camper, or some harmless explanation that could turn it into a story we would laugh about later. I did not have one, so I told her exactly what I heard. The gravel, the slow steps, the circle, the pause at the door. She listened without interrupting. That was one thing I always loved about her. She did not dismiss things too quickly. But when I finished, she looked toward the restroom building and said someone was probably just looking for the bathroom. I wanted to believe that. I really did. We got dressed and stepped outside. The campground looked harmless in daylight, almost embarrassingly harmless. The trees were thin enough that pale sun came through in broken pieces. Damp leaves stuck to the edges of the gravel pad. The fire ring was cold. A few blackened sticks leaned against each other in the ash exactly as we had left them. Nothing was torn. Nothing was missing. Nothing looked violated. My wife stood with her arms crossed, scanning the site. Then she said there should be footprints. She was right. The gravel around the tent was soft enough to hold marks. Not deep tracks maybe, but something. Scuffs, uneven patches, places where stones had been pushed aside. I walked the full circle around the tent, slowly. The longer I looked, the stranger it became. There were no clear footprints, but it was not natural untouched gravel either. The stones around the tent were too even. That was the only way I can describe it. Too smooth, too level, like someone had dragged something flat over them after walking there. A board, a boot, a hand. I crouched near the back of the tent where the footsteps had stopped the longest. The gravel there was arranged in faint lines, all running the same direction. They were subtle. If I had not been looking for them, I would have missed them completely. My wife crouched beside me. She did not say it was the bathroom anymore. She picked up one small white stone, rolled it between her fingers, and put it back exactly where it had been. Neither of us spoke for a while. Then she said maybe campground staff raked the pads in the morning. I looked around the empty loop. The office was dark. The self-pay box had spider webs around the slot. The bulletin board was sun-faded and curling at the corners. A yellow notice about water being shut off for the season had been stapled there so long the paper had torn around the staples. There were no staff, at least none we could see. Still, we needed normal, so we made coffee. We ate granola bars at the picnic table and pretended the morning was not built on top of something wrong. After breakfast, we walked the loop. Not because we wanted exercise, because neither of us wanted to sit beside that tent without knowing what else was nearby. The campground had 14 sites in total. Most were empty, except for old ash in the rings and damp leaves gathered under the tables. The restroom building was unlocked on the men's side, locked on the women's. One fluorescent light inside blinked even though it was daytime. The old beige RV at Site 13 still had its curtains shut. No smoke from the vent, no movement behind the glass, no sound from inside. My wife slowed as we passed it. I told her not to stare. She said she was not, but she was. The outdoor mat by the RRV door was wet with dew, except for one dry rectangle in the middle, like something had been sitting there overnight and had been moved recently. A folded chair leaned against the RV wall. One leveling block was under the front tire. There was an extension cord plugged into the side of the RV, but the other end lay in the leaves connected to nothing. That detail bothered me. Not enough to prove anything, just enough to feel wrong. We kept walking. Near the bulletin board, we found the campground rules. Quiet hours, 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. No unattended fires. Keep food secured. Check out by noon. At the bottom, someone had written in faded marker, report suspicious activity to camp host. There was no camp host listed, no phone number, no site number, just that sentence left there like a joke. My wife took a picture of it. I asked why. She said she did not know. Maybe proof if we needed it. That word sat between us. Proof. We walked to the self-pay box next. It was one of those green metal boxes mounted on a post with envelopes and a plastic slot and a narrow opening for cash. Most of the envelopes were damp and curled. I pulled one out. It had the usual blanks. Name, vehicle plate, site number, number of nights. Nothing strange. Then my wife pointed to the side of the box. Someone had scratched a small line into the paint. Then another below it. Then another. At first I thought it was just damage. But there were 7 marks total. All the same length. All vertical. Like someone had been counting. We did not talk about that either. By the time we got back to Site 8, the sun had risen higher and the campground looked ordinary again. That was the problem. Fear does not stay clean in daylight. It gets muddy. You start asking yourself if you are overreacting, if you are tired, if your brain is making patterns because it wants a reason to be scared. My wife said we could leave if I wanted to. That should have been the end of it. But her voice had that careful tone people use when they are trying not to influence you either way. I looked at the tent, at the cooler, at the road out, then at the old RV, barely visible through the trees, at the far end of the loop. We had already paid for 2 nights. It was only one more night. Nothing had actually happened. That was the sentence I used. Nothing had actually happened. My wife nodded, but she did not look convinced. We decided we would stay, but we would sleep light. We would keep the lantern close. I would put my phone beside the door. If we heard anything again, we would leave as soon as there was enough light to drive safely. That felt reasonable. That is another thing I hate. It did feel reasonable. I spent the afternoon trying to make the site feel secure. I moved the cooler closer to the picnic table. I checked the tent stakes. I placed my boots just inside the door so I could put them on quickly if we had to leave. My wife gathered the trash and tied it in a grocery bag. She was walking it to the bear-proof trash bin when she stopped. I was by the tent tightening one of the guy lines. She said my name, not loud, just enough for me to hear the change in her voice. I looked over. She was staring at the ground beside the tent, the side where she had slept. I walked over slowly. Near the stake at her corner of the tent, 7 small white stones had been arranged in a circle. Not scattered, not natural, arranged. Each one pressed halfway into the gravel, like someone had placed them carefully and pushed down with a thumb. My wife looked at me. I looked toward the old RV. The curtains were still closed. The loop was still empty. Nothing moved, but the stones were there. a little circle beside the place where her head had been all night. My wife whispered that maybe a kid did it. There were no kids, no voices, no bikes, no other tents, just us, the old RV, and whatever had walked around us at 217. I kicked the stones apart. My wife did not stop me. For the rest of the evening, neither of us mentioned them. We made dinner early. We kept the fire small because neither of us wanted to sit outside after dark. We packed most of our things back into the car before sunset, pretending it would make leaving easier in the morning. But I knew the real reason. We wanted less of ourselves outside, less evidence of where we were, less for someone to move. When the sky turned dark blue, we went into the tent. This time, my wife did not fall asleep right away. She lay beside me, fully dressed, facing the door. The phone was between us. The screen was dark. I had already opened the voice memo app. I told her I probably would not need it. She did not answer. Outside, the campground settled into quiet, the kind of quiet we had come here for. Only now it felt like something holding its breath. I did not sleep before 2:17. I tried. That might sound impossible, but fear is exhausting in a way people forget. Your body wants to shut down, even when your mind is begging it not to. I would close my eyes for a few seconds, then jerk them open because the silence outside had changed shape. My wife stayed awake too. I knew because every time I shifted her hand, moved a little closer to mine. The phone lay between our sleeping bags with the voice memo app open. The red button was ready. I had turned the brightness all the way down and covered most of the screen with a sock so the light would not glow through the tent wall. It felt ridiculous, like something a nervous teenager would do after watching too many scary videos. But neither of us laughed. Around midnight, the campground was quiet in a normal way. A few leaves moved. Something small dropped from a tree and rolled across the gravel. Maybe an acorn, maybe a walnut. The restroom light buzzed faintly through the trees whenever the wind shifted. Normal sounds, manageable sounds. Then sometime after one, the normal sounds faded. Not all at once, slowly. The insects stopped first, then the little movements in the leaves. Then even the distant creak of branches seemed to pull back into the woods. My wife squeezed my hand. I looked at the phone. 209. I told myself that meant nothing. I told myself I had only remembered the time because I checked my phone after the footsteps were already gone. Maybe they had started earlier. Maybe they had started later. Maybe my brain had attached importance to a random number because fear likes patterns. 2:12. My wife whispered that she wanted to leave. Not in the morning. Now. I almost agreed. Then I pictured us unzipping the tent, crawling out in the dark, crossing the gravel with our arms full of sleeping bags and loose gear, getting into the car while the old RV sat at the back of the loop with its curtains shut. I pictured the car not starting, or worse, starting, but headlights catching someone already standing near the road out. So I whispered that we would leave at first light. She did not argue. That scared me too. 2:16. I reached for the phone and tapped record. The tiny red timer began counting upward. For a moment, there was only the soft sound of our breathing. Then the first step came, right beside the tent. Not from the road, not from the restroom, not approaching through the campsite. It began close, as if whoever was outside had already been standing there waiting for the time to become correct. The gravel crunched once. Pause. Another step. Pause. My wife's fingers tightened around mine so hard it hurt. The footsteps moved along my side of the tent first. Slow, measured, the same weight each time. Not someone stumbling in the dark. Not someone lost. Not someone walking normally from one place to another. This was deliberate. Step, pause, step, pause. I watched the dark tent wall as if it could explain something. It could not. The sound rounded the back corner, then stopped. That was where it had stopped the night before. Behind us, I could hear my wife breathing through her mouth now, shallow and uneven. I wanted to tell her to stay calm, but I was afraid any sound would make the person outside react. The footsteps started again. They came along her side, slower now. When they reached the place near her head, they stopped. Not near the door, not near the cooler, near her. The exact corner where the little circle of white stones had been placed that afternoon. My wife knew it too. I felt her body go rigid beside me. Outside, the gravel shifted. A small adjustment, like someone turning their feet to face the tent. Then there was a sound I still cannot explain without feeling sick. Fabric. Not the side of the tent being touched. Not yet. This was a softer sound. A sleeve maybe, or a jacket. Something brushing slowly against the outside wall, right where my wife's head rested inches from the fabric. She pulled away from it. Just a little. The brushing stopped, then came back lower, following the direction she had moved. My wife made the smallest sound in her throat. Barely anything. The footsteps stopped completely. Everything stopped. I knew then that whoever was outside was listening closely enough to hear her. I reached for the phone without looking and dragged it closer between us as if that would matter. The timer was still running. Little bars moved on the screen beneath the sock. Recording. Proof. That word should have made me feel better. It did not. The footsteps resumed. They moved toward the front of the tent. One step. Pause. One step. Pause. Then they stopped at the door. The zipper pull was maybe 2 feet from my face. I stared at it. I could see its small shape against the darker seam. The moonlight outside was weak, but enough to outline the metal tab. My wife's hand was still crushing mine. Outside, something breathed. Once. Slowly. Then the zipper pull clicked. Not opened. Not tugged. Clicked. A single tap of metal against metal. My wife jerked beside me. I put my other hand over her arm and pressed down. Do not move. I did not say it at first. I only thought it. Then the zipper clicked again. Same tiny sound. Same calm rhythm. Like someone tapping a fingernail against a glass. My wife's breathing was getting louder. I could feel panic rising in her body like heat. So I leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Do not move." The effect was immediate. Outside, the sound stopped. No zipper, no breathing, no gravel, nothing. It was so sudden that for one confused second I thought maybe whoever was outside had gone away. Then the tent wall beside the door pressed inward, only a little. A shallow dent appeared in the fabric, about the size of a thumb. It stayed there. My wife covered her mouth with her free hand. The pressure moved down, slowly. The fabric whispered under it, a finger dragging along the seam. Then it stopped, near the bottom of the door, right beside the zipper. I looked at the phone. The timer was still moving. 2:18. The footsteps had not lasted long. Maybe a minute, maybe less. Fear stretches time until you cannot trust it. But the sound outside had changed. Whoever was there was no longer walking around us. They were standing at the entrance, waiting. I kept thinking of the old URV at Site 13. The closed curtains. The dry rectangle on the wet mat. The extension cord plugged into nothing. I wondered if someone was inside it. I wondered if they had watched us walk the loop that morning. I wondered if they had seen my wife bend down beside the white stones. The pressure vanished from the tent wall. The zipper pull clicked one last time. Then the footsteps backed away. One step, pause. One step, pause. Not toward the road. Not toward the restroom. They moved around the tent again, but this time they did not complete the circle. They stopped at the same place on my wife's side, the marked side. There was a long silence. Then a sound came from outside that was almost too quiet to hear. A whisper, not a word, just air shaped like the beginning of one. My wife started shaking. I held her hand and stared at the tent wall until my eyes hurt. The whisper came again, this time closer to the fabric. Still no clear word, but it had rhythm. 2 soft sounds, a pause. 2 soft sounds, like someone practicing speech under their breath. My wife leaned toward me and mouthed something. I could not see it clearly in the dark. I thought she said my name. Then the whisper outside copied her breath, not her voice. Her breath, the same short, scared exhale she made through her nose. It repeated it once, then again, as if learning. That was worse than if it had spoken. The footsteps finally moved away sometime after that. I do not know when. Neither of us checked the phone. Neither of us slept. The red timer kept running under the sock until the battery warning flashed and the screen went dark. We stayed frozen in the tent until morning. At first light, my wife sat up fast and said we were done. No debate, no breakfast, no waiting to see if the campground looked normal again. We were leaving. I agreed before she finished saying it. Then she pointed at the tent door. The zipper pull was not where we had left it. It was still closed, but the metal tab had been turned inward, threaded through the small loop of fabric beside the seam. Like someone outside had not opened the door. They had only shown us they could have. We packed like people leaving a fire, not carefully, not logically, just fast. My wife shoved both sleeping bags into the back of the car without rolling them. I collapsed the tent with half the stakes still in the ground. One pole got stuck in the sleeve, and for a few seconds, I almost lost control of myself trying to pull it free. The campground looked normal again. That was the cruelest part. Morning had come pale and cold. Mist sat low between the trees. The restroom building stood at the end of the loop, with its one buzzing light still on inside. The old RV at Site 13 looked exactly the same as it had the day before. Curtains closed, outdoor mat flat, no movement, no person stepping out to explain anything. No one laughing because they had scared us. No harmless camper apologizing for getting too close to the wrong tent. Just a quiet campground. My wife did not look at the RV. I did. I could not stop myself. There was a narrow line between two curtains in the side window. Not open, not really, just not sealed all the way. The glass was too dark to see inside, but I had the feeling that if I stood there long enough, something would move behind it. So I did not stand there long. I threw the tent into the trunk still damp. My wife gathered the cooler, the lantern, and the trash bag. Her hands moved quickly, but her face was still. Too still. She was not crying. She was not panicking. She had gone into that practical kind of fear where everything becomes a task. Get the cooler. Close the trunk. Start the car. Leave. I understood it because I was doing the same thing. I kept checking the road out. I kept checking the RV. I kept checking the zipper pull even after the tent was on the ground, and the door was only a loose flap of fabric. The metal tab was still threaded inward through the little fabric loop. I had not imagined that. My wife had not imagined it. Someone had touched it from outside. Someone had done that quietly enough that we never heard the real movement. Only the click, only the little warning. I was rolling up the tent badly when my phone slipped out from between the folds and hit the gravel. The screen was black. For a second I thought it was dead. Then I pressed the side button and it lit up with 3% battery. The voice memo was still there, 4 hours and 12 minutes. My wife saw the screen. She said not here. I knew what she meant. She did not want to listen while we were still in the campground. Neither did I. But there was a part of me that needed proof before we drove away. Needed to know whether the phone had caught anything. Needed to know we had not spent the whole night terrified of leaves and stress and our own breathing. I told her I only wanted to check the beginning. She said my name in a way that meant no. Then the phone played the first sound. I had hit the file by accident with my thumb. For 1 second, our own breathing came through the speaker. Thin, small, too loud in the morning quiet. My wife froze. I stopped the recording immediately. We both looked toward the RV. Nothing moved. That was enough. We finished packing in silence. The car started on the first try, which felt like a gift. I backed out of Site 8 too fast and almost clipped the wooden number post with the rear bumper. My wife said nothing. At the loop road, we passed the old RV. I slowed without meaning to. The curtain gap was still there. For a moment, I thought I saw something pale behind the glass. Not a face, not exactly. Just a vertical shape where there should have been darkness. Then the angle changed and it was gone. My wife said, "Do not stop," so I did not. We left the campground. We did not speak until we reached the main road. Even then, we only said practical things. Which way? How much gas? Where the nearest town was? Normal words, useful words. Nothing about the footsteps. Nothing about 217. Nothing about the way the whisper had copied her breathing outside the tent. We drove almost 40 minutes before we found a gas station with a small diner attached to it. It had 2 pumps, a soda machine, and a hand-painted sign advertising biscuits and gravy. There were 3 trucks in the lot. People. Real people. A man in a ball cap filling a thermos. A woman smoking beside a pickup. An old couple walking into the diner together. I parked near the front entrance under a security camera. My wife finally exhaled like she had been holding air since dawn. Inside, we got coffee we did not drink. We sat in a booth by the window where we could see the car. Only then did I open the voice memo. My wife said she did not want to hear it, but she did not leave. I turned the volume low and held the phone between us. The recording began with silence, then our breathing, then the faint rustle of the sleeping bags as I moved. For several minutes, nothing happened. I almost stopped it. Then the first step came through the speaker. Gravel, clear, slow. My wife closed her eyes. Another step, pause, another. There was no mistaking it. It was not a squirrel, not a branch, not an acorn rolling across stone. It was weight, human weight. The footsteps passed, the phone faded slightly around the back of the tent, then came closer again on my wife's side. The recording caught the brushing sound against the tent wall. It caught her small breath when she pulled away. It caught the zipper click, once. Then again, my hands started to sweat against the phone case. A waitress came by to refill our coffee, and I turned the recording off so fast I nearly dropped the phone. She asked if we were all right. I said we had a rough night camping. She gave a small laugh and said the woods could do that. The woods could do that. I almost asked her which part. The footsteps, the zipper, the person listening outside your tent. But I only nodded. When she walked away, my wife told me she had heard enough. I should have listened. Instead, I put in one earbud. I told her I would check the rest quietly. She looked out the window at the car and said nothing. I skipped ahead through the recording. Most of it was empty. Fabric shifts, a cough from me, wind moving outside. Then I reached the part after I whispered, "Do not move." I heard my own voice, low, close to the phone. "Do not move." Then silence. Then the sound outside stopped, exactly like I remembered. A few seconds later came the faint pressure on the tent wall. The phone did not capture the visual part, of course, but it caught the fabric tightening, a soft, drawn-out scrape. Then the zipper click, then nothing. I was about to skip again when I heard breathing. I paused. At first I thought it was mine. Then I realized mine was already there, farther away from the microphone. A little uneven, a little shaky, coming from the left side of the phone. This breath was different, closer, too close. It sat right against the microphone. A slow inhale, a slow exhale. It was not outside the tent. The sound did not have fabric between it and the phone. It did not have distance. It did not have the soft, muffled quality of the footsteps or the zipper. It was inside, right beside the phone, right between us. I looked at my wife. She was still watching the car through the diner window. I played the section again. Same thing. My whisper. The outside sound stopping. The scrape. The click. Then that second breath. Close enough that I could hear the wet catch in the throat. I pulled the earbud out. My wife turned back to me. She knew by my face. She said what? I did not want to tell her. I really did not. But there are some fears you cannot carry alone that after they become specific. I handed her the earbud. She listened. I watched the color drain from her face. She pulled it out before the sound finished. "That was not outside," she said. I shook my head. She looked down at the phone lying on the table between us. Then she looked at me. "Where was the phone?" I told her. "Between us, inside the tent, beside my sleeping bag." Neither of us said the next part. There had not been anyone between us. There had not been room. We had both been awake. We would have felt movement. We would have heard fabric. We would have known. But the recording had caught someone breathing closer to the phone than either of us had been. My wife stood up so fast the booth shook. She said we needed to check the car. I followed her outside. The air smelled like gasoline and fried food. It should have made me feel anchored. It did not. We opened the trunk in the parking lot. People passed behind us. A normal man bought ice. A kid argued with his mother near the soda machine. A truck engine idled at pump 2. All of that normal life made what we were doing feel insane. We pulled out the tent, then the sleeping bags, then the loose clothes we had thrown in without folding. My wife checked hers first. Nothing. I checked mine. At the bottom of the sleeping bag, near where my lower back would have been, there was a small white stone. Not a pebble from our driveway. Not road gravel from the gas station. White campground gravel. The same kind from Site 8. It was clean, dry, and placed flat in the fabric crease like someone had set it there carefully. My wife stepped back from the trunk. She covered her mouth with one hand. I picked up the stone. It was cold. That detail bothered me more than it should have. It had been inside the sleeping bag, inside the trunk, in the sun, but it felt like it had just been lifted from wet ground. I threw it across the parking lot. It bounced once near the edge of the road and disappeared under a bush. My wife told me not to touch anything else. We repacked the car slowly this time, carefully, like we were afraid there might be more small things hidden in the folds. There were not. Or at least we did not find them. Before we left, I deleted the voice memo. My wife saw me do it and did not stop me. Later, I regretted that. Then I was grateful. Then I regretted it again. That is how evidence works when you are scared. You want it until you have it. Then all you want is to not be responsible for knowing what it proves. We drove home without music. That is one of the details I remember most clearly. 7 hours in a car, and neither of us turned on the radio. At first, it was because we were listening. Every small sound from the back seat made us tense. The cooler shifting when I took a turn too fast. The tent poles tapping against each other. A zipper on one of the duffel bags clicking softly against plastic. Normal sounds, all of them. But after that recording, normal sounds did not stay normal for long. My wife sat with her knees pulled slightly toward her chest, even though there was barely enough room. She kept one hand on the passenger door handle, not gripping it, just resting there like she needed to know she could open the door if she had to. I watched the road. I also watched the mirrors, more than I should have. Every truck behind us stayed too long. Every car that took the same exit felt like a decision. Every shadow in the tree line beside the highway looked like it had been standing there before we arrived. Neither of us said that out loud. We had already said enough. By the time we reached home, the sun was down again. That felt unfair. I remember thinking we should have come home to daylight, to a bright kitchen, to neighbors mowing lawns, to dogs barking and garage doors opening, and all the little suburban noises that make you feel like the world has rules. Instead, our street was quiet. Porch lights, parked cars, a trash bin left at the curb. Our house looked exactly the way we had left it. Still, my wife waited in the car while I unlocked the front door and turned on every light downstairs. I checked the living room, the kitchen, the hallway, the bathroom, the back door, the laundry room. I did not tell her I checked the closets too. When I came back outside, she was standing beside the open trunk staring at the camping gear, like she did not want to bring it in. I did not blame her. We left most of it in the garage. Tent, cooler, sleeping bags, lantern. Everything that had touched that campground went onto the concrete floor in a loose pile. I told myself I would clean it in the morning. My wife took only her backpack inside. I took mine. Before bed, we showered separately and put our clothes straight into the washer. We moved through the house like people trying not to wake someone. That bothered me later. There was no one to wake, but we were still quiet. We slept with the bedroom door closed, then locked. We had never locked the bedroom door before. I put my phone on the nightstand with the screen facing down. My wife asked me to turn it off completely. I did. Neither of us mentioned the time, but I knew she was thinking about it. I was too. 2:17. The number had already become something solid in my head. A place, not a time. We did sleep that night. Not well, but enough. Nothing happened. No footsteps. No gravel. No breathing near the bed. In the morning, the house looked like our house again. Coffee helped. Sunlight helped. Traffic outside helped. My wife had a work call at 10. I went into the garage and stared at the pile of camping gear for almost 15 minutes before touching any of it. The tent smelled like damp leaves and smoke. The cooler smelled like melted ice. The sleeping bags smelled like us, only us. I checked them anyway. No stones, no sticks, no gravel. No strange marks. That should have made me feel better. It did for maybe an hour. By the end of the week, we had almost built a shape around what happened. Not an explanation, more like a box. Something weird happened at a campground. Maybe someone was messing with us. Maybe someone from that old RV had a problem. Maybe the audio was distorted. Maybe the second breath was mine too close to the microphone because I had rolled toward it without remembering. We did not believe those things, but we repeated them enough to function. My wife stopped talking about it first. Then I did. Life has a way of forcing normal back into the room. Bills, groceries, work, a dentist appointment, a leak under the kitchen sink, a neighbor asking if we could move our car because a delivery truck needed room. Normal things do not erase fear. They bury it. The first thing that came back was the stone. I found it 9 days after the trip. I was looking for my wallet in the jacket I had worn at the campground. It was hanging on the hook by the back door where I had put it when we came home. I had not worn it since. The wallet was not in the pocket. A small white stone was. At first, my brain refused to understand what my fingers had touched. I pulled it out and held it in my palm. White campground gravel, flat on one side, small enough to hide under a tongue. I stood there in the hallway staring at it. My wife was in the kitchen. I almost called her name. Then I stopped. I did not want to put that look back on her face. So I opened the back door and threw the stone as hard as I could into the yard. It disappeared into the grass. I told myself it had been in the jacket since the campground. Maybe it had gotten there when we packed. Maybe it had stuck to my sleeve. Maybe I had shoved it into my pocket without thinking after finding it in the sleeping bag. None of that made sense, but none of it had to. I only needed it to be possible. That night I did not tell my wife. I regret that, or maybe I do not, because 3 nights later she heard the steps first. I woke up to her hand on my arm, hard, not shaking me, holding me down. For one confused second, I thought we were back in the tent. My body knew fear before my mind remembered the bedroom. The room was dark. The door was closed. The house was silent. Then I heard it, a footstep outside, on wood, not gravel. Our front porch, 1 step, pause, another step, pause. My wife's face was turned toward the window. The blinds were closed, but a thin line of porch light cut through the bottom. I could see her eyes open and fixed. The steps moved slowly past the front window, across the porch boards, then stopped near the corner of the house. I reached for my phone. My hand was clumsy. I knocked it against the lamp before I found it. The screen came on too bright. 2:17 a.m. I felt the number before I understood it. My wife saw it too. Her hand covered her mouth. Outside, the steps continued. They moved from the porch to the side yard, slower now because the ground changed from wood to grass. I could hear the difference, a softer press, a faint brush through damp blades. Then the steps reached the side of the house, near our bedroom wall. They stopped. The wall between us and the outside felt very thin, too thin. I thought about calling 911. I thought about turning on the floodlight. I thought about going to the window and looking through the blinds. I did none of those things, because some part of me already knew what I would see, or worse, what I would not see. My wife whispered my name. Outside, something whispered it back, not loudly, not clearly, just enough. Same rhythm, same breath, like the thing at the campground had been practicing. I dropped the phone onto the bed. The footsteps moved again, around the back of the house. 1 step, pause. 1 step, pause. Not rushing, not hiding, making a circle. I understood then that the campground had never been the whole story. It had only been the first place we noticed. The steps past the kitchen wall, then the living room, then the front porch again. A full circle. When they reached the front door, they stopped. We waited. I do not know how long. The house did not move. The air did not move. Then the doorknob made one tiny sound, not turning, not rattling. Just a soft metallic click, like someone touched it once, only once. My wife started crying without making noise. I kept staring at the bedroom door, even though the sound was downstairs. I kept thinking of the tent zipper, the same small click, the same message. I know where the opening is. The steps moved away after that, back across the porch, down the steps, onto the walkway, then silence. We stayed awake until sunrise. At 6:14, I went downstairs with a baseball bat I had not touched in years. The front door was locked. The deadbolt was still thrown. The porch was empty. There were no footprints in the grass because it had not rained. No marks on the walkway, no damage to the door. Only one thing was different. On the welcome mat, 7 small white stones had been arranged in a circle, each one pressed into the bristles, carefully, evenly, like someone had taken their time. My wife saw them from the stairs and sat down before her legs gave out. I swept the stones into a dustpan. Then I dumped them in the trash. Then I took the trash bag outside and threw it in the bin. Then I dragged the bin to the curb, even though pickup was not for 3 days. It did not help. Of course it did not. 2 weeks later, we moved the camping gear out of the garage and into a storage unit across town. We told ourselves it was because we needed space. We never camped again. Not in the Ozarks. Not anywhere. People ask sometimes why we stopped, and I usually say my wife likes hotels now. That gets a laugh. It makes the story small enough to survive in public. But the truth is simple. I cannot sleep in a tent anymore. I cannot sleep near windows either. Sometimes even now, I wake up without knowing why. The room will be dark. My wife will be asleep beside me. The house will be quiet. And I will reach for my phone. I always check the time before I listen. Because if it says 2:17, I know not to move. I know to wait. I know the footsteps will start somewhere close. And I know they are not looking for a campsite anymore. They know where we live. I should have kept the yellow permit. That is the one thing I still think about. Not the campsite, not the forest, not even the note that ended up under my windshield wiper before sunrise. The permit, a thin yellow paper tag with a metal clip at the top, and a little tear in the lower corner where my pen had dragged too hard through the damp paper. If I had kept it, maybe I would have proof. Or maybe I would still be checking it every night, looking for new words on the back. I was not supposed to stay at that campground for more than one night. That matters. I had not planned some long solo trip into the middle of nowhere. I was driving through western Montana to meet 2 friends at a trailhead the next morning. They were coming from Missoula. I was coming from Idaho. The campground was just a cheap place to sleep before we started early. That was all. One night, one tent, one person. The road in was rough, but not dangerous. Gravel washboard turns potholes full of old rainwater. My truck handled it fine, but I had to slow down more than once when deer stepped into the road and stared at my headlights like they were deciding whether I belonged there. By the time I reached the campground, the sun was low. Not dark yet, just that late afternoon light that makes pine trees look flat and black at the edges. The entrance sign said, "First come, first served." Under that was a smaller sign with the Forest Service logo, half faded from weather. A metal self-pay box stood beside the entrance road, painted green with scratches around the slot where people had shoved envelopes in for years. There was no ranger, no camp host, no office. Just a plastic holder full of yellow permit tags and a laminated instruction sheet zip-tied to the post. Choose a site, fill out permit, clip site copy to post, deposit payment envelope. I had seen that system before. Plenty of campgrounds use it. It is supposed to feel simple, honest, trust-based. At the time it did. I pulled one of the yellow tags from the holder. The paper was slightly damp at the edges, probably from sitting outside through cold nights. There were blanks printed in black ink. Name, license plate, site number, number of nights, occupants. I looked around before filling it out. The campground loop was almost empty. A few sites had old ash in the fire rings. One picnic table had been moved sideways like someone had dragged it and then given up. Most of the numbered posts leaned slightly toward the road. I drove the loop once before choosing. Site 5 was too close to the entrance. Site 9 had a broken table. Site 12 had a low area behind it that looked muddy. Site 14 sat near the end of the loop, tucked back from the road with a small stand of lodgepole pines behind it. It had a flat tent pad, a clean fire ring, and enough space to park my truck where I could see it from the tent. It felt private. That was why I picked it. I drove back to the self-pay box, filled out the tag on my tailgate, and tried to write neatly, even though the paper was soft from moisture. I put my name, my license plate, Site 14, one night, one occupant. That last line felt strange for some reason. Occupants 1. I remember pausing there with the pen tip against the paper. Maybe because I was alone. Maybe because the campground was so quiet. Maybe because writing one made it feel official in a way I had not thought about before. One person in that whole site. One person sleeping there. One person who could be counted. I clipped the site copy to the wooden post at Site 14 and dropped the payment envelope into the box. Then I set up camp. There was nothing unusual at first. I parked the truck nose out because I always do that when I am camping alone. I set the tent about 10 feet from the fire ring. I put the cooler under the picnic table, hung a small lantern from a branch, and laid my boots inside the tent so they would not get damp overnight. I kept my folding knife in the left boot. That is not important yet, but it became important later. The campground stayed quiet while I worked. Not empty exactly. Forests never feel empty, but quiet in a way that made every small sound easy to place. My tent poles clicking, a squirrel moving through dry needles, the soft thud of my cooler lid closing, a crow somewhere beyond the road. Around 6, I started a small fire. I did not need much heat, but I wanted the light. I cooked a can of chili on my little stove and ate it straight from the pot while sitting on the edge of the picnic table. I remember thinking the site was better than I expected. Private, clean, simple, the kind of place I might use again. That thought embarrasses me now. While I was eating, I noticed the permit tag had turned around. It was clipped to the post near the road, maybe 20 feet from where I sat. When I had placed it there, the front faced the loop road, so anyone driving by could see Site 14 was paid for. Now the back faced me. At first I thought the wind had twisted it. There was not much wind, but paper moves easily. The clip was loose. The post was old. Normal explanations were still easy then. I got up with the pot in one hand and walked over to turn it back. That was when I saw the writing. On the back of the tag in pencil, someone had written, "One occupant," all capital letters, small, neat, centered near the top. For a second I just stared at it. Then I looked at the front of the tag to make sure I had not misunderstood something. I had written one under the occupant line myself, but that was on the front. This was on the back. Different handwriting, different tool. Pencil, not pen. I looked down the loop road. No one was there. No vehicle had passed since I arrived. I would have heard it. The gravel road was too loud for anything to come through quietly. I looked toward the trees behind my site. Nothing moved. The reasonable part of my brain offered the first explanation. A ranger. Maybe someone had walked through while I was arranging the tent. Maybe they checked the permit, saw I was alone, and wrote a note for record keeping. Maybe they did it quickly and I had not noticed because I was inside the tent with my back turned. It was not a good explanation, but it was good enough for that moment. I touched the pencil mark with my thumb. The graphite did not smear. The paper around the words was dry. That was what bothered me. The lower half of the tag had started to curl slightly from evening moisture. The front, where I had written my own information, had a faint wet shine along one edge. But the pencil words on the back looked older, dry, settled into the paper, as if they had been there before I clipped the tag to the post. I turned it back around so the front faced the road. Then I stood there longer than I needed to, listening. Nothing, just the fire behind me and the soft hiss of chili cooling in the pot. I almost unclipped the tags and threw it away. I did not. That would have felt dramatic. And at that point, all I had was a weird note that repeated information I had already written on the front. So I went back to the picnic table. I finished eating. I rinsed the pot with a little water from my jug. I told myself I would sleep early and leave at dawn. Still, I kept looking at the post. Every few minutes, the yellow tag moved slightly in the cold air. Just paper shifting on a metal clip. That was all. At least that was what I told myself until dark came fully down. because when I stood up to put the food away, the tag had turned again, backside facing me, same as before. Only this time I knew there had been no wind strong enough to do it. I crossed the site slowly. The fire was behind me now, throwing my shadow across the road. The rest of the campground was dark, except for the faint shape of numbered posts and trees. The tag hung still, perfectly still. I reached for it, then stopped. The words were still there. One occupant, but now there was a small line beneath them. Not a word, just a short pencil mark, fresh enough that a few grains of graphite sat on the damp paper, like someone had started writing something else, then stopped when I stood up. I turned around fast. The campsite was empty. My truck was where I left it. My tent was zipped. The cooler was closed. The road was dark in both directions. I listened so hard my ears started inventing sound. A branch creaked somewhere behind the trees, far away or close. I could not tell. I turned the permit tag front facing again, but my fingers felt clumsy on the clip. Then I walked back to the fire and sat down with my flashlight in my lap. I did not eat anything else. I did not read the paperback I had brought. I just watched the yellow tag from across the site until the fire burned low and the cold forced me into the tent. Before I zipped myself in, I checked the road one more time. No headlights, no footsteps, no voices, just Site 14, one tent, one truck, one occupant, and a yellow permit tag on a wooden post turned neatly toward the road like nothing had touched it at all. I did not sleep right away. That was not unusual for me when I camped alone. The first night in a tent always makes your body stay half alert. Every sound gets sorted into categories: wind, animal, branch, your own gear settling, something else. That night everything sounded like something else. I lay inside the tent with my boots near my feet, the folding knife now tucked into the left one without thinking. The lantern was off. My flashlight was next to my pillow. My truck keys were in the pocket of my jacket, which I used as a second pillow because the air was colder than I expected. Outside, the fire clicked and settled. A log broke down into itself with a soft collapse. Then the campground went quiet again. I kept picturing the yellow tag on the post, one occupant. The words were not threatening by themselves. That was what made them hard to react to. If someone had written "get out" or "I see you" or anything obvious, I think I would have left right then. But one occupant was just information I had already provided, information that could be explained away. I told myself that until I was almost calm. Then sometime later I heard paper move, not loud, not even enough to be sure at first. A faint dry flutter outside the tent. The permit tag. I knew where it was without seeing it. 20 feet away, clipped to the wooden imposta near the road, too far to touch from the tent. Close enough to hear if the campground was dead quiet. The sound came again, a soft scrape, paper against wood. I opened my eyes. My first thought was wind. My second thought was that I had already used that explanation once. I reached for the flashlight, but I did not turn it on. There is a strange moment in fear, where not knowing still feels safer than confirming. I lay there with my fingers around the flashlight body, listening. The tag moved once more, then stopped. No footsteps followed, no voice, no branch crack, just stillness. I waited until my arm hurt from holding the flashlight too tightly. Eventually, I must have drifted off. When I woke up again, the inside of the tent was pale gray. Morning. For a second, I felt ridiculous. Nothing had happened. Not really. A weird pencil note, a paper tag turning in the wind, a bad night of sleep because I was alone in the woods. That was all. I sat up, pulled on my boots, and unzipped the tent. Cold air came in hard. The campground looked normal. The fire ring was black and dead. My truck had a thin layer of dew across the hood. The road was empty in both directions. Somewhere behind the trees, a bird made one clean note and stopped. The yellow permit tag faced the road, front side out, exactly how I had left it. That should have made me feel better. It did not. I walked over and looked at the front first. My information was still there. Name, plate, Site 14, one night, one occupant. Then I flipped it over. The pencil words from the night before were still there. One occupant, The small unfinished mark sat underneath it. But now there was another line. Blue truck. I read it 3 times before I understood why it bothered me so much. I had not written blue anywhere on the permit. The form did not ask for vehicle color, only plate number. Anyone could see my truck was blue if they stood in the sight, of course. That was not impossible. It was parked beside the tent. But that was the point. Someone had stood close enough to look at it, close enough to write it down, close enough to return the tag to face the road before I woke up. I turned around and scanned the campground. Empty. Nothing looked different. No smoke from another fire, no cooler on another picnic table, no tent wall moving in the morning air, no camper stepping out to wave and say sorry about the weird joke. The silence felt rehearsed. I unclipped the tag from the post and held it in my hand. For a few seconds I considered keeping it with me, putting it in the truck, throwing it into the fire ring, tearing it in half. Then I imagined a ranger driving through, seeing no permit on the post and deciding I had not paid. That small practical thought stopped me. It sounds absurd now, but fear does not erase routine. Sometimes it hides behind it. So I clipped the tag back on the post, front side out. Then I made coffee. I did not want coffee. I wanted a reason to move around like a normal person. The little stove hissed on the picnic table. Steam rose from the metal cup. I stood there with both hands around it, watching the road. Nothing came. After a while, I decided to walk the loop, not deep into the woods, not off trail, just the campground road. If there was a camp host or another camper, I wanted to know. If there were other permit tags, I wanted to see whether mine was the only one with writing on the back. That felt reasonable. I took the flashlight even though it was daylight. I also put the folding knife in my jacket pocket instead of leaving it in the boot. The loop was smaller than it had felt the evening before. Site 1 sat near the entrance, open and flat. Site 2 had a picnic table, with one leg propped on a rock. Site 3 had a fire ring filled with old ash and a melted piece of green plastic. None of them had active permit tags. At Site 7 I stopped because the table had names carved into it. Mike and Dana, 2019. A crude heart. A phone number that had been scratched over until it was unreadable. Normal campground damage. Normal people leaving marks to prove they had been somewhere. Then I looked at the post. No current permit. But there was a small strip of yellow paper caught under the clip. A torn corner from an old tag. Nothing written on it. I kept walking. Site 9 was where the road curved back toward the deeper part of the loop. It had the broken picnic table I had noticed the night before. One bench sagged toward the ground, and the fire ring had been dragged slightly off center, leaving a black circle where it used to sit. A yellow permit tag was still clipped to the post. Old, sun-faded. The front was blank from rain and time. Whatever had once been written there had washed into pale gray streaks. I almost walked past it. Then I saw pencil on the back. The tag was already facing inward toward the campsite. The words were faint but readable. Left before dark. I stood there for a long time. Again, the words were not dramatic. They did not threaten. They did not explain. They only stated something. Someone had left before dark. I looked at the empty site. The broken table. The off-center fire ring. The strip of road beyond it. I tried to imagine the person who had stayed there. Maybe a family, maybe a couple, maybe another solo camper like me who had seen something odd, told himself not to overreact, then packed up before the sun went down. Or maybe it was nothing. Maybe kids had written it. Maybe someone had used the old tag for a game. Maybe every campground in America has weird little messages if you look too closely. I took one photo with my phone. There was no service, but the camera worked. The picture looked stupid on the screen. A yellow tag, a few pencil words, a broken table, nothing that could explain why my hands were cold. I walked faster after that. Site 11 had a bear box beside the picnic table. The lid was shut, but the dust on top had been wiped in one clean streak from left to right. Not opened, not scratched, wiped, like someone had rested a hand there and dragged it across. The campsite itself was empty. No tent, no cooler, no truck. Just the closed bear box and that single clean mark through the dust. I did not touch it. At Site 12, the ground behind the tent pad was muddy, just like I had noticed before. There were shallow marks in it, but they were too soft to read as footprints. More like someone had stood there long enough to disturb the surface, then scraped it smooth with the side of a boot. I looked back towards Site 14 from there. I could not see my tent clearly through the trees, but I could see the yellow square of the permit tag on my post, bright enough to catch the eye. Bright enough that anyone moving through the loop would know exactly which site was occupied. At the far end of the loop beyond Site 14, the campground road ended in a small turnaround with a locked metal gate. Past the gate, a narrower service road disappeared between the trees. There were no vehicles, no fresh engine sounds, no voices, just my own campsite behind me and that small yellow tag waiting on its post. I did not climb the gate. I did not want to know where that road went. When I returned to Site 14, the permit tag was facing backward again. I stopped in the road. My coffee cup was still on the picnic table where I had left it. The stove was packed away. The tent was zipped. The truck was closed. Everything looked untouched, except the tag, backside facing me. I stood there, trying to decide whether to walk toward it. That was when I noticed something on the picnic table. A small flat stone had been placed on the folded campground map I had left beside my cup. The stone was not from my site. Mine was gravel and pine needles. This was smooth river stone, dark gray, still damp on the bottom. It held the map open to the loop diagram. Site 14 had been circled once in pencil. Not heavily, just once. Clean, careful. I had not circled it. I had not even opened the map to that side after setting up. For a moment, the tag and the map seemed to point at each other. The post said I was there, the map said where, and someone had arranged both while I was walking the loop. I walked to the permit post. The words were still there. One occupant, blue truck. The blue truck line had been underlined, not heavily, just once, a clean pencil line, as if whoever wrote it wanted to make sure I understood that the note was not copied from the permit. It came from watching. Below it, a third line had been started. Only 2 letters, L-E, then nothing. I stared at them, L-E. Leave, left, less. I do not know. I looked around the campsite. Nothing. That was the problem. No person stepping from behind a tree. No old man in a ranger hat. No camper at another fire ring. No clear enemy. Just a campground that kept offering proof of someone without ever offering the person. I unclipped the tag. This time I did not care about a ranger. I held the yellow paper in both hands and thought about tearing it down the middle. Then the bear box at Site 11 made a sound. Far down the loop, a dull metal tap. One time, then nothing. I looked toward it. Site 11 was partly hidden by trees from where I stood. I could see the edge of the table, the post, a strip of the bear box lid. No person, no movement. The sound came again. Tap, metal on metal, not loud, not random, a small sound made in an empty site. I clipped the permit tag back onto the post because I suddenly did not want it in my hand. Front side out, then I went to my truck and sat in the driver's seat with the door closed. I almost started the engine. I almost left right then, but it was still morning, and leaving in full daylight because of pencil notes felt insane in a way I could not explain to anyone. I had friends expecting me the next day. I had paid for the site. I had one night to get through. And if I left now, I would spend the rest of my life wondering whether I had run from a prank arranger or my own imagination. That was the excuse I used. The real reason was simpler. I still thought knowing what was happening would make it less frightening. That was my mistake. By noon, the campground was warm enough that the paper tag had dried flat against the post. I checked it twice. No new words, no movement, no sound from the bear box. By late afternoon, the campground had started to feel normal again in that dangerous way empty places can. The sun came through the trees. A squirrel ran along the top of the picnic table and froze when it saw me. A fly landed on the rim of my coffee cup. Small life returned. I let myself relax. Not fully, but enough. Then, while I was gathering kindling for the evening fire, I heard the permit clip. One small tap against the post. I turned. The yellow tag was facing backward again. I did not go to it right away. I stood there with 3 pieces of kindling in my hand and stared. The campground around me stayed still. The tag hung motionless, waiting. When I finally walked over, there was a new line beneath blue truck. Only one word: staying. Not a question, not advice. A statement, as if the decision had already been made for me. I kept staring at the word until it stopped looking like a word. Staying. 6 letters. No threat. No warning. Just a decision written in pencil on the back of my permit tag. I wanted to tear it off the post right then. I wanted to throw it into the fire before I even had a fire. But the longer I stood there, the more aware I became of how open the campsite was. The road behind me, the trees behind the tent, the bear box down at Site 11, the locked gate at the end of the loop, every place where someone could be standing just outside the part I was looking at. So I did the worst possible thing. I acted normal. I clipped the tag front-facing again. I set the kindling beside the fire ring. I walked back to the picnic table and folded the campground map as if the circle around Site 14 had not happened. My hands were moving slowly, too slowly, like I was performing calm for someone. That was when I understood something small and ugly about being watched. It changes how you move. Even if you cannot see the person watching, your body starts behaving for them. You stop scratching your face. You stop turning too quickly. You stop doing anything that might look scared. I hated that. I hated that whoever was doing this had already changed the way I existed in the campsite. For the next hour, I tried to make practical decisions. I checked the truck. It started fine. That should have ended everything. I should have left. But the sun was still up. I had one night left before meeting my friends. And the more ordinary the engine sounded, the more ridiculous I felt for being ready to abandon the site over pencil marks. I told myself I would pack most of my gear before dark. I told myself I would sleep in the truck if I had to. I told myself I would keep the knife on me. That last thought made me reach into my jacket pocket. The knife was still there, closed, cold, real. I opened it once just to hear the click, then closed it again. That tiny sound made me feel better for about 5 seconds. After that, the campground swallowed it. I spent the late afternoon doing everything in a way that looked normal from a distance. I gathered wood. I filtered water from the pump, even though the water notice said it might be shut off. I moved my cooler deeper under the table. I tightened the tent stakes. I also checked the permit tag at least 10 times. Each time it faced the road. Each time no new words. By sunset, I had almost convinced myself that the last note was the end of it. Someone had scared me. Someone had gotten bored. Someone had left. Then I heard the tag move again. I was sitting by the fire ring with my stove on, low heating a second can of chili I did not want. The fire had not caught properly yet. Just smoke and a weak orange glow under the wood. The sound was small. Paper. Clip. Wood. I did not move at first. The sound came again. A dry scrape followed by one tiny metallic tap. I looked over. The yellow permit was turned backward. Of course it was. The fire smoke shifted toward me, burning my eyes. I wiped them with my sleeve and stood up. I walked to the post without the flashlight because there was still enough light to see. The word staying was still there. Under it, a new line had been written. He keeps the knife in the left boot. I stopped breathing. That was not an exaggeration. For a few seconds, my body just forgot how. I read the line again. He keeps the knife in the left boot. The handwriting was the same, small, neat, all capitals. But the sentence was different from the others. One occupant, blue truck, staying. Those could be seen from outside. This could not. The knife had been in my left boot, only inside the tent. I had put it there while unpacking. I had not held it up. I had not mentioned it out loud. I had not even thought about it much until that morning when I moved it to my jacket pocket, which meant whoever wrote that sentence had either seen inside my tent earlier or had been close enough to know exactly where I kept things while I slept. The thought made me turn toward the tent. The door was zipped. The guy lines were tight. Nothing looked touched. That was becoming the worst phrase in my head. Nothing looked touched. Because things were being touched, just not in ways that gave me proof fast enough. I walked to the tent and unzipped it. The inside was dim and cold. My sleeping bag was spread out on the left side. My backpack sat near the back wall. My boots were by the door, exactly where I had put them after walking the loop. The left boot was empty now, because the knife was in my pocket. I reached inside anyway and lifted it. Nothing. No note. No stone. No folded paper. I checked the right boot too. Nothing. I checked under the sleeping bag. Nothing. For a moment, relief moved through me. Then I noticed the zipper. The inside zipper pull was lying flat against the tent floor. It should have been hanging. That sounds like nothing. I know that. But when you use the same tent enough, you know the small positions things fall into. The inner pull always hung slightly to the side because the fabric seam was stiff there. Now it lay perfectly flat, pointing inward, like someone had placed it down carefully after opening and closing the tent from inside. I backed out, slowly. I did not want to turn my back to the tent. That felt insane because the tent was mine. My gear was inside, my sleeping bag, my backpack, my spare socks. But in that moment, it did not feel like my tent. It felt like a place someone had already entered and left for me to find normal. I took the knife from my pocket and opened it. Then I stood between the tent and the permit post listening. No footsteps, no voices, no movement behind the trees. The campground had gone unnaturally still again, the kind of stillness that arrives before dark finishes settling. I told myself to leave, finally, clearly, not in the morning, not after dinner, now. But the moment I made that decision, something on the picnic table moved, a soft slide. I turned so fast my shoulder pulled. The campground map was open again. The smooth gray stone was back on top of it. I know I had folded the map. I know I had thrown the stone into the brush behind the table after finding the circled Site 14. Now both were on the table. The map was open to the loop diagram. The stone held down the corner. Site 14 was still circled, but there was a new pencil mark now. A short line drawn from the site into the trees behind my tent. Not to the road, not to the bathroom, not to another campsite. I walked faster after that. I stared at it until the fire behind me popped. The sound made me flinch. When I looked back at the permit, it was still facing me. The knife line was still there. He keeps the knife in the left boot. I almost laughed. It came up my throat wrong. Not because anything was funny, because my brain was trying to break pressure in the only way it could. The line was already outdated. I had moved the knife. It was in my hand. That should have made the message less frightening. Instead, it made it worse, because the note did not say where the knife was. It said where I kept it. Past tense and present habit mixed together in a way that felt too intimate, like someone had watched long enough to learn me. I went to the truck and opened the driver's door. The dome light came on. That small warm light felt almost holy. I put the knife on the passenger seat and started gathering the things I could not leave behind. Wallet, phone, jacket, keys, backpack. I decided I would abandon the tent if I had to. Tent was replaceable. Sleeping bag was replaceable. Cooler was replaceable. My life was not. That thought should have made the decision simple. It did not. Because when I reached into the tent for my backpack, I saw the yellow permit tag lying on my sleeping bag. I froze, then looked back at the post. The tag was still there. A yellow square clipped to the wooden post near the road, backside facing me. I looked into the tent again. The tag on my sleeping bag was also yellow. Same shape, same metal clip, same small tear in the lower corner. For a second, my mind refused to hold both facts at once. The permit was on the post. The permit was in the tent. That could not be true. So I walked to the post. The tag was there. I unclipped it with 2 fingers. The front had my handwriting. Name, plate, Site 14, 1 night, 1 occupant. The back had the notes, 1 occupant, blue truck, staying. He keeps the knife in the left boot. I carried it to the tent. The tag on my sleeping bag had the same front. My name, my plate, Site 14, 1 night, 1 occupant. But the handwriting was not mine. It was close, too close. The letters leaned the same way. The plate number was correct. Even the little drag mark through the final letter of my last name had been copied. But it was not my writing. I knew because the pressure was wrong. I picked it up. On the back there was only one line. He checked the post first. I dropped it. The paper landed on the sleeping bag without a sound. That sentence changed everything. It was not just someone knowing facts. It was someone knowing sequence, knowing what I would check, knowing what I would do first, knowing where my attention would go. A person watching from the trees could know some of that. Maybe a person hidden somewhere nearby could see me walk to the post, then to the tent. Maybe. But the duplicate tag had been inside the tent before I found it. I did not know when it was placed there. I did not know how long it had been waiting. And I did not know whether whoever put it there had still been inside the campsite while I stood outside reading the first one. That was when I stopped caring about proof. I grabbed my backpack. I grabbed my jacket. I grabbed the knife. I left the duplicate permit on the sleeping bag. I did not touch the tent poles. I did not pack the stove. I did not close the cooler. I got into the truck and locked the doors. The engine started immediately. For 1 second, that surprised me so much, I just sat there with my hands on the wheel. Then I put the truck in reverse. The headlights swept across the site. Fire ring, picnic table, tent, permit post. The tag on the post was gone. I had left it on the passenger seat. No, I looked down. The original tag was not on the passenger seat, only the knife, only my phone, only my jacket. I checked my lap, the floor, the cup holder, nothing. The yellow permit tag I had carried from the post had vanished from the cab. Outside, the wooden post stood empty. For a moment, I thought I saw the yellow tag hanging from the tent zipper instead. But when my headlights steadied, it was only the zipper pull. I backed out anyway, fast enough that the rear tires kicked gravel. I almost hit the picnic table. Then I stopped. Not because I wanted to, because something was standing behind the truck. The backup camera had come on automatically. The screen on the dash showed the grainy black and white view behind me. Road, trees, part of the fire ring, and a person-shaped darkness at the edge of the frame. Not clear, not detailed, too close to the camera. I hit the brake. My breath stopped. The shape did not move. I turned around to look through the rear window. Nothing was there. The road behind me was empty. I looked back at the camera. The shape was still on the screen, standing just behind the truck, watching from a place where the mirror and my own eyes could not find it. Then the camera flickered once. The shape was gone. I did not wait for it to come back. I drove out of Site 14 with the door locks down and the windows up. The loop road looked longer in the headlights than it had in daylight. The numbered posts passed one by one. Site 12, Site 11. When I passed the bear box, its lid was open, not wide, just enough to show a black gap. Something yellow was clipped to the edge of it. A permit tag. I did not stop. At Site 9, the old tag that said left before dark was facing the road now, though I had seen it facing inward earlier. At Site 7, the torn strip of yellow paper was gone from the clip. Every permit post seemed to turn toward the truck as I passed. I know paper cannot watch. I know that. But those yellow squares caught the headlights one after another, bright and flat and waiting. By the time I reached the self-pay box near the entrance, my hands hurt from gripping the steering wheel. I slowed only because the road narrowed there. That was when I saw the plastic holder full of blank permit tags. The top tag had been pulled halfway out. It fluttered once in the air from my passing truck. On the visible backside, written in pencil, were 2 words, "Not yet." I drove past it. I did not stop until I reached the paved road. Even then I kept going. No music, no phone, no thoughts I could hold on to. Just headlights, road, trees, and the feeling that I had not escaped from Site 14. I had only left before the permit was finished. I should have kept driving. That is the part I still get angry about. Not because stopping changed everything. I think whatever was happening had already gone too far by then. But stopping gave it more room to arrange things. More time to make me look. I reached the paved road and turned right without thinking. The truck felt too loud after the campground. The tires hummed over asphalt. The heater blew dry air against my face. The dashboard clock glowed 9:48. Normal things, numbers, lights, engine noise. I drove for maybe 5 minutes before I realized I had left almost everything behind. The tent, the stove, the cooler, my sleeping bag, most of my clothes. For a little while that did not matter. Then the practical part of my brain came back like an annoying voice in another room. My wallet was with me, my phone was with me, my keys were with me, I had my jacket and knife. That was enough. But my friends were expecting me at the trailhead in the morning. If I showed up with no gear and told them I abandoned my campsite because pencil notes appeared on a permit tag, I knew how it would sound. Even worse, if I called the Forest Service later, what would I say? Someone moved my permit. Someone copied my handwriting. Someone knew where my knife was. The words felt useless outside the campground. They shrank the second I imagined saying them to another adult. So I slowed down. Not enough to turn around. Just enough that the truck drifted toward the shoulder. The forest on both sides of the road was black dense and perfectly still. I looked in the rearview mirror. No headlights. No movement. Only darkness behind me. Then my phone buzzed once in the cup holder. I nearly swerved. There was no service at the campground. I had checked it all evening, but out here, closer to the highway, one weak bar had appeared. A text came through from my friend Evan. Still on for tomorrow. That was it. 5 normal words. They made me feel stupid enough to stop the truck. I pulled onto the shoulder and sat there with the engine running. My thumb hovered over the keyboard. I could have written. Something weird happened. I left the campground. I could have written, meet you in town instead, but I did not. Because even then, some part of me wanted to make the night smaller. I typed. Had to change campsites. Long story. Then I deleted it. Before I could decide, another message appeared. Not from Evan. Unknown number. No name. No area code I recognized. Just one line. You left the tag. I stared at it. The heater kept blowing. The truck idled. The road ahead was empty. My first thought was that one of my friends was messing with me. Somehow. Some impossible way. But they did not know where I was camping. I had only told them I would find a Forest Service site near the trailhead. I had not told them Site 14. I had not told anyone Site 14. The phone buzzed again. Same unknown number. You always check the post first. I threw the phone onto the passenger seat like it had burned me. For a moment, I honestly considered leaving it there and driving until the battery died. Then I picked it up again because people do that. We reach for the thing that scares us because we need to know whether it will speak again. No more messages came. I checked the signal. 1 bar, then none, then one again. I tried calling the number. The call failed immediately. I sat there for a long time with the hazard lights blinking against the trees. That was when I realized something. The unknown number had not told me to come back. It did not say return. It did not say we have your things. It only said I left the tag, as if the tag mattered more than the tent, more than the cooler, more than me. I looked at the passenger seat. The yellow permit was not there. I had carried it from the post. I remembered unclipping it. I remembered holding it. I remembered the paper bending slightly between my fingers. But after I saw the duplicate inside the tent, everything blurred. Maybe I dropped it. Maybe I left it on the sleeping bag. Maybe I had never carried it into the truck at all. That uncertainty bothered me so much that it became sharper than my fear. I should not have gone back. I know that. But I told myself I was not going all the way back to the site. Only to the self-pay box. Only to the entrance. Only to see if the blank tag with "not yet" was really there. Only to prove I had not imagined it. Every terrible decision starts with only. I turned the truck around. The drive back felt shorter. I hated that too. The gravel entrance appeared before I was ready for it. The Forest Service sign caught my headlights flat and pale. The self-pay box stood beside the road exactly where it had been, green metal scratched slot plastic holder full of yellow tags. I stopped with the truck still angled toward the exit. Engine running, headlights on, door locked. For a full minute I did nothing. Then I leaned forward and looked through the windshield at the permit holder. The top yellow tag was no longer pulled halfway out. It was tucked neatly inside with the others. I laughed once. Not because I was relieved, because the campground had already taught me that neatness was worse than disorder. I put the truck in park and opened the door. Cold air rushed in. The engine sounded too loud in the empty entrance area. I left the headlights on and walked only as far as the self-pay post. I did not look toward the loop. Not yet. The plastic holder had maybe 20 blank permit tags in it. The top one was blank on the front. I pulled it halfway out with 2 fingers and turned it over. Nothing. No, not yet. No writing, just blank yellow paper. I should have felt better. Instead, I noticed the payment slot. A corner of paper stuck out from inside the metal box. Not an envelope, not cash, yellow. I stared at it, already knowing I would pull it out. The self-pay box had a small maintenance door on the side, but it was locked. The payment slot was narrow, just wide enough for envelopes. Whatever was inside had been pushed back toward the opening. I pinched the yellow corner and pulled. A permit tag slid out. Old, damp, folded once. The metal clip was gone. The front had almost washed blank, but the site number was still visible. Site 6. On the back in pencil were 4 words. She saw the hand. I dropped it. The tag landed at my feet. The road behind me stayed empty. The campground loop ahead stayed dark. I did not want to pick it up. I did. The paper was soft from moisture. The words were old, older than mine. The pencil had settled into the fibers and blurred slightly around the edges. She saw the hand. I thought of the tags I had seen earlier. Site 9, left before dark. The bear box at Site 11. The mud behind Site 12. The post at Site 14. It was not just my tag. That should have been obvious already, but holding the old Site 6 permit made it different. It made the whole campground feel cataloged, not haunted, not cursed. Cataloged, like someone had been keeping notes on whoever slept there. What they saw, when they left, where they kept things, who was awake. I folded the Site 6 tag and put it on top of the self-pay box. Then I looked toward the loop. I wish I had not. Every campsite post I could see had a yellow tag clipped to it now. Site 1, Site 2, Site 3, all the way into the dark curve of the loop. They had not been there earlier. Most sites had been empty. Most posts had bare clips or torn scraps. Now the tags hung fresh and bright in the headlights, each one facing the road. I stepped backward. My heel hit the edge of the pavement. The truck door was still open behind me. The interior light glowed like a small room I could escape into. Then one of the yellow tags turned around. Not all of them, only the tag at Site 1. It twisted slowly on its clip until the back faced me. There was writing on it, too far to read. Then Site 2 turned, then Site 3. One by one down the loop the tags rotated. No wind moved through the trees. No branches shook. No paper fluttered randomly. Each tag turned with a small metallic tap of its clip. Tap, 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 like someone walking deeper into the campground and touching each one as they passed. I backed into the truck door and nearly fell into the driver's seat. But I did not shut the door. I kept staring. The last tag I could see was Site 9. It turned slower than the others, then stopped, back facing me. The headlights reached it just enough. I could read the old pencil words. Left before dark. A new line had been added under it. He came back. My skin went cold all the way down my arms. I slammed the truck door and locked it. The sound echoed through the entrance. Too loud. Too late. The engine was still running. I put the truck in reverse, then stopped, because something yellow was tucked under my windshield wiper. It had not been there when I parked. I know it had not. I would have seen it. The paper was pressed flat beneath the blade on the driver's side. A yellow permit tag. My mouth went dry. I did not get out. I rolled the window down 2 inches. That was all I allowed. The cold came in. I stretched my arm through the app and pinched the corner of the tag. For 1 second, it would not move. The wiper held it too tightly. Then it slipped free. I rolled the window up so fast the paper bent against the glass. It was not mine. The front said Site 12. No name, no plate. Only the site number written in a shaky hand. On the back it said, 2 inside, 1 awake. I threw it onto the passenger floor. Then I drove. Not carefully this time. The truck fishtailed a little when I hit the gravel too hard. The headlights swung across the entrance sign, the self-pay box, the first row of tags. For half a second I saw them all in the light, all facing backward now, all written on. Then I was on the paved road again, accelerating too fast for the curve. I did not slow down until the campground entrance disappeared from the mirror. Even then I kept expecting to see yellow paper under the wiper again. I drove for 10 minutes, then 15. No messages came through. The phone stayed dark. When I finally reached a gas station near the highway, I pulled in under the brightest light I could find. It was one of those lonely stations with 2 pumps, a small store, and a coffee machine that looked older than the building. A man in a work jacket was filling a thermos near the entrance. A woman behind the counter watched a small television mounted in the corner. Normal people, normal light. I sat in the truck for a minute, breathing too fast. Then I looked down at the passenger floor. The Site 12 tag was gone. I checked under the seat, between the console and the door, under my jacket. Nothing. I had thrown it there. I knew I had, but it was gone. Only then did I notice the smell. Damp paper, wet ash, a campground smell. It was coming from my jacket pocket. I reached in slowly. My fingers touched paper. Not soft and old like the Site 6 tag. Not blank like the permits in the holder. This one was dry, thin, fresh. I pulled it out. My yellow permit. The one from Site 14. The tear in the lower corner was there. The drag mark through the last letter of my name was there. The front was exactly as I had filled it out. Name, plate, Site 14. One night, one occupant. I did not turn it over inside the truck. I could not. I got out and stood under the gas station light with the permit in my hand. The man with the thermos glanced at me, then looked away. The woman inside the store kept watching her television. The highway hummed behind the trees. I flipped the tag over. All the notes were gone. No one occupant. No blue truck. No staying. No knife. No, he checked the post first. The back was blank. For a second that was worse than the writing, because blank meant it was waiting. I folded the permit once, then again. Then I shoved it into the trash can beside the pump and pushed it deep under coffee cups and food wrappers. I went inside the store. I bought coffee I did not drink. I asked the woman behind the counter if there was another campground nearby. She said there were a few Forest Service sites around, depending which road you took. Then she looked at me a little longer and asked if I had come from the one off Miller Creek Road. I said yes before I thought to lie. Her face changed. Not much. Just enough. She said people did not usually stay there this late in the season. I asked why. She shrugged and said the road got bad. Then she turned back to the television. That was all she would give me. I should have left the store right then. But I asked one more question. I asked if she had ever heard of Site 14. The woman did not turn around this time. She only said, "They changed the numbers years ago." Then the bell over the door rang behind me. I turned. No one came in. The door was closed. But outside through the window, I could see my truck under the pump light. And something yellow was tucked under the windshield wiper again. Same place, same angle, waiting. I did not go back outside right away. I stood inside that gas station with a coffee cup in my hand and watched the yellow paper under my windshield wiper through the front window. The woman behind the counter had already turned back to the little television. Some late-night weather report played without sound. Blue radar maps moved across the screen. The man with the thermos was gone. For a few seconds I hated both of them. Not really, not in any fair way. I hated that they could stand under those lights and not know. I hated that they were inside the same building as me, breathing the same stale coffee air, and the thing outside still felt like it was only meant for me. The bell over the door had rung. No one had entered. The door had not opened, and now another yellow permit tag was tucked under my windshield wiper. The woman behind the counter glanced at me once. "You okay?" I looked at her. I almost said no. I almost said I needed help. I almost said someone from the campground had followed me, but the words gathered wrong in my throat. Because someone had followed me sounded like something police could understand. This was not that simple anymore. So I said I was fine. She did not believe me, but she did not push. I walked to the door and stopped with one hand on the metal handle. Outside, the pump lights buzzed over the concrete. My truck sat under pump 2, empty and ordinary. No one stood near it. No one hid behind it. The road beyond the station was dark and open. The yellow tag stayed pinned beneath the wiper. Flat, still, patient. I opened the door. The bell rang again. This time I felt the cold air hit my purse. That made me feel better. A real door, a real sound, a real temperature. I crossed the lot quickly, looking left and right like an idiot. There was nowhere for anyone to hide except behind the ice machine or around the far side of the building, and both places were washed in light. No one. I stopped beside the driver's door. The permit tag was not mine. I could tell before touching it. The paper was older, wetter. The lower edge had gone soft, and the top corner was torn where the clip must have been ripped away. The front faced up this time, not the back. The site number was almost unreadable, but I could make out a 1 and a 4. Site 14. My stomach dropped. I did not remove it immediately. I looked through the windshield first. Driver's seat, passenger seat, floor, back seat. Nothing visible. No yellow paper inside. No person. No shadow that did not belong. Then I pulled the tag from under the wiper. It left a small wet rectangle on the glass. The front had no name, no license plate, no number of nights, only the site number, 14, written in a hand that was not mine. On the back were 3 words, "Not your first." I read it once. Then again, the words did not make sense. Not your first what? First permit, first night, first time being watched. I looked toward the store. The woman behind the counter was not watching me anymore. She was cleaning something near the coffee machine. Her reflection moved in the glass. I folded the tag and put it on the hood of the truck. I did not want it inside with me. Then my phone buzzed again. Unknown number. I almost threw it across the lot. The message was short. Ask about the old box. I looked back at the store. The woman was still behind the counter. I could have left. I should have. Instead, I took the old tag from the hood, shoved it under the wiper again because I did not want to touch it anymore, and went back inside. The bell rang. The woman looked up. This time, her face had no customer service smile. She knew I was coming back with a question. I asked what the old box was. She stared at me, not confused. Careful. What box? I told her I did not know. I said someone had mentioned an old box. That was when she put the rag down. The store seemed louder after that. The refrigerators hummed against the wall. The coffee machine clicked. The television flashed silent weather warnings in the corner. She asked if I had been drinking. I said no. She asked if I was alone. I said yes. Then she sighed like someone deciding whether a story was worth the trouble. She said the campground used to have a different self-pay box. Years ago, before the new green one. A smaller metal box mounted on the opposite side of the entrance road. It kept getting jammed. People complained that envelopes disappeared. Sometimes permits vanished from the posts overnight, and rangers thought campers were trying to avoid paying. So they replaced it. She said that like it explained something. It did not. I asked where the old box was now. She said probably still there. Then she added that it was not something people used anymore. I asked why they changed the site numbers. The question came out too fast. Her face closed slightly. Who told you that? I said she did. She said she only meant the layout changed. A few sites closed, some got renumbered, that was all. But she did not look at me while saying it. She looked at the window, at my truck, at the yellow tag under the wiper. I asked if Site 14 was one of the sites they changed. She did not answer. Instead, she told me I should not go back there tonight. That was the first useful thing anyone had said all night. I asked why. She looked down at the counter and said, "People got turned around up there." That was the phrase she chose. Turned around. Not lost. Not hurt. Turned around. I asked if anyone had gone missing. She picked up the rag again. I asked if anyone had reported notes on the permits. Her hand stopped moving, only for a second, but I saw it. Then she said the register was closing soon. There were no other customers in the store. The clock on the wall said 10:36. I understood that she was done. I went back to the truck with one thought in my head. The old box. I hated that I was thinking about it. I hated that the message had worked, but it had, because now the campground was not only following me, it had history, structure, a before and after, a piece of itself that had been replaced but maybe not removed. I pulled the old Site 14 tag from under the wiper and threw it into the trash beside the pump. Then I got in the truck. I sat with both hands on the steering wheel. The sensible decision was obvious. Drive to town, find a motel, call my friends, sleep in a locked room. I even started the truck. Then my phone buzzed again. Unknown number. The old box that has your copy. I closed my eyes. Your copy, not a copy. Your copy. That was the word that did it. Because I had already seen one duplicate permit in the tent, I had seen another old Site 14 tag under the wiper. I had seen tags from other sites carrying notes about people I would never meet. But this message suggested there was another one, a correct one, a version of my permit somewhere I had not checked. I did not drive back to Site 14. That is important. I did not go back to the campsite. I told myself I would only go to the entrance again, only to the old box if it existed, only for 30 seconds. Only. The road back looked worse the second time. Every tree beside the pavement seemed close enough to touch the truck. When the gravel entrance appeared, I slowed but did not turn in right away. I drove past it once, then stopped, reversed, turned in. The new self-pay box stood on the right where I had already stopped before. My headlights lit it up. Green metal, plastic permit holder, empty entrance sign. I did not see the old box at first. Then I noticed a darker shape across the road, half hidden behind brush. A rusted metal post. A smaller box, gray not green. Its front was dented inward, and the little payment slot had been taped over years ago with duct tape that had gone brittle and silver. The old box. I parked facing it with the headlights on. This time I left the truck running and the door open. I stepped out with the knife in one hand and my phone in the other, though I had no signal again. The old box was colder than everything around it. I know that sounds dramatic, but when I touched the metal, it felt like freezer burn. The maintenance door on the front had a small latch, but no lock. It opened with a gritty scrape that made me look over my shoulder. The campground loop behind me was dark. No yellow tags visible from this angle. No taps. No paper turning. Inside the box were old leaves, dirt, 2 dead moths, and a stack of folded permit tags bound with a rotten rubber band. I did not want to touch them. I did. The rubber band broke apart as soon as I lifted the stack. The tags were damp at the edges, yellow paper gone brown in places. Some were blank. Some had site numbers. Some had names blurred beyond reading. I spread them on the hood of the truck because I needed the headlights. Site 3, Site 8, Site 12, Site 6. Some had notes on the back. Most were too faded to read. Then I found mine. Not old, not damp, fresh. A yellow permit tag filled out completely. My name, my license plate. Site 14, one night, one occupant. The handwriting was close to mine again, but not perfect. More confident than the duplicate in the tent, less careful, like someone had practiced. At the bottom was an extra line that did not exist on the official form. Arrival time, 4:42 p.m. I stared at that time. I remembered checking the truck clock when I pulled into the campground. 5:18 p.m. I remembered it because I had been annoyed with myself for arriving later than planned. I had arrived at 5:18. This permit said I arrived at 4:42. 36 minutes before I got there, before I picked Site 14, before I filled out my own tag, before I knew which post would hold my name. I flipped it over. The back was blank except for one line in pencil. Departure not yet. My legs went weak. I put one hand on the hood of the truck and leaned into it. The metal was warm from the engine. The permit was cold in my other hand. That difference felt impossible. I did not hear footsteps. I did not hear breathing. But I suddenly had the sense that the campground was full. Not visibly, not with campers. Full of attention. Every closed site, every empty tent pad, every fire ring, every permit post. All of it turned toward the entrance. Toward me. Toward the old box. The phone in my pocket buzzed again. I did not look. I already knew it would be unknown. It buzzed once more, then again. Finally, I pulled it out. No signal, still no service bars. But the messages were there, 3 of them. You found your copy. You came back again. You always do. I dropped the phone onto the hood. It slid against the scattered permits and stopped beside the fresh copy of mine. That was when the tags on the hood moved. Not all of them, only the blank ones. Their corners lifted slightly, as if a breeze had passed across them, but the trees were still. The truck exhaust drifted straight back. The night air did not move. The blank permits shifted until they all pointed the same way, toward the campground loop, toward Site 14. I gathered nothing. I left the old tags on the hood. I left the fresh copy there too. I grabbed my phone, got in the truck, and slammed the door. The permit was still on the hood when I threw the truck into reverse. For 1 second I saw it through the windshield, yellow against blue paint. Then it slid upward, not down, up, against the angle of the hood, toward the windshield. I hit the brakes. The permit stopped halfway up the glass, pressed flat, no hand visible, no wire, no explanation. Then the wipers moved once. I had not touched them. They swept the permit to the driver's side and pinned it there, perfectly, like it had been placed. I drove with it under the wiper. I did not try to remove it. I did not go to the gas station this time. I did not go to a motel. I drove to the nearest town with service and parked outside the sheriff's office with every light in the truck on. The permit was still under the wiper when I got there. I sat in the parking lot for almost 10 minutes before going inside. I kept thinking I would sound insane. I kept thinking I needed the permit as proof. When I finally got out, I reached for it. The wiper lifted easily. The paper was gone, not blown away, not torn, gone. Only a wet rectangle remained on the glass. Inside the sheriff's office, a deputy took my statement politely. Too politely. He asked whether I had seen a person. I said no. He asked whether anything had been stolen. I said my gear was still up there, probably. Probably. He wrote that down. He asked if I had been threatened directly. I thought about the notes. 1 occupant, blue truck, staying, knife in the left boot, departure not yet. Then I said no, because technically I had not. He said they could send someone to check the campground in the morning. Not that night. Morning? I nodded because I had no energy left to argue. He asked if I had somewhere to stay. I said my friends were meeting me near the trailhead. Then I realized how far away that sounded from the person I had been a few hours earlier. A person with plans, a tent, a permit, a site. The deputy gave me the name of a motel near the highway. I went there. I checked in under bright fluorescent lights while a man behind the desk watched an old sitcom on a tiny TV. The room smelled like carpet cleaner and old smoke. It had a chain lock, a deadbolt, a window that faced the parking lot. I slept with the lights on, or tried to. At 4:42 in the morning, I woke up to my phone vibrating on the nightstand. Unknown number, 1 message. Arrival confirmed. I did not answer the message. There was nothing to answer. Arrival confirmed. 2 words on a phone screen in a motel room that smelled like old cigarettes and carpet cleaner. 4:42 in the morning. The same time written on the duplicate permit. The time I had supposedly arrived at Site 14, 36 minutes before I actually did. I sat on the edge of the bed with every light in the room on and stared at the message until the screen went dim. Then I turned the phone face down on the nightstand. That lasted maybe 10 seconds. I picked it up again. No service. That was the first thing I checked. The motel was only a few miles from town. I should have had service. I had service when I checked in. I had used my phone to pay for the room. I had texted Evan from the parking lot and told him I was staying in town because I felt sick. Now there were no bars. Only the message, unknown number, arrival confirmed. I tried to call it anyway. The call failed. I tried to block it. The phone froze for a second, then returned to the message screen like nothing had happened. That was when I turned the phone off completely. The room became too quiet after that. Outside, the motel parking lot was empty except for my truck and 2 cars near the office. A vending machine hummed against the far wall. Somewhere in another room, water ran briefly, then stopped. Normal motel sounds. I kept listening for paper. That was how far it had gotten into my head. Not footsteps, not voices. Paper, a dry flutter, a clip tapping wood, a yellow tag turning slowly in the dark. I did not sleep again. At 6, when the sky was just beginning to lighten behind the motel curtains, I checked out without saying anything about the message. The man at the desk looked half asleep. He asked if everything was all right with the room. I said yes. He handed me a receipt. I almost laughed when I saw it. A narrow piece of paper. White, not yellow. Printed, not handwritten. Still, I folded it and put it in my wallet because I could not make myself throw away another record of where I had been. My truck was damp with morning dew. Before I got in, I walked around it twice. No yellow permit under the wipers. No paper on the hood. No scratches in the dirt near the tires. No writing in the fogged windows. The wet rectangle from the missing tag was gone too. For the first time since leaving the campground, there was no visible evidence of anything. That should have helped. It did not. I started the truck and drove to the sheriff's office again because I wanted to be there when the deputy called the campground check-in. The building was brighter in the morning, less threatening. A woman at the front desk gave me coffee in a paper cup and told me to wait. I sat on a plastic chair beside a rack of brochures about wildfire safety hunting permits and bear awareness. Bear awareness. I stared at that one for a while. A cartoon bear stood near a cooler with a red slash through it. Underneath the brochure said, "Secure all food and scented items." I thought about my cooler still sitting under the picnic table at Site 14. Open or closed, I could not remember anymore. After about 20 minutes, the deputy from the night before came out. His face had the mild, careful expression people wear when they have already decided how much they believe you. He said another deputy had driven up Miller Creek Road around sunrise. The campground entrance was empty. No one was at Site 14. My tent was there. My cooler was there. My stove was there. The fire was out. He said nothing looked damaged. He said they did not see anyone. I asked about the permits. He looked down at his notes. What permits? I told him about the yellow tags on the posts, the old box, the one under my wiper, the duplicate with my name. His expression changed slightly. Not fear, procedure. He said the deputy did not mention seeing any tags besides the normal self-pay ones. I asked if he checked the old box. The deputy said there was no old box. I said there was. He said maybe I had seen an old utility box or a sign mount. I told him it had permits inside. He wrote something down. I hated that. The writing. The small movement of pencil on paper. I asked if someone could take me back there during the day to get my gear. He said they were busy, but I could go myself if I felt comfortable. He said nothing indicated an active threat. An active threat. That phrase stayed with me. It made everything sound clean. Either there is a person with a weapon or there is not. Either something is stolen or it is not. Either you are hurt or you are not. There was no box to check for a campground that seemed to know you. I left the sheriff's office with my coffee still full. I did not go back to the campground alone. I waited for Evan and Mark at a diner off the highway. They arrived around 8:30, both annoyed and worried in that order. I gave them the smallest version of the story I could. Someone messed with my campsite. I left most of my gear. I need help getting it. That was enough for them. Evan wanted to call the campground office. There was no office. Mark asked if I saw the person. I said no. He said that made it worse. I appreciated that more than I told him. We drove back in Evan's SUV because I did not want to take my truck. The road looked different in daylight, less remote, less private. Just a gravel Forest Service road through pine trees with patches of sunlight on the shoulders and deer tracks in the mud. I sat in the back seat and watched for the entrance sign. When it appeared, my stomach tightened so hard I had to breathe through my nose. First come, first served. Same faded Forest Service logo. Same green self-pay box. Same plastic permit holder. No old box across the road. I looked hard. The brush was there. The rusted post was not. The smaller gray box was not. Only a broken wooden stake half buried in weeds. I did not say anything. Evan parked near the entrance and all three of us walked to Site 14. My tent was exactly where I had left it. That was the first bad thing. Not torn, not collapsed, not disturbed. Exactly where I had left it. The cooler was closed under the picnic table. The stove sat beside the fire ring. My sleeping bag was still inside the tent. Everything looked normal. Too normal. Evan whistled and said at least nobody stole my stuff. Mark looked at me and did not smile. He could see my face. I walked to the permit post first. I could not help it. The yellow tag was clipped there, front side facing the road. My name, my plate, Site 14. One night, one occupant. My handwriting, the little tear in the lower corner, the drag mark through the last letter of my name. I flipped it over. Blank. No notes, no pencil, no trace of graphite. The back looked untouched. Evan said that was good, right? I did not answer. Because it was not good. It meant the tag had cleaned itself, or someone had replaced it, or the writing had only ever existed when I was alone. I unclipped the permit and held it up. Mark asked if that was the one. I said yes. Then he pointed to the fire ring. What about that one? There was another yellow tag tucked under a blackened piece of wood in the ash. Only one corner showed. I walked over slowly. Evan said my name like he wanted to tell me not to. I pulled it free. The paper was not burned, not even singed. The front was blank except for the site number, 14. On the back in pencil were the words, "He brought 2. I looked at Evan, then at Mark. They had both gone quiet. For once I did not have to explain why it was wrong. I had arrived alone. The tag from the post said 1 occupant. But now with Evan and Mark standing in my campsite, the second tag said I had brought 2, not 2 more. Just 2. As if the campground counted differently, as if it had been waiting for an updated number. Mark told me to pack. No jokes, no questions, just pack. That was when I finally felt less alone. We moved fast. Evan took the tent down. Mark packed the stove and cooler. I grabbed the sleeping bag, backpack, and loose clothes. No one wandered off. No one checked the other sites. No one asked to see the bear box. I think they both understood that curiosity had rules there, and the first rule was not to feed it. When everything was loaded, I walked back to the permit post. I still had the original tag in my hand. I did not want to leave it. I did not want to keep it. There was no good choice. So I folded it once and put it in the metal payment box slot. That seemed fair somehow. Return it to the system. Let the campground keep its own paper. As soon as the tag slid inside, something tapped from within the box. One soft metallic sound, like a clip touching metal. Evan heard it. Mark heard it. All 3 of us froze. Then Mark said very quietly, "Get in the car." We did. Evan drove. No one spoke until we were on pavement. Then Mark asked me, did that happen last night too? I said yes. He nodded once and looked out the window. That was the whole conversation. We did not hike that weekend. We drove to a town 2 hours away and stayed at a hotel near a grocery store and a movie theater. Evan said he was fine sleeping wherever, but I noticed he checked the window locks in his room. Mark asked the front desk if they had security cameras in the parking lot. None of us mentioned Site 14 again until the next morning. At breakfast, Evan said he had looked up Miller Creek Campground. I told him I did not want to know. He told me anyway. There was no Site 14 listed on the current campground map. The loop only went to 13. He turned his phone so I could see the official Forest Service page. The map was simple, small, a PDF screenshot. Sites 1 through 13 with a note that one old site had been closed due to erosion years earlier. No Site 14. I stared at it for a long time. Then I opened the photos on my phone. I knew I had taken a picture of the Site 9 tag. Left before dark. I found the image, but it was not Site 9. The photo showed the broken picnic table, the old fire ring, the yellow tag. The words were gone. The back of the permit was blank. I swiped to the next photo. The campground map with Site 14 circled. Blank, no circle, no stone, no pencil line into the trees. Every photo I had taken had lost the part that mattered. Only the ordinary things remained. That did something to me, more than the notes, more than the messages. Because I realized the campground had not just watched me, it had edited the evidence afterward. It had left me with memory only. And memory is easy for other people to doubt. I went home the next day. For the first few weeks, I expected something to follow me. A yellow permit on my porch. A text from the unknown number. A tag under my windshield wiper. Nothing happened. That almost made it worse. No closure, no answer, no proof. Just a clean cut where the experience ended. 2 months later, I received a letter from the county sheriff's office. It was a basic follow-up. No suspect, no property damage, no further reports from the campground. My abandoned gear had been recovered. Case inactive unless new information came in. The letter had been folded around a photocopy of my original statement. At the very bottom under the deputy's typed notes, someone had written in pencil, "Subject left site before departure." I called the office. The woman who answered said there was no handwriting on their copy. I asked her to check. She did. Nothing. I did not send her a photo. By then I knew better. I burned the letter in my backyard fire pit. The pencil words darkened before the paper curled. For 1 second as the flame took the bottom edge, I thought another line appeared above it. Small, neat, all capitals. But the paper folded into ash before I could read it. I have not camped alone since. I have barely camped at all. People think fear fades when nothing else happens. It does not. It becomes a rule you live around. I do not use self-pay campgrounds anymore. I do not clip permits to posts. I do not choose the last site in a loop, no matter how private it looks. When a form asks for number of occupants, I always pause. Because I remember writing one. I remember thinking that meant I was alone. And I remember what it felt like to learn that someone else could count me before I arrived. Sometimes on long drives, I still see those yellow tags at campground entrances. Little rectangles of paper and plastic holders. Harmless, ordinary, waiting for names. I always keep driving. The worst part is not that someone knew I was at Site 14. The worst part is not even that the site may not have existed. The worst part is that I left before sunrise. I drove away. I stood under gas station lights. I went to the sheriff. I came back with friends. I watched the permit go into the payment box. And still somewhere in whatever system was keeping track, my stay never ended. I know that because I still have the motel receipt in my wallet. I do not know why I kept it. Maybe because it is the only normal paper from that night. Maybe because part of me needed one record that did not change. But last winter, almost a year after Montana, I unfolded it for the first time in months. The motel name was still there. The date was still there. The room charge was still there. But below the total in small pencil letters that had not been there before, someone had added one line. Site 14 is still occupied. I left that campground before sunrise. But according to the permit, Site 14 never emptied. The first time I saw him, he was standing by the trash bins. That was why I did not think much of it. People stand near trash bins at campgrounds all the time. They throw away food bags. They sort recycling. They look for the right latch on those heavy bear-proof containers that always seem simple until you are tired and cold. He looked like he belonged there. That was the problem. My girlfriend and I had pulled into the campground a little before sunset. It was one of those small private places in eastern Oregon that sat right on the edge between the RV park and forest campground. Not remote enough to feel dangerous. Not busy enough to feel safe. There was a gravel loop, a few older RVs parked in long-term spots, 6 tent sites tucked farther back under the trees, a restroom building with a buzzing light over the door, 2 green trash bins behind a wooden fence, and near the entrance a small cabin with a sign nailed beside the porch. Camp Host. The sign made me feel better when we arrived. I remember that clearly. We had been driving most of the afternoon, and the last 20 miles were narrow highway and pine forest. My girlfriend Laura had asked twice if we should just keep going to Bend and find a motel. I told her this place had good reviews, quiet, cheap, clean bathrooms, good for one night. That was all we needed. One night, maybe 2 if the weather held. We checked in using an envelope system at the office window because no one was inside. There was a stack of maps, a box for payment, and a laminated sheet with campground rules. Quiet hours, 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. Food secured after dark. No generators after 9. Camp host available after hours. That last line helped. I pointed to it and told Laura we were fine. She did not look convinced, but she smiled like she wanted to be. We picked Site 6 because it was the farthest tent site from the ERV row, but still close enough to the restroom. It had a flat gravel pad, a picnic table, a fire ring, and a short path that led back to the main loop. The RVs were quiet. Most looked occupied, but not active. Curtains drawn, steps lowered, outdoor mats damp from earlier rain. One had a string of little amber lights along the awning, but they were not plugged in. The camp host cabin sat near the front. Dark windows, no vehicle parked beside it. I noticed that, but only briefly. Sometimes hosts walked the grounds. Sometimes their vehicles were parked behind the office. Sometimes small campgrounds were just inconsistent. Normal explanations still had room. We set up before the light went completely. Laura put the sleeping bags inside the tent while I staked the corners and pulled the rainfly tight. The air smelled like wet bark and old smoke. Somewhere near the CRV row, a wind chime clicked once, then went quiet. I remember thinking the place was almost too quiet for having other people in it. But that was what we came for, quiet. We made sandwiches instead of cooking because the temperature dropped fast. I set our cooler under the picnic table. Laura hung a small lantern from the tent loop. We ate standing up because the table was wet. At 9:12, I checked my phone. No service? I told Laura that like it was a minor annoyance. She looked toward the office. I said the camp host was right there if anything happened. That was when I saw him, near the trash bins, a man in a dark blue jacket standing just outside the wooden fence. He wore a baseball cap pulled low, and he held a small flashlight in one hand, not pointed at anything, just hanging loose by his side, the beam shining against the gravel near his boots. He was older, I think. At least that was the impression I got from his posture. Slightly rounded shoulders, slow movement, the kind of stillness older men sometimes have when they are deciding whether to speak. He saw me looking. Then he lifted one hand, a small wave. Not friendly exactly, not unfriendly, just enough to acknowledge that he had seen us. I waved back. Laura turned and asked who that was. I said probably the host. The man stayed by the trash bins a few seconds longer. Then he turned and walked away. Not toward the host cabin. That should have bothered me more. Instead of going down the main gravel road, he stepped behind the trash fence and followed a darker strip of ground between the restroom building and the tree line. The flashlight beam moved low, swinging once across wet leaves, then disappeared. Laura watched him go. She asked why he went that way. I shrugged. Maybe there was a path. There was always some little staff path in places like that. A shortcut to a storage shed, a maintenance trail. Something guests did not notice until they saw staff use it. That explanation was good enough for both of us. Or maybe we just wanted it to be. By 10, we were inside the tent. A light rain started not long after, soft enough that it only made the rainfly whisper. The lantern hung between us, turned down low. Laura read a few pages of a paperback while I checked the zipper twice and placed our shoes near the door. Outside, the campground settled. The RV row made small metallic noises as cooling parts clicked in the cold. Water dripped from pine needles onto the tent. Somewhere far away, a truck passed on the highway and faded. I remember feeling safe enough to be sleepy. That was the last normal feeling I had there. Laura turned off the lantern around 10:30. In the dark, she asked if I thought the host would come around again. I said probably. She asked why his cabin was dark. I told her maybe he lived in one of the RVs. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, but the sign said cabin. I did not answer right away, because she was right. The sign did say cabin, and the cabin had been dark when we arrived, dark when we checked in, dark when the man stood by the trash bins. I told her we could ask in the morning. She said okay, but she did not sound like she meant it. For a while, we only listened to rain. Then just before I fell asleep, I heard gravel shift outside. One step, Not on the main road, closer. I opened my eyes. Laura was still awake. I could tell because her breathing had changed. Another step came, slow, measured, moving along the side of our tent where there was no path. The rain made everything softer, but the sound was clear enough. Gravel, then wet dirt, then the faint brush of fabric against fabric. Something touched the rainfly. Not hard, not like wind. A slow pass along the outside wall, like someone walking too close and letting a sleeve drag against the tent. Laura reached for my hand in the dark. I squeezed once. Neither of us spoke. The footsteps continued past us. They did not stop at the door. They did not circle. They simply walked by, close enough to touch the tent, close enough that whoever it was knew exactly where we were lying. Then the footsteps moved away toward the trees behind Site 6, not toward the host cabin, not toward the road, toward the dark space beyond the last tent pad. We waited for a door to open somewhere, a cabin door, an RV door, the restroom. Nothing opened. No light came on. No voice called out. After a minute, Laura whispered, "Was that him?" I wanted to say no. I wanted to say it was another camper, but the campground was too quiet for that answer to fit. So I said the same thing I had said before. Probably the host. Outside from somewhere just beyond the trees, a man's voice answered. Quiet hours started 2 hours ago. His voice was calm, not angry, not loud, just close enough to hear through the rain. Laura stopped breathing beside me. I did too. We had not been talking loudly. We had barely whispered. The rain kept ticking against the tent. The voice did not come again. No footsteps moved away. No flashlight beam crossed the fabric. Nothing. It was like he had spoken from the dark and then folded back into it. I lay there with my eyes open until morning. By sunrise, the rain had stopped. The first thing I did was unzip the tent and look toward the camp host cabin. It stood near the entrance, gray and damp under the trees. No smoke from the little chimney, no light in the window, no truck beside it. Laura came out behind me, wrapped in her hoodie, and we walked to the cabin without discussing it. The porch boards were wet. A cobweb stretched between the door frame and a rusted lantern hook. Beside the door, under the camp host sign, someone had taped a sheet of paper inside a plastic sleeve. The paper was old enough that the corners had curled. The words were printed in faded black ink. Camp host off duty until further notice. Laura read it twice. Then she looked at me. I looked back towards Site 6. Our tent sat alone under the trees. The rainfly was still wet. On the side where the footsteps had passed, a faint dark line ran along the fabric, shoulder height, like someone in a wet jacket had brushed against it while walking by. The paper on the cabin door should have been enough. Camp host off duty until further notice. It was not vague. It did not say back soon. It did not say after hours only. It did not say contact this number in an emergency. Off duty until further notice. Laura stood on the porch with her arms folded tight across her chest. Her hair was still damp from the mist, and she kept looking over her shoulder toward our tent. I tried the cabin door once, locked. I did not pull hard. I did not want to look like I was breaking into anything, but the knob barely moved and the frame did not shift. The window beside the door had a thin curtain on the inside. It was pulled shut. Dust had collected along the lower pane in a way that made the glass look gray. Laura said we should leave. I did not answer immediately. That was not because I wanted to stay. I want to be clear about that. I wanted to get in the car and drive until we had cell service. I wanted coffee from a real gas station. I wanted a motel room with a lock and a front desk and a hallway camera. But fear in daylight becomes negotiable. The campground looked too normal. The RVs were still parked in their spots. Wet leaves stuck to the gravel. A man in a fleece vest stepped out of one of the larger motorhomes and shook water from a small rug. Somewhere behind another RV, a dog barked once and was told to hush. People were here, real people. That mattered. It made the night feel less absolute. I told Laura we should ask around before deciding. She gave me a look that said she hated that answer, but she did not argue. We walked first to the RV with the little amber lights under the awning. They were off now. The RV was cream-colored with a stripe of faded maroon along the side. A pair of muddy boots sat beside the step. An older woman answered after the second knock. I asked if she knew where the camp host was. She frowned and looked toward the cabin. "There is no host right now," she said. I asked how long. She said she and her husband had been there since Monday, and they had not seen one. Laura looked at me. I asked if she had seen a man walking near the trash bins the night before. Dark blue jacket, baseball cap, small flashlight. The woman thought about it. Then she shook her head. "We were inside by 8. Rain makes my knees hurt." She said it like an apology. We thanked her and left. At the next RV, nobody answered. At the third, a man opened the door wearing socks and a sweatshirt with a college logo. He had a gray beard and looked annoyed until I mentioned the host. Then his expression changed. Not afraid, just alert. He said the host cabin had been empty since late summer. I asked if he had seen anyone walking around after quiet hours. He looked past us toward the trees behind the tent sites. "People cut through there sometimes," he said. That was all. Laura asked what people. He shrugged. "Hunters, locals, kids being stupid." There were no kids in the campground. There were no other tent campers either. But I understood what he was doing. He was giving the normal answer because normal answers keep conversations short. Before we walked away, he added one thing. "Keep your food locked up." I said we had the cooler under the table. He looked at me then. "Not good enough." That made sense. It was camping advice. Basic practical common. Still, something about the way he said it stayed with me. Not good enough. We went back to Site 6. The wet line on the rainfly had dried but not disappeared. It ran along the side of the tent in a faint gray streak, about shoulder height on an average man. Laura touched it with 2 fingers. She pulled them away and looked at the tips. Nothing. No mud. No oil. No proof. Just a darker line on fabric. I said maybe someone brushed it with a rain jacket. She said, "I know." Then she said that is the problem. We packed a few things. Not everything. Just enough that leaving would be faster if we decided to go. I put the stove back in its case. Laura folded the extra blanket. I moved the cooler into the tent vestibule just inside the outer flap because of what the man in the Irshku RV had said. Not good enough. We drove out of the campground around noon to get lunch in a town 15 minutes away. That helped more than I expected. Cell service came back. There were restaurants, a grocery store, a hardware store, a normal gas station with teenagers buying energy drinks, and an old woman arguing over lottery tickets. Laura relaxed a little. I did too. Over lunch, we talked about leaving. Then we talked about staying. The campground was paid for. There were other people there. The man in the blue jacket had not threatened us. He had said quiet hours, which was strange because we were barely whispering, but not impossible. Maybe he heard more than we thought. Maybe sound carried strangely in the rain. Maybe he was a local who unofficially helped around the campground. Maybe the printed notice on the cabin was old and wrong. All of that sounded weak, but not impossible. That is the dangerous place. Not impossible. By the time we drove back, we had agreed on one more night with conditions. If we saw him again, we would leave. If anyone touched the tent again, we would leave. If we felt unsafe, we would leave. We said those things like rules could protect us from hesitation. Back at the campground, nothing had changed. The host cabin stayed dark. The RVs stayed quiet. The trash bins sat behind their wooden fence. Site 6 looked exactly as we had left it. Too exactly. I noticed that the cooler was still inside the vestibule, but the zipper on the outer flap had been pulled 2 inches lower than I remembered. I asked Laura if she had done it. She said no. I told myself I might have. I told myself that because I needed to get through the afternoon. We spent the rest of the day close to camp. We did not hike. We did not explore the trail behind the tent sites. We did not walk near the trash bins unless both of us went together. The campground changed as evening came. That was when I started to understand why it had felt different at night. During the day, the RVs gave the illusion of people. Doors, curtains, license plates, folding steps, a dog bowl, a towel over a chair. At night, all of that became shapes. Closed shapes, silent shapes. Things people could be inside without proving they were. At 9:30, we got into the tent. Not because we were tired, because we did not want to sit outside and wait to see him. The cooler was in the vestibule. The lantern was low. I placed the car keys in the pocket of my hoodie and kept my shoes pointed toward the door. Laura noticed. She did the same with hers. We did not talk much. At 10 quiet hours started. I remember looking at my phone. 10:00 exactly. Nothing happened. 10:15. Nothing. 10:40. Rain began again, lighter than the night before. By 11, Laura had almost fallen asleep. I had not. I lay on my side facing the door, listening to the campground settle. An RV heater kicked on somewhere down the loop. The restroom light buzzed. Water tapped from tree branches onto the rainfly. Then I heard footsteps. Not on gravel this time. On wet ground. Soft. Close. I opened my eyes fully. Laura did too. The footsteps came from behind the tent sites, not from the loop road. They moved between the trees with a slow confidence, as if whoever it was knew exactly where the roots and rocks were. They passed behind our tent, then stopped near the vestibule. Near the cooler, I could see nothing through the fabric, only darkness layered over darkness. Laura whispered no. Not a question, just no. Outside, the person shifted. The rainfly moved slightly, just enough to make the zipper seam tremble. I reached toward the lantern. Before I touched it, a man's voice spoke from outside. "Your cooler's open. Calm. Flat. Close." My hand stopped in midair. The cooler was not open. I knew it was not open because I had checked it twice before we got into the tent. It was latched, zipped inside the vestibule, hidden behind the outer flap. No one outside should have been able to see it. Laura's breathing went shallow behind me. The voice came again. "You need to keep food secured." It was the same voice from the night before. Not angry, not helpful, something worse than both. Certain, I whispered to Laura not to move. Outside, the tent fabric shifted near the vestibule. A slow pressure pushed inward, not enough to open anything, just enough to show where a hand was. Then the cooler latch clicked, one small plastic sound. From inside the vestibule, Laura grabbed my wrist. The latch clicked again. I had the sudden terrible image of a hand inside the vestibule between the two layers of tent fabric touching our cooler in the dark. But the outer zipper had not opened. At least I had not heard it open. The man outside said much softer now, "There, fixed it." Then his footsteps moved away. Not toward the road, not toward the host cabin. They moved behind the tent again, into the trees. For almost a minute, neither of us moved. Then I turned on the lantern. The inside of the tent filled with weak yellow light. Laura was crying silently. I unzipped the inner door just enough to look into the vestibule. The cooler was there, closed, latched, exactly where I had placed it. On top of the lid sat a folded campground map. I knew it was the one from the office window because of the coffee stain near the corner. I had left it in the car, not in the tent, not in the vestibule. In the car, my hands were shaking so badly it took me 3 tries to unfold it. The map showed the campground loop, the RV row, the restroom, the trash bins, the host cabin, and the 6 tent sites behind it. Site 6 had been circled in black marker. Not pencil, not pen, marker. The circle was thick and dark and pressed deep enough that the paper had started to tear in one place. Laura stared at it. I turned the map over. On the back, someone had written one line. 2 inside. No threat. No explanation. Just inventory. The way a host might count occupied sites. Or the way something else might count people it was watching. We did not wait until morning, in the way people say they waited until morning. We waited until the campground had enough light for us to see the road. That was different. After I found the map on the cooler, neither of us lay back down. We sat in the tent, fully dressed, shoes on backs against our bags, watching the thin layer of fabric between us and the rest of the campground. The lantern stayed on. I know that was probably stupid. It made us visible. It marked exactly where we were. But sitting in the dark after reading 2 inside felt worse. Laura kept the map folded in her lap. She would not put it down. Every few minutes she opened it again, looked at the black circle around Site 6, then folded it back the wrong way. I think she wanted the writing to change or disappear. It did not. Outside, the rain came and went in soft waves. The Shure RV heater down the loop shut off sometime after midnight. A door opened once near the restroom, then closed. We both froze, but nothing followed it. No footsteps, no voice, no sleeve brushing the rainfly. That was almost worse, because it meant he did not need to keep doing it. He had already made his point. He knew we were inside. He knew where the cooler was. He knew we were awake. Around 5:30, the rain thinned into mist. The tent fabric turned from black to gray. Birds started somewhere far back in the trees, one at a time, testing the morning. Laura said we were leaving. I said yes. No discussion. No one pretending it might look better in daylight. We moved fast. I took the cooler first. It felt heavier than it should have, and for one terrible second I thought something would be inside it besides food. There was not. Just melted ice sandwich bags, 2 bottles of water, and the plastic container of grapes Laura had packed. I still threw the grapes away. Laura shoved our clothes into one duffel. I collapsed the sleeping bags badly and dragged them to the car. We did not roll the tent. We pulled the stakes, folded the whole thing wet, and stuffed it into the trunk like dirty laundry. The RV row was quiet, too quiet for morning. No doors opening, no coffee mugs, no dogs, no one shaking out a mat or starting a generator. The host cabin stood near the entrance with the same old notice taped beside the door. Camp host off duty until further notice. I tried not to look at it. Laura did. She was the one who stopped packing. She stood beside the car with the duffel strap in one hand and stared across the loop toward the cabin. I knew what she was thinking before she said it. We should tell someone. I told her we could call when we got service. She shook her head. What if someone else stays here tonight? I did not want that responsibility. That sounds ugly, but it is true. I wanted to leave the campground and let the place become someone else's problem. I wanted distance before I tried to explain anything. But Laura was already walking toward the cabin. I said her name. She did not stop, so I followed. The porch looked worse in morning light. The boards were soft and dark from rain. Mud had gathered under the bottom step. The plastic sleeve holding the notice had filled with condensation, blurring the lower lines of text. I tried the door again. Locked. Laura knocked. The sound was small and hollow. No answer. She knocked harder. Nothing. I looked toward the tent sites. Site 6 was half packed now. The wet tent slumped on the ground near the car. Our cooler sat beside the trunk. Anyone watching from the trees would know we were leaving. Maybe that should have made me feel safer. It did not. Beside the cabin door was a narrow window with a curtain pulled across it. The curtain had a gap at the bottom where the fabric did not reach the sill. Laura bent slightly to look through. I told her not to. She ignored me. For a second she said nothing. Then she stepped back. Her face had changed. Not panic. Recognition, like something inside the cabin had confirmed what she already knew. I looked. The room inside was empty. Not empty like someone had moved out. Empty like no one had ever properly lived there. No bed. No small table. No coat hooks with jackets. No coffee maker. No boots by the door. No boxes. No canned food. No normal clutter of a person assigned to live on site. The only thing in the room was a folding chair. It sat in the middle of the floor, facing the window. The exact window we were looking through. On the chair was a clipboard. I stared at it. Laura whispered that we needed to leave. I agreed. Then I tried the window. I do not know why. Maybe because part of me still needed something clear enough to take with us. Maybe because the clipboard felt like the only object in the campground that might explain the man in the blue jacket. The window was not locked. It slid up 2 inches with a sticky wooden groan. Laura grabbed my arm. Stop. But I had already reached through the gap. My fingers barely touched the clipboard. I had to press my shoulder against the wet siding and stretch until my wrist hurt. For one awful second, I thought something inside the cabin would grab me back. Nothing did. I hooked 2 fingers around the metal clip and dragged the board off the chair. It hit the floor with a flat slap. Both of us froze. No one came. No voice. No footsteps. I reached again, caught the top edge, and pulled the clipboard through the window. The paper on it was damp around the corners. A campground checklist. That was what it looked like at first. A printed grid with site numbers down the left side and blank columns across the top. Site, vehicle, tent or RV, occupants, notes. My throat tightened when I read the column labels. Laura leaned close enough that her shoulder touched mine. Most of the page was blank. The RV sites had small marks beside them. One said long-term, one said couple, one said dog. The tent sites were empty until Site 6. Site 6 was circled, in black marker, same as the map. Vehicle gray Subaru, tent or RV tent, occupants 2, notes light sleepers. Laura made a sound and covered her mouth. Under that line in smaller writing someone had added, cooler in vestibule, lantern low, keys in left pocket. I looked down at my hoodie. The car keys were in the left pocket. I had put them there the night before, inside the tent. I felt something inside me go cold and hard. This was not a man guessing from outside. This was not someone seeing our car, our tent, our cooler. This was someone knowing where my keys were while I sat inside with Laura in the dark. I turned the page. The next sheet had more notes. Not printed, handwritten. Dates maybe? Times. Short observations. Most were too small and cramped to read quickly, but a few lines stood out. Site 3, woman awake after midnight. Site 4, child heard walking. Site 5, no response to window. Site 6, they whispered after warning. They whispered after warning. That was us, the quiet hour's voice. Our whisper afterward. Laura backed away from the clipboard like it had moved. I closed it. I wanted to throw it through the cabin window. I wanted to take it to the sheriff. I wanted to burn it. I wanted none of it to be in my hands. Then the cabin door moved, not opened, just shifted against the frame. One soft bump from inside. Laura stepped backward off the porch. I dropped the clipboard. The door moved again. A slow pressure from the other side making the old wood flex in the frame. The cabin was empty. I had just looked inside. No person, no furniture except the chair, no closet, no interior room, no place for someone to stand except directly behind that door. I backed down the steps. The knob turned once, only a little, then stopped. A voice came from inside the cabin, same calm voice. You should not be in there. Laura ran first. I was right behind her. We did not grab the clipboard. We did not close the window. We crossed the loop back to Site 6, and that was when I saw the tent. The flap was open, not wide, just enough. A black triangle in the wet fabric. I knew I had closed it. I knew because I had stuffed the sleeping bags through it and zipped it halfway after checking for anything left inside. Now it was open. Laura saw it too. She grabbed my sleeve and said not to go near it. I did anyway, only close enough to look. Inside the tent was empty. No bags, no clothes, no person crouched inside. But the lantern had been moved. I had packed it into the trunk already. I was certain. I had placed it in the plastic bin with the stove. Now it sat in the center of the empty tent floor. Not on, not glowing, just placed there, upright, waiting. On top of it was a folded piece of paper. I did not touch it. I could read the words from where I stood because they were written in the same black marker as the map. I already checked. Laura was crying now openly and quietly. I backed away from the tent. We threw the last things into the car. I did not check the trunk for the lantern. I did not want to know whether there were 2 of them or none. I got in the driver's seat. Laura locked her door before I even started the engine. As we pulled out of Site 6, I looked toward the host cabin. The window I had opened was closed again. The clipboard was no longer on the porch. The notice still hung beside the door. Camp host off duty until further notice. But the folding chair inside the cabin was no longer facing the window. It had been turned toward the campground loop, toward us, and through the rain streaked glass I could see the small beam of a flashlight resting on the chair seat, pointed outward, like someone had set it down so it could keep watching after he left. We did not stop at the office window. We did not stop at the trash bins. We did not stop when the tire slipped a little on the wet gravel near the entrance. I drove too fast for that campground road, but not fast enough to feel safe. Laura sat with both hands flat against her knees, staring straight ahead. Her seatbelt clicked against the plastic trim each time the car bounced over a rut. She did not tell me to slow down. Neither of us looked back at Site 6. I wanted to. That was the worst part. Some part of me still wanted one last look, one last piece of proof, one last chance to see the man in the blue jacket standing in the road where a normal person could see him. But I kept my hour. To my eye be forward. At the entrance, the campground sign passed on my left. Rainwater dripped from the wooden edge. The words were old and harmless. Pine Hollow RV and Campground. I had liked the name when we arrived. It sounded safe, clean, almost cheerful. Now it felt like a name someone had put over a hole. The road outside the campground was narrow with trees pressing close on both sides. For the first mile, neither of us said anything. The only sound inside the car was the heater and Laura's breathing. Then she said, "Do you see him?" I checked the rearview mirror. The campground entrance was already gone around the bend. No headlights, no figure in the road, no blue jacket, no flashlight. I said no. She nodded once. Then she reached into her jacket pocket and pulled out the folded campground map. I looked at it too long and almost drifted toward the shoulder. "I thought you left that," I said. "So did I." Her voice was flat. She held the map like it might be wet or alive. The black circle around Site 6 was still there, thick, dark, pressed through the paper. On the back, the words "to" inside were still written in marker. But there was a new line under them. Car left 6:41. I looked at the dashboard clock. 6:43. Laura folded the map slowly. Then she rolled down the window and threw it out. I did not stop her. For the next 10 minutes, I watched the road and the mirrors until my eyes burned. Nothing followed us. That made no sense. Something should have followed us. A car, a person, a flashlight moving between the trees. Fear wants a shape. But the road stayed empty. We reached cell service near a gas station on the highway. I pulled in without asking Laura. There were 3 pumps, a convenience store, and a county maintenance truck parked near the air machine. A man in a brown jacket stood beside the truck drinking coffee from a paper cup. His truck had a small county seal on the door. Not a Ranger exactly, but close enough. I parked near him and got out before I could talk myself out of it. Laura stayed in the car. The man looked at me like he already knew I was going to ask for something. I told him we had just left Pine Hollow. I told him someone was walking around the tent sites at night. I told him the camp host cabin had a notice saying off duty, but a man in a blue jacket kept acting like the host. I kept it simple. I did not mention the clipboard at first. I did not mention the lantern. I did not mention the map updating after we left. Some things sound impossible until you say them out loud. Then they sound worse. The man listened without interrupting. When I finished, he took a slow sip of coffee and looked toward the highway. "Pine Hollow does not have a host right now," he said. I told him I knew that. He asked if the man threatened us. I thought about it. No. Technically, no. He had never said he would hurt us. He had never blocked the road. He had never touched us. He had only walked close enough to the tent to know where we slept, corrected us for whispering, opened a cooler he could not see, and wrote down details no one outside should know. I said no. The county man nodded, like that made the whole thing easier for him. Then he said there had not been a host there since August. The previous one had quit halfway through the season. No replacement, no temporary worker, no volunteer, no one assigned to that cabin. Laura opened the passenger door then. She had been listening. She asked if anyone was allowed to use the cabin. The man shook his head. "Should be locked." "It was locked," I said. Then I told him about the clipboard. Not all of it, just enough. A list of sites, notes about us, our car, the cooler, the keys. The man's expression changed a little. He set the coffee on the hood of his truck. He asked if I still had the clipboard. I said no. He asked if I took a picture. I said no. He asked why. I almost laughed, because the door moved, because a voice came from an empty cabin, because we ran. Instead, I said we were scared. That answer seemed to make him uncomfortable. Not because he doubted it, because he did not. He told us to wait there while he called someone. He walked a few yards away and spoke into his phone with his back turned. I could not hear most of it over traffic, but I heard Pine Hollow twice. I heard possible trespass. I heard host cabin. Laura got out of the car and stood beside me. She looked smaller in the daylight. Or maybe I only noticed then how tired she was. She asked what we would do if they found him. I said I did not know. I think we both knew they would not. The county man came back and said a sheriff's deputy could meet us at the campground if we wanted to file a report and retrieve anything we left behind. We told him we had everything important. That was not entirely true. The lantern bothered me. I knew it should be in the trunk. I also knew I had seen it inside the empty tent, but I did not want to open the trunk to check. Not there. Not with Laura watching. The county man took my name and number. He wrote down our site number. Site 6, gray Subaru, 2 occupants. I hated hearing it in his voice. 2 occupants. Like the map, like the clipboard. He said someone would check the cabin. Then he told us to go home. Not officially, not as an order. Just as advice from a man who had probably seen plenty of strange people around campgrounds and did not like this one. So we went home. The drive took most of the day. We stopped only for gas, and once for food, we barely ate. Laura slept for 20 minutes with her head against the window, then woke suddenly and asked if I had heard someone walking. We were on the interstate. There was nothing to hear except tires and wind. I told her no. She nodded and stayed awake after that. When we reached my apartment, we unloaded the car in the parking lot because neither of us wanted the camping gear sitting inside overnight. We threw the wet tent into the dumpster behind the building. That might sound wasteful. I did not care. The cooler went into the outdoor storage closet. The sleeping bags went straight into trash bags. The clothes went into the wash twice. The lantern was not in the trunk. I checked every bin, every bag, under the seats, beside the spare tire. It was gone. Laura stood behind me while I looked. Neither of us said what we were both thinking. We had seen it in the tent. We had not brought it back. That should have been the end of it. For 2 days, nothing happened. No calls. No strange notes. No man in a blue jacket outside the apartment. Then the county man called. He said a deputy had checked Pine Hollow. The host cabin was locked. No clipboard. No chair in the middle of the room. No flashlight. No sign of forced entry. He said the cabin had been empty for months and that the campground owner planned to keep it that way until spring. I asked about Site 6. He said it was empty. No damage. No reports from other campers. Then he paused. That pause told me there was more. He said they did find one thing near the trash bins. I did not ask. I could not. He told me anyway. A small battery lantern? Gray plastic. Cheap kind. The brand matched the one I described. It had been placed on top of one of the bear-proof trash lids. Not thrown away. Placed. Clean. Dry. Pointing toward the host cabin. He asked if we wanted it back. I said no too quickly. He did not argue. That night, Laura sent me a photo. No message. Just the image. It was one she had taken the first afternoon before anything felt wrong. Our tent at Site 6, the picnic table, the cooler under it. The RV row in the background, a little blurred by distance. I almost did not see it at first. Then I zoomed in. In the window of one of the ERVs behind our site, there was a reflection. A man-shaped blur. Dark blue jacket. Baseball cap. No face. The reflection showed him standing behind our tent, close enough that he should have been visible in the actual photo. But he was not. Only the RV window had caught him. I called Laura. She answered but did not speak. I asked if she had edited the photo. She said no. I asked if she remembered seeing anyone behind the tent when she took it. She said no. Then she said something that made the whole thing worse. She said she had taken that photo before dark, before we ever saw him by the trash bins, before he waved, before quiet hours, before we thought anyone was watching us at all. I opened the photo again after we hung up. I looked at the reflection for a long time. The man was not hiding. That was what bothered me. He stood in the reflection with his arms relaxed at his sides, facing our tent, like he had every right to be there. Like he was assigned to us. Like Site 6 had been checked in before we were. I deleted the photo. Laura deleted hers too. But for weeks afterward, whenever I closed my eyes, I saw that small flashlight beam resting on the chair inside the empty cabin, pointed outward, waiting to catch whoever looked in. I still camp sometimes, not often, never at small private campgrounds, never near host cabins, and never at a tent site where the road passes close enough for someone to walk by and pretend they are only doing their job. Because that was the worst part. He never chased us. He never shouted. He never broke anything. He only acted like he belonged there. And somehow that made it harder to question him. Even now, I do not know who walked past our tent. I only know there had not been a host there since August. And whoever he was, he knew we were awake long before we knew he was there. The chair was warm. That is the part I never know how to explain without sounding like I am leaving something out. Not moved, not knocked over, not dragged into the trees. Warm, like someone had just stood up. My wife and I were camping at a small lakeside campground in northern Wisconsin. It was early September, just after Labor Day, when the busy families had mostly gone home, and the campground still pretended summer was not over. There were maybe 6 other sites occupied when we arrived. A couple in a fifth wheel near the bathhouse. A family with 2 kids packing up beside the boat launch. One older man in a small camper van who spent the afternoon fishing from a folding stool. Nothing about the place felt empty. That was one of the reasons we picked it. We had done remote camping before, but that weekend was supposed to be easy. A quiet lake, a real bathroom, a fire ring, a short walk to the dock. No long hike in, no worrying about whether the road would wash out if it rained. Our site was number 18 near the water, not directly on the shore, but close enough that we could hear the lake all night when the wind moved across it. There was a narrow path through grass and pine needles that led down to a small wooden dock. The dock looked old but usable, gray boards, rusted cleats, a sign that said no swimming after dark. I remember my wife laughing at that sign. Who needs to be told that? I said probably teenagers. She said only teenagers and idiots. We were both in a good mood then. The site itself was simple. Gravel pad for the car, flat tent area, picnic table with one side warped from weather, metal fire ring. Enough space for our 2 camp chairs to sit facing the lake if we wanted to feel like people in an outdoor magazine. We set up before dinner. I put the tent a little back from the fire ring so smoke would not blow straight into it. My wife arranged the sleeping bags inside while I unloaded the cooler and chairs. We had 2 of those low camp chairs with canvas seats and black metal frames. Mine was dark green, hers was gray. We placed them near the fire ring, both facing inward. That matters. I know they were facing the fire because I remember adjusting them after the first gust of wind carried smoke into my face. I turned mine slightly left. My wife turned hers slightly right. We joked that we had made a tiny living room out of dirt and ash. The evening was ordinary. That is what makes the next morning feel worse in my memory. We cooked foil packets over the coals, potatoes, onion, sausage, too much pepper because I forgot which side of the shaker was open. My wife opened a bottle of cheap red wine, and I drank coffee from an enamel mug because I had driven all afternoon and did not want to fall asleep at 8. The lake was calm. A few fishing boats moved far out near the opposite bank, their motors low and distant. The family by the boat launch left before sunset. The man in the camper van came back from the dock with a small stringer of fish and never looked our way. By 9, the campground was quiet. By 10, it felt like we were the only people awake. We stayed by the fire until the wood collapsed into low coals. My wife got cold first and went into the tent. I stayed out another 10 minutes, mostly because I liked the sound of the lake at night. Small waves touching the shore. A wooden dock creaking once in a while. Wind moving through reeds. Nothing strange, nothing close. Before I went in, I did the little closing routine I always do at camp. I poured water around the fire ring, not directly on the coals, just enough to keep anything from spreading. I put the coffee mug upside down on the picnic table. I latched the cooler. I moved both chairs a few feet back from the fire ring so they would not pick up sparks if the wind changed. Both chairs faced the dead fire. I remember this because I stood behind them for a second and looked over them toward the lake. Two empty chairs, one green, one gray, facing the coals. Then I went into the tent. I slept hard. That was rare for me on the first night of camping. Usually I wake up every hour to adjust the sleeping pad or listen to some animals stepping through leaves. But that night I slept until just before sunrise. I woke because I was cold. The inside of the tent had that early morning dampness where everything feels a little heavier than it should. My wife was still asleep, turned toward the wall, one hand tucked under her cheek. I unzipped the tent as quietly as I could and crawled out to make coffee. The campground was blue with morning fog. Not thick fog, just enough to soften the trees and blur the line between the lake and the air above it. Dew covered the grass. The picnic table was wet. My shoes darkened immediately when I stepped off the tent pad. The fire ring was cold. The coals were black. The enamel mug was still upside down on the picnic table exactly where I had left it. Then I saw my chair, the green one. It was no longer facing the fire. It had been turned toward the lake. Not knocked sideways by wind, not shifted a little, turned, placed. The front legs pointed toward the path that led down to the dock. The back of the chair faced the fire ring like whoever had sat in it wanted to look out over the water and not back at our tent. I stood there with my hands still on the tent zipper. For a moment, I thought my wife had gotten up during the night. Maybe she could not sleep. Maybe she sat by the lake for a while. Maybe she moved the chair and forgot to tell me. Then I looked back into the tent. She was still inside, still asleep. I called her name once quietly. She did not move. The campground around me was still. No doors opening from RVs. No footsteps on gravel. No voices from the dock. Just water. The chair sat maybe 8 feet from where I had left it. I walked to it slowly. I do not know why slowly. It was a chair. A cheap folding camp chair I had bought at a hardware store. But there was something intimate about how it had been moved. Someone had not taken it. Someone had not thrown it. Someone had used it. I reached down and touched the seat. My fingers stopped. The fabric was warm, not sun-warmed. The sun was not up yet. Not fire-warmed. The fire had been out for hours and the chair was facing away from the ring. Not stored heat from the night before. The air was cold enough that my breath showed faintly when I exhaled. Dew clung to the metal arms. The back of the chair was damp, but the center of the seat was warm, exactly where a body would have been. I pulled my hand away, then touched it again because my mind refused to accept the first time. Warm, no question. The kind of warmth you feel when someone gets out of a chair and you sit down too soon after. I looked toward the dock. The narrow path through the grass was dark with dew, and about halfway down, near where the grass met the wooden boards, there was a faint mark. Not a footprint, not clearly. More like something wet had passed over the boards and left a dull shine behind. I walked a few steps closer. On the dock, there was one darker patch in the shape of a foot, bare or almost bare. No tread, no clear toes, just a wet oval pressed into old wood. Then another beside it. Both pointed away from the lake, toward our campsite. I stopped before stepping onto the dock. The lake was flat, too flat. The kind of flat that makes reflections feel deeper than the thing being reflected. Our campsite appeared faintly on the water. The tent, the picnic table, the fire ring, 2 chairs. I blinked. In the reflection, both chairs faced the fire. I looked back at the campsite. The green chair still faced the lake. I looked at the water again. The reflected green chair faced the fire. For a few seconds, I stood between the dock and the campsite looking back and forth, like the world had made a small mistake and might correct itself if I caught it at the right angle. It did not. Behind me, my wife called my name from the tent. I turned too fast. She was sitting up inside hair-messy eyes half closed. She asked if I was making coffee. I almost said yes. I almost chose normal. Instead, I pointed at the chair. She crawled out annoyed and cold until she saw my face. Then she stopped. I told her not to touch it. She looked at the green chair, then at the lake, then back at me. What happened? I said I did not know. That was true, but not enough. So I told her. The chair moved. It is warm. There are marks on the dock. She stared at me for a moment, waiting for the part where I made it reasonable. I could not. She walked over anyway and held her hand above the chair before touching it. I watched her face change. Not fear at first, confusion, then the slower fear that comes when your body confirms what your mind is trying to reject. She pulled her hand back. Neither of us spoke. The campground was waking up around us in tiny ways. A truck door closed somewhere near the bathhouse. A bird moved through the reeds. Water tapped under the dock. Normal morning sounds. But our campsite had changed. Not much. Only one chair. Only a little warmth. Only a wet mark on the old dock. Still, it was enough to make the space feel used by someone else. My wife said maybe someone from another site was drunk and sat there by mistake. I nodded. That was possible. It was also a terrible explanation, because if someone had wandered into our campsite in the middle of the night, sat in my chair long enough to warm it, and walked down to or from the dock without waking either of us, that was not better. That was the same fear with a human shape. I moved the chair back toward the fire ring. Then I stopped. There was something on the ground beneath it. A small circle in the dew, dry grass, exactly under where the chair legs had been, not where I had placed it the night before, where it had sat while facing the lake. The dry patch was too clean, too exact, like the chair had been there for a long time, long enough to block the dew, long enough for someone to watch the water, or us. My wife followed my eyes. She whispered that we should pack. I looked at the sky, at the quiet RVs, at the road out, at the old man's camper van near the bathhouse. Then I looked back at the lake. The water was still flat. In the reflection, the green chair had finally turned. Now it faced the lake too, just like the real one. I do not remember moving it again. I only remember deciding not to sit down for coffee. We did not pack right away. That is one of the decisions I still judge myself for. My wife wanted to leave. I could see it in the way she kept her arms folded even after the sun rose high enough to warm the picnic table. She was not saying it again because she had already said it once, and I had not answered fast enough. I was still trying to make the chair smaller. That is what I did in my head. I took a thing that should have scared me, and I broke it into pieces that sounded almost reasonable. The chair moved. Maybe wind. It was warm. Maybe it held heat from the fire. There were wet marks on the dock. Maybe the old fisherman had gone down there before sunrise. The reflection looked wrong. Maybe it was the angle, ripples, fog, my eyes still half asleep. Each explanation was weak. Together, they were barely an explanation at all. But daylight had weight. There were people nearby now. A truck started near the bathhouse. Someone laughed across the loop. The older man in the camper van opened his side door and set a small cooler on the ground. The campground was not empty. That mattered. It made fear feel like something we should be embarrassed by. My wife finally said, if someone came into our site, that is enough. I said I knew. She said, then why are we still here? I did not have a good answer. The honest answer was that leaving because of a chair felt insane when said out loud. We had driven almost 5 hours. We had paid for 2 nights. The weather was clear. There were other campers. Nothing had been stolen. No one had threatened us. And the worst part was that the campsite looked normal again. The green chair sat where I had put it facing the fire ring. The gray chair beside it looked exactly the same as always. The mug was still upside down on the picnic table. The cooler was latched. Our tent was zipped. Normal, except I did not want to touch the chair again. My wife noticed that. She asked if it was still warm. I said no. That was true. By then, the whole chair had warmed slightly in the morning sun, which made the earlier warmth impossible to prove. It was just fabric now, just a chair. That bothered me almost as much as the warmth had. Evidence fades fast outside. Heat leaves. Dew dries. Watermarks disappear. Reflections change. By noon, I had almost convinced myself that we had overreacted. We walked the campground after breakfast because sitting at the site felt worse. The lake path led past 3 more campsites and down toward the boat launch. Most of the campers were either packing up or moving slowly through the morning with coffee in their hands. The family from the day before was gone. The fifth wheel near the bathhouse had its blinds open now. An older couple sat under the awning reading books. A yellow lab slept under their table. The man in the camper van was cleaning fish near a metal sink behind the restroom building. I asked him if he had gone down to the dock before sunrise. He looked at me for a second. Knife paused above the cutting board. Then he said no. No extra explanation. Just no. My wife asked if he had seen anyone walking near Site 18 during the night. He smiled a little, but it was not a warm smile. I sleep in my van, he said. If someone walks around at night, I mind my business. That was not comforting. He went back to cleaning the fish. I almost asked him what that meant. I did not. The dock looked harmless in daylight. Gray boards, rusty cleats, a few wet leaves stuck near the edge. The dark foot-shaped marks were gone. Of course they were. Sunlight and morning air had erased them before they could become evidence. The no swimming after dark sign leaned slightly on its post. My wife touched it once and said teenagers probably do ignore it. I nodded. Then we both looked at the water. The lake was no longer flat. Wind had wrinkled the surface, breaking the reflection into silver fragments. Our campsite was not visible now, only pieces of trees, sky, and shoreline. That helped. I hated that it helped. We decided to stay one more night. I know how that sounds, but we made rules. People always make rules after fear because rules feel like control. We would keep everything packed except the tent. We would not sit outside late. We would keep our phones charged. If anything moved again, we would leave immediately, even in the dark. And before going into the tent, I would take a photo of the campsite so we could check the position of everything. That last rule was mine. It sounded practical. It also sounded ridiculous. My wife did not argue. The rest of the afternoon passed too normally. That made it worse in a quieter way. We drove into town for groceries and gas. We had cell service there. We stood in a little market under fluorescent lights while people bought beer bait and bags of ice. I remember looking at them and thinking, none of these people know a chair can ruin a whole weekend. Back at the campground, the older couple with the yellow lab waved as we passed. The man in the camper van was gone. His site was empty except for a damp rectangle where the van had been parked and a few fish scales shining near the sink. I noticed that he had left before dark. My wife noticed too. Neither of us said anything. At Site 18, I set the chairs carefully. Not casually, carefully. I placed the green chair on the left side of the fire ring and the gray chair on the right. Both faced the fire, both at the same angle. I pressed each leg into the dirt so I would see if they moved. Then I took 4 small stones from near the edge of the site and placed one beside each leg of the green chair. My wife watched me do it. She did not make fun of me. That was how I knew she was scared. I did the same for the gray chair. 8 stones total. Little markers around the feet. Then I put my enamel mug upside down on the picnic table, handle facing left. I took a picture of that too. Cooler latched, lantern hanging from the tent loop, firewood stacked beside the ring, 2 chairs facing inward, 8 stones. Mug upside down. I photographed all of it. The photos looked boring. That was what scared me about them. They looked like any campsite photo, something you would send to a friend to say nice spot, wish you were here. There was no way to photograph dread. I took one more picture from closer to the lake facing back toward the site. The fire ring was centered. The 2 chairs were visible. The tent behind them, the picnic table to the side. In the lower part of the frame, the lake reflected the scene faintly. I checked it right away. 2 chairs in the campsite, 2 chairs in the reflection. Normal. I showed my wife. She said good, but her voice was too soft. We ate early. No wine this time, no long sit by the fire. I made coffee, drank half of it, then poured the rest into the dirt because I did not want the mug out after dark. My wife laughed once at that, not because it was funny, but because both of us knew what I was really doing. I washed the mug at the spigot near the restroom, dried it with a towel, and put it upside down on the picnic table again. Handle left. Then I took another photo. At dusk, the campground went through that shift I had started to hate. During the day, other campers were people. At night, they became closed doors, dark windows, silent shapes. The older couple went into their fifth wheel around 8. Their yellow lab followed them up the steps. The awning light clicked off at 8:17. After that, no one moved. Not that we saw. We went into the tent before 9. The fire was low, but not out. I had kept it smaller than the night before. It gave just enough light to outline the chairs through the tent opening. I left the door cracked at the bottom, only an inch. My wife saw me do it. She said she did not want to see. I said I did. That was only half true. I needed to know. I also knew that knowing might be worse. For a while, nothing happened. The lake moved quietly beyond the path. The dock gave a small creak now and then. Far off somewhere across the water, a dog barked once. My wife lay beside me awake. I could tell by how still she was. At 10:43, I checked my phone. No service at the site. Battery at 71%. I opened the photos again. The campsite photo was still normal. 2 chairs. Mug upside down, cooler latched. Tent behind the fire. The lake reflection showed the same. 2 chairs. No mistake. I locked the phone and set it near my sleeping bag. Then something outside made a soft sound. Not footsteps, not fabric. A small dull scrape, like stones shifting against chair leg. I stopped breathing. My wife whispered, "What was that?" I leaned toward the gap at the bottom of the tent. The firelight was weak. I could see the bottom of the green chair. 1 front leg, 1 back leg. The little stones I had placed beside them. At first, everything looked the same. Then one of the stones moved, just a fraction. It rolled away from the front leg and stopped. No wind could do that. The chair itself did not move. Not yet. Then the canvas seat made a small tightening sound, a low creak of fabric taking weight. My wife heard it. Her hand found mine in the dark. Outside, the green chair settled, slowly, as if someone had lowered themselves into it with care. I could not see a body from the gap. Only the chair legs, only the shadows under the seat. But the fabric kept making that soft, stressed sound, not once. Not from old material adjusting. Again, then still, someone was sitting in my chair. I knew it with a certainty that felt physical. My wife's breathing shook beside me. I kept staring at the gap. The stones around the chair legs were no longer evenly placed. 2 had rolled outward. 1 had disappeared under the chair. 1 had been pushed toward the fire ring. The gray chair remained untouched. The mug remained upside down on the table. The cooler remained closed. Everything else stayed normal. That was the cruelty of it. Only one thing had changed. Only enough to prove someone was there. I reached for my phone to record, but my wife squeezed my hand hard. No, she barely mouthed it. Outside, the chair creaked again. This time, the sound was followed by something else. A slow exhale. Not from the tent, from the fire ring. From the chair, I closed my eyes. That was a mistake. Because in the dark behind my eyelids, I could imagine the person more clearly. Sitting there, facing the lake, back to the tent, listening to us listen. After a long moment, the dock creaked. Just once. The chair fabric relaxed. A soft upward sigh, like weight had lifted. Then wet grass whispered under slow steps, moving away from the fire ring, down the path, toward the lake. I did not move until the dock creaked again. Farther out this time, near the end. My wife whispered, "Is it gone?" I looked through the gap. The green chair was empty. It faced the fire, exactly where I had placed it. But the stones around its legs were wrong. And on the picnic table, my mug was no longer upside down. It stood upright, handle facing right. I stared at it until my eyes watered. Then the lake went quiet. Too quiet. And from the dock out in the dark came the faint sound of someone sitting down again. Neither of us moved after that sound from the dock. The tent felt smaller than it had a few seconds before. Not because anything touched it, not because anything came closer, because whatever had been in our campsite had moved away like it owned the place. Like sitting in my chair, changing my mug, and walking to the dock were all normal steps in some routine we had interrupted. My wife kept her hand around mine. She was squeezing so tightly that my fingers started to go numb, but I did not pull away. The dock creaked again. Not loud, just one board taking weight near the end. Then silence. I pictured someone sitting there at the edge of the water with their back to us, or facing us. That was worse. The tent opening was too low to see the dock. From where I lay, I could only see the bottom of the fire ring, the legs of the green chair, and part of the picnic table. The mug stood upright on the table, handle right. I kept staring at it. There was no reason for that detail to scare me as much as it did, but it did. The chair could be explained as someone sitting down. The stones could be explained as feet bumping them. The dock could be explained as old boards moving in cold weather. But the mug was different. It was personal. I always set my mug on my right side when I sat by the fire. My wife used to tease me about it. Coffee on the right, flashlight on the left, phone in the chair pocket. Same little arrangement every time we camped. I had placed the mug upside down on the table with the handle left. Now it was upright, handle right. Ready, not used. Placed, like someone had set it where I would want it. My wife whispered, "Did you move that?" I shook my head before remembering she probably could not see me. No, the word came out too soft to sound useful. Outside, something moved on the dock. Not footsteps, a shift, a small scrape of wood. Then the water underneath made a quiet sound, almost like someone had dipped one hand into it and pulled it back out. My wife whispered that we should leave. I wanted to say yes. I wanted to crawl out, grab the car keys, and run to the Subaru barefoot if I had to. But the car was parked on the gravel pad beyond the picnic table. To reach it, we would have to unzip the tent, step into the open, past the fire ring, past the chair, past the mug, then cross the campsite while someone sat on or near the dock in the dark. The path to the car felt longer than the road home. I told her we would go at first light. She started to cry quietly then, not loud enough for anyone outside to hear, just enough that I felt her body tremble against the sleeping bag. I hated myself for that answer, but I still think running in that moment would have been worse. We stayed awake. At some point, the dock stopped making sounds. At some point, the coals in the fire ring went completely black. The campground settled into a kind of silence that felt held in place. No RV doors, no dog, no wind, no boats on the lake. I watched the mug until my eyes burned. I kept waiting for it to move again. It did not. That was almost more frightening. Whatever had moved it had finished arranging things. Around 3 in the morning, my wife fell into a shallow, broken sleep. I could tell because her grip loosened, then tightened again whenever something outside shifted. I did not sleep. I kept checking the phone even though there was no service. 3:14, 3:37, 4:02, 4:28. Time moved badly. Too slow when I looked at it. Too fast when I tried to remember how long I had been listening. Just before dawn, a fog came in off the lake. I could not see it at first, but I felt the air change. It got colder, wetter. The tent fabric darkened slightly and drops gathered along the seams. Then the chair creaked again. I stopped breathing. This time the sound came from outside the tent, not the dock. The fire ring, the green chair, a slow downward strain of canvas. Someone sitting back down. My wife woke instantly. Her eyes opened wide in the dim gray. The world outside the tent had started turning from black to blue. That made the shape visible, not fully, not enough. But through the thin gap at the bottom of the tent, I could see the lower part of the green chair, and beneath it 2 dark shapes where feet should have been. Still, close together, pointed toward the lake. I stared until I thought my eyes were inventing things. Then one of the feet shifted, only a little. A slow turn in the damp grass. The chair creaked under the movement. My wife put both hands over her mouth. I reached for the car keys in my jacket pocket. They were there. Thank God. The person in the chair did not move again. For maybe 10 minutes we lay there, while morning slowly strengthened. I kept thinking when it gets light enough, they will leave. Because that is how people behave. People trespassing at campsites leave before daylight. People doing strange things at night hide when the sun comes up. People do not sit in a stranger's chair and wait to be seen. The gray light grew. The fog thickened. The dark shapes beneath the chair faded. Not because they moved, because the fog erased them. I blinked hard. The chair was empty. I had not seen anyone stand up. I had not heard footsteps. The weight simply left. The canvas seat lifted slightly, a soft release, then nothing. My wife whispered now. I nodded. We unzipped the tent in stages. First the inner door, then the outer flap. Each sound was too loud. The campsite appeared slowly through the opening. Fire ring, green chair, gray chair, picnic table, mug, lake, no one. No figure on the dock, no person walking between the trees, no old fisherman, no drunk camper from another site. The green chair faced the fire again. That was the first thing I noticed. Not the lake, the fire, exactly where I had positioned it the evening before. The stones around its legs were wrong though. Two had rolled several inches away. One was under the seat. One was missing entirely. The gray chair had not moved. I crawled out first. My legs shook when I stood. My wife came out behind me holding the car keys now, because she had taken them from my hand without me noticing. The mug was still upright on the picnic table, handle right. I walked to it because I needed to know whether someone had used it. The inside was not dry. It held water, not coffee, not rainwater. The mug had been upside down under the edge of the table. It should have been dry inside. Even after being turned upright, it had sat under tree cover. The light rain earlier had not been enough to fill it. I lifted it. The water inside moved darkly. It smelled faintly like lake mud. There was a thin line around the inside near the rim. A mark, not lipstick, not dirt. A pale crescent where something had touched the enamel. I almost dropped it. My wife said not to bring it. I set it back down carefully, then noticed where it had been placed. Not just on the table, on the right side of the spot where I usually sat. Same distance from the edge, same angle of the handle. A small thing, a ridiculous thing, but it made me feel known in a way that was worse than being seen. The person had not only watched our campsite, they had watched my habits. We packed without speaking. Tent first, sleeping bags, cooler, chairs. I did not want to fold the green chair. I did not want to touch the seat, but leaving it behind felt like leaving part of myself in the campsite. So I grabbed it by the metal frame and shook it open once before folding it. The seat made a soft canvas sigh. Still warm. I dropped it. My wife turned. What? I could not answer. I touched the seat with 2 fingers. Warm, again. Not hot, not sun-warmed. Warm in the center. The fog had not lifted. The air was cold. The chair had been empty when we opened the tent, but the place where someone would sit still held heat. My wife did not ask again. She picked up the gray chair and carried it to the car. I used a towel to grab the green one by the frame and shoved it into the trunk without folding it properly. We were almost done when I remembered the photo, the one I had taken the night before. Before we went into the tent, 2 chairs, mug upside down, everything marked. I pulled out my phone. No service, but the photos loaded. The first image was normal. 2 chairs facing the fire, mug upside down on the picnic table, stones around both chair legs, cooler latched, tent behind the fire ring. I zoomed in. The green chair was empty. The gray chair was empty. Everything looked exactly as I had arranged it. Then I checked the lower part of the image. The reflection on the lake. At first it was only broken dark water, a faint duplicate of trees and coals in the 2 chairs. Then I tilted the phone slightly. The reflection sharpened just enough. There were 3 chairs around the fire. In the water, not in the campsite. 3. The green chair, the gray chair, and another one behind them. Closer to the lake, a faded blue chair with a sagging back and one arm lower than the other. It did not appear above the reflection. Only below, only in the lake. My wife saw my face and stepped closer. I locked the phone. She asked what I saw. I said nothing. It was a bad lie. She knew it, but she also knew we were too close to leaving to stop for another truth. We got in the car. I started the engine. As I backed out of Site 18, I glanced toward the dock one last time. The fog sat low over the boards. For a second I thought the end of the dock was empty. Then the fog shifted. A faded blue camp chair sat at the far end, facing our campsite, wet, still, waiting. It had not been there the day before. It had not been there when we walked the dock. It had not been there when I checked the marks. I drove away before my wife could see it. But in the rearview mirror, as we turned out of the loop, I saw the blue chair tilt slightly backward. Not fall, not move in the wind, tilt, like someone had just leaned back in it to watch us go. I did not tell my wife about the blue chair until we were 20 miles away. That is not something I am proud of. She knew I had seen something. Of course she did. You do not drive out of a campground that fast and expect the person beside you not to notice. But she did not ask right away, and I did not offer it. We drove in silence. The road out of the campground ran through a stretch of pine forest before reaching the county highway. Early morning fog still hung low between the trunks. Every few seconds, sunlight broke through in pale strips and flashed across the windshield. I kept checking the rearview mirror, not because I thought a chair would follow us. That would have been ridiculous. I checked because I had the feeling that if I looked at exactly the wrong second, I would see someone standing where the road curved behind us. Or sitting. That was worse. Sitting calmly in that faded blue chair at the edge of the road, waiting for us to look back. My wife finally said, "What did you see?" I kept both hands on the wheel. Nothing. She turned toward me. "Do not do that." Her voice was not angry. It was tired. That made it harder. I told her about the photo first. Not the dock. Not the chair in the mirror. The photo felt safer because it was something she could see for herself. Something with edges. Something that existed inside a phone instead of out in the fog. I handed her my phone after we reached the highway. She unlocked it with the code because my hands were shaking too much to tap. I told her which picture. She opened it. For a while, she did not say anything. Then she zoomed in. I heard her breath catch. She tilted the screen slightly, exactly like I had done, trying to make the lake reflection clearer. 3 chairs, only in the water. She looked up at me. That was not there. I said I knew. She looked back down. The 3rd chair was small in the image. If you were not looking for it, you could dismiss it as shadow or distortion. But once you saw it, you could not unsee it. It was positioned behind our 2 chairs, closer to the lake, facing the fire ring, facing where we had been sitting. Its back was crooked, one arm lower, a faded blue color visible only because the reflection caught a pale stripe of morning light. My wife swiped to the picture taken from the campsite itself. Above the waterline, there were only 2 chairs. Ours, green and gray. The 3rd chair did not exist there, only below, only reflected. She whispered, "That does not make sense." I almost laughed. Nothing about the previous 12 hours made sense. The warm seat, the mug, the stones, the dock, the chair at the end of it. The reflection just made it harder to pretend. Then she saw the final picture. I did not know it was there. I had not meant to take it. It must have happened when I lowered the phone in my hand while packing my thumb brushing the screen. The image was crooked and blurred. Half campsite, half lake, part of the green chair in the foreground. The picnic table cut off at the edge. In the lower corner, the reflection on the water showed the fire ring. And behind it, not a chair this time. A person, sitting in the blue chair. Very small, very dark. No face, no details. Just the posture, straight-backed, hands resting on knees, watching the tent. My wife made a sound like she had been hit in the stomach. She locked the phone and put it face down in her lap. I asked if she wanted me to delete it. She said not while we were still on the road. I understood what she meant. Deleting it felt like making a decision. Keeping it felt like holding evidence. Neither option felt safe while we were still close enough to the campground to turn around. We stopped at the first gas station with a restroom and people. There were 3 cars at the pumps, a man carrying a case of water, a woman inside buying coffee, a teenager in a hoodie sweeping near the entrance, normal people moving through normal morning tasks. My wife went into the restroom and stayed there longer than usual. I stood beside the car and opened the trunk. The green chair was shoved in at a bad angle, one leg sticking against the side panel. The gray chair was folded neatly on top of the tent. I did not want to touch the green one again, but I needed to know. I reached in and put 2 fingers on the center of the seat. Cold, just cold canvas now. I pressed harder. Nothing, no warmth, no sign that anyone had ever sat there except me. That almost made me angry. Evidence kept disappearing as soon as it left the place where it happened. The chair cooled. The watermarks dried. The lake changed. The photo blurred unless you knew how to look. It was like the whole thing wanted to remain almost explainable. I closed the trunk, then opened it again. The mug was not where I remembered packing it. I had put it in the side pocket of the cooler bag. I was sure of that. I had not wanted it loose in the trunk. Now it sat inside the green chair. Upright, handle facing right, I stared at it. The chair was folded badly, canvas seat pressed into an awkward pocket by the frame. The mug should not have sat there without tipping, but it did, balanced, waiting. I picked it up by the handle. There was water inside, only a little, a thin dark ring at the bottom. It smelled like the lake. I carried it to the trash can beside the pump and threw it away. The sound it made when it hit the bottom was louder than it should have been. The teenager sweeping near the entrance looked at me. I looked away first. When my wife came back, I did not tell her about the mug. I could not keep giving her new pieces of it. We drove home. The trip took almost 6 hours, and for most of it the phone stayed face down in the cup holder. Neither of us touched it, not for music, not for directions, not even when it buzzed once near noon. That buzz nearly made both of us jump. It was only a weather alert, a cold front moving across northern Wisconsin. I remember that because the alert said lake effect fog could reduce visibility near shorelines. Lake effect fog, as if the weather wanted to help explain what we saw. We got home before dark. I carried everything into the garage except the green chair. That stayed in the trunk. My wife noticed but did not question it. The tent went into a trash bag. The sleeping bags went into the laundry. The cooler went onto the garage floor and stayed there unopened until the next day. The gray chair went back on the shelf where we kept camping gear. The empty space beside it was where the green chair should have gone. I stood there looking at that space longer than I should have. Then I went back to the car, took the green chair from the trunk, and carried it straight to the dumpster behind our apartment building. I did not unfold it. I did not check the seat. I threw it in and closed the lid. That should have been the end of it. For a few days it almost was. We did not talk about camping. We did not look at the pictures. We did not unpack the cooler until the smell made it necessary. My wife washed every piece of clothing twice. I deleted the weather alert, the campground reservation email, and the photos I had taken of the site. All except one. The accidental picture. The blurry one. I told myself I kept it because deleting all proof would make me feel crazy. That was only partly true. The other part was that I kept opening it. Not every hour. Not obsessively. But enough. At night, when my wife was asleep, I would zoom in on the reflection and try to see whether the seated person had a face. It never did. No matter how far I zoomed, it stayed the same. A posture. A dark outline. A person-shaped absence sitting too straight in a faded chair that did not exist above the water. After a week, I deleted it. This time, I made myself empty the recently deleted folder too. I felt better for almost one full day. Then my wife found the chair. Not the green one. That was gone. She found the blue one. It was on our apartment balcony. We lived on the second floor. No lake. No dock. No fire ring. No campsite. Just a narrow balcony overlooking the parking lot, with 2 plastic planters and a rusted little table the previous tenant had left behind. The chair sat between the planters. Faded blue canvas, one arm sagging lower than the other. Metal legs rusted at the joints. Wet. That was the detail I remember most. It had not rained in 3 days, but the chair was wet. Not damp from morning air. Wet like it had just been pulled from the edge of a lake. My wife found it before work. She opened the curtain, screamed once, then covered her mouth like she was afraid someone outside might hear her. I ran into the room and saw it through the sliding glass door. For a few seconds, neither of us moved. The chair faced inward, toward our living room, toward the couch, toward the place where we usually sat at night. I opened the balcony door with a baseball bat in one hand. There was no one outside, no wet footprints, no ladder marks, no sign that anyone had climbed up, only the chair, and on the little rusted table beside it, our enamel mug, the one I had thrown away at the gas station. Upright, handle facing right, I did not touch either one. We called the police. The officer who came out was polite and patient. He checked the balcony, checked the stairwell, asked if we had enemies, asked if anyone had access to our apartment, asked if maybe the chair belonged to another tenant and had been moved as a joke. I said no to all of it. He took the chair, the mug too. Evidence, he said. He was kind when he said it. I think he could tell we needed that word. Evidence. A real word. A word with a system behind it. A week later, he called and said they had no leads. No fingerprints useful enough to matter. No camera angle on the balcony. No sign of forced entry. The chair was old and could have come from anywhere. The mug was ours. That was the only part he confirmed. It had a tiny chip near the rim that matched one my wife remembered. I asked if there was water in it. He paused, then said the report mentioned moisture. Not water, moisture, as if naming it carefully made it less strange. We moved 3 months later, not because of the chair, at least not officially. We told people the rent was going up and we wanted more space. Both things were true, but the real reason was simpler. My wife could not sit in the living room without looking at the balcony. I could not drink coffee from any mug with an enamel rim, and neither of us could sleep if a chair outside scraped in the wind. We live nowhere near water now. That was my one condition. No lake, no pond, no creek behind the house, no decorative fountain in the apartment courtyard. People think that is extreme. I let them. It is easier than explaining the reflection. Sometimes I still wonder what would have happened if I had turned on the flashlight that night and looked at the chair directly. Maybe there would have been no one there. Maybe there would have been a person. Maybe the worst answer is that both things can be true depending where you look. Because in the campsite there were only 2 chairs. In the lake there were 3. And by the end, the third one knew where we lived. I used to think someone sat in our chair that night. Now I think they brought their own. We should have turned around after the first print. I know that now. At the time, it was just one boot print in wet dirt. One mark behind the truck. One thing we could explain if we tried hard enough. My girlfriend and I were camping in Colorado off a forest road that ran behind a trailhead neither of us had been to before. It was not a campground. No numbered sites, no restroom, no water pump. Just dispersed pull-offs where people had built old fire rings out of loose stone. That was what we wanted. Quiet, space, no neighbors with generators, no kids riding bikes past the tent, no headlights sweeping over us every time someone drove to the bathroom. We had downloaded an offline map before losing service. I remember feeling proud of that, like it made us prepared. The map showed the main forest road, 2 creek crossings, and a handful of flat spots marked by other campers. The first site we chose sat maybe 40 yards off the road, down a short dirt track between pines. There was a small creek beyond the trees low, but moving fast enough to cover some sound. An old fire ring sat in the center of the clearing. Someone had left a half-burned log beside it. It looked used, but not recently. That mattered to me. We parked the SUV nose out. I always do that when we camp somewhere without service. My girlfriend Megan noticed and teased me for it. Always planning the escape route. I told her that was why she kept me around. She rolled her eyes, but she smiled. The evening felt normal. We set the tent close to the car. Not because we were scared, just because the ground was flatter there. I hung a lantern from a branch. Megan set the cooler under the tailgate. We cooked noodles on a camp stove and ate them out of the pot while standing near the fire ring. The forest around us was quiet in a clean way. Wind high in the pines, water over rocks, one bird calling from somewhere down the road. No engines, no voices, no other campers. That silence felt like privacy then. After dark, the temperature dropped fast. We kept the fire small because the area looked dry even with the creek nearby. Megan went into the tent around 10. I stayed outside a few minutes longer to make sure the stove was packed and the food was sealed. Before I went in, I looked around the site with my flashlight. Tent, SUV, cooler, fire ring, creek path, nothing out of place. I remember that too clearly, nothing out of place. The first sound came sometime after midnight. I was half asleep, warm inside the sleeping bag, when something woke me. At first I thought it was the creek. Then I heard it again. A slow crunch near the SUV. Not gravel. The dirt there was soft from old rain mixed with pine needles and small stones. It made a dull, damp sound when stepped on. Megan did not wake up. I lay still and listened. There was one step, then nothing. Another step, then nothing again. Not walking past, not circling the tent, just moving near the car. I told myself it was an animal, a deer maybe, or a raccoon looking for food, but the sound was too heavy for a raccoon and too careful for a deer. It had the patience of a person trying not to be heard. I reached slowly for the flashlight. The sound stopped. That was the first thing that made me cold, not the step, the stopping, like whoever was outside had heard my hand move inside the tent. I waited. The creek kept running. Wind moved through the pine tops. No more steps. I stayed awake for a long time after that, staring at the dark tent wall, waiting for something to touch the fabric. Nothing did. Eventually I must have slept. Morning made the whole thing feel smaller. That always happens. Sunlight came through the tent in pale strips. Megan woke up first and asked why I looked terrible. I told her I heard something outside during the night. She sat up. Animal maybe. That was the answer I wanted, so I let it sit there. We crawled out into cold air. The campsite looked ordinary. The fire ring was gray. The cooler was still latched. The creek was louder in daylight. The SUV had dew across the windows. I walked around the car before making coffee. That was when I saw the print. It was behind the passenger side rear tire. One boot print, clear, deep enough that the edges held shape. A large tread pattern with a square heel. The left side of the heel was broken or worn away, leaving a missing notch in the mud. I crouched beside it. Megan came over and stopped behind me. Neither of us said anything at first. There were no other prints nearby that clear, just one, as if someone had stood there with both weight on one foot, close enough to look into the back window of the SUV. Megan asked if it was mine. I showed her my boot. Different sole, different size. Her boots were smaller and had a smooth heel. The print belonged to neither of us. I looked toward the road. No one there. No vehicle sounds, no voices. The forest around us felt wider than it had the day before. Megan said we should leave. I agreed too quickly. That scared her more than if I had argued. We did not make breakfast. We did not hike down to the creek. We packed with that stiff, quiet speed people use when they do not want to admit they are afraid. The tent went into the back seat wet. The stove stayed half cleaned. I threw the trash bag into the cargo area and told myself I would deal with it later. Before getting in, I looked at the boot print again. It had not changed. Of course it had not. But now in full daylight, it looked more intentional. A single mark, placed exactly where we would find it. Megan got into the passenger seat and locked her door. I started the SUV. The engine sounded too loud. As we pulled out of the clearing, I checked the rearview mirror. The campsite slipped backward between the trees, the old fire ring, the flat dirt where the tent had been, the creek path, and the boot print, still visible behind us, right where the car had been, like someone had stood there in the dark, close enough to touch the rear door and watched us sleep. We drove deeper instead of out. That was the second mistake. At least it looks like a mistake now. At the time, it felt safer than staying. The main forest road continued uphill beyond our first site, twisting between pines and patches of aspen that had already started turning yellow. The offline map showed another flat area about 3 miles ahead, past a creek crossing, and a long bend where the road climbed along a slope. Megan wanted to go back to the highway. I did too, but neither of us said it directly. There is a strange kind of denial that happens when you are scared outdoors. If you leave completely, then you have to admit something was wrong. If you only move camp, you can pretend you are being cautious. So, we moved camp. That felt less dramatic, less embarrassing. We told ourselves the boot print probably belonged to a hunter or another camper who had passed through before we arrived. Maybe the print had already been there, and we only noticed it in the morning. Maybe the sound near the SUV had been an animal after all. Those excuses got weaker with every mile. The road got worse as we climbed. Deep ruts, loose rock, places where rain had cut narrow channels straight through the dirt. I drove slowly with both hands on the wheel, while Megan watched the offline map on my phone. No service, no messages, no blue dot moving smoothly like it does in town. Just a little arrow dragging itself through a green shape that suddenly felt too large. We crossed the creek just before noon. It was shallow, but the tires slipped on wet stones, and for 1/10 second, the SUV tilted toward the downstream side. Megan grabbed the door handle. I said we were fine. She did not answer. The second sight looked better than the first. That was what made us stop. It sat on a small rise above the road with enough space to turn around and a fire ring made from flat gray rocks. Someone had dragged a log near the ring to use as a bench. There was an old beer can half buried near a stump, rusted enough that it had probably been there all season. No tent, no vehicles, no voices, just wind and the smell of wet pine. I parked nose out again. This time Megan did not joke about it. We did not set up right away. We ate granola bars from the cooler and stood beside the SUV looking around the site like we were inspecting a room before sleeping in it. I walked the perimeter first. Fire ring, log bench, tree line, small slope down to the road. No footprints that I noticed. No trash except the old can. No sign of anyone nearby. Megan asked if we could just rest for a little and then drive back before dark. I said yes. That was the plan. No tent unless we had to. No fire. No unpacking more than necessary. Just enough time to calm down, check the road, and decide whether the creek crossing would be worse later in the rain. Then I saw the print. It was beside the fire ring. Not in mud this time, in ash. A thin layer of old gray ash had blown out from the ring and settled into the dirt nearby. Someone had stepped in it, pressing the tread clearly enough that the pattern showed. Large boot, square heel. Left side of the heel missing the same small notch. I stood there too long. Megan knew before I said anything. She came up beside me, saw where I was looking, and whispered no. Just that. No. I crouched down even though I did not want to get closer. The print was too clean to ignore, too similar to explain away. Same tread blocks, same broken heel, same strange pressure toward the front, like the person had leaned forward while standing. Megan said that is the same one. I did not answer, because she was right. And if she was right then, the first print had not been old. It had not belonged to some hunter passing through before us. It belonged to someone who had been near our car that night. Someone who was now 3 miles deeper into the road, at the site we had chosen after leaving. I looked back toward the SUV. The doors were closed. The windows reflected the trees. For the first time, I wondered if someone had been watching us choose, not following our tire tracks, not stumbling onto the same place by chance. Watching, waiting to see where we would stop next. We got back in the car, no debate. Megan held the phone with the offline map while I turned the SUV around. The sky had gone darker without either of us noticing. Low clouds pressed over the ridge, and the light had flattened into that dull gray that makes distance hard to judge. A few drops hit the windshield, then more, not a storm yet, but enough to change the road. The creek crossing was behind us. The steep rutted section was behind that. If we drove out immediately, we might make it before the dirt turned slick. If we waited, we could get stuck. So I started down. We made it maybe half a mile before the rear tires slid in a muddy rut. Not badly. just enough to throw the back of the SUV sideways and make Megan gasp. I stopped. The road ahead curved downhill toward the creek. Water was already running through the tire tracks in thin brown lines. I hated the choice. Keep going and risk sliding into the ditch or the creek crossing, or stop on the higher ground and wait for the rain to pass. Megan said she did not want to stay. I said I knew. Then the back of the SUV slid another inch, even though my foot was on the brake. That decided it. I reversed slowly, carefully, and backed onto the shoulder where the ground was flatter. We would wait out the rain. No tent, no fire, doors locked, engine ready. It was not brave. It was not curious. It was the least bad option. The rain lasted almost an hour. Not heavy, but steady enough to turn the road into a slick ribbon. We sat in the front seats without talking much. Now and then, Megan checked the map even though there was nothing new to see. Except then there was. She frowned. What is that? I looked over. On the offline map, deeper along the same forest road past the site where we had stopped, a new saved pin had appeared. I had not placed it. Megan had not placed it. The pin was labeled in plain capital letters. Next site. It sat another 2 miles ahead, farther into the forest, not on the main road exactly. On a smaller spur I did not remember seeing when we downloaded the map. I took the phone from her. There was still no service, no cloud sync, no shared account, no reason for a new pin to appear. The timestamp under the saved place said 4:12 p.m. I looked at the dashboard clock, 4:19. At 4:12, the phone had been in the cup holder between us. We had both been sitting in the car, watching rain run down the windshield. Megan stared at the pin, then she looked at the road ahead. We are not going there. I said no, immediately, too quickly. She nodded, but neither of us moved to delete it. I think we were both afraid that touching it would confirm it belonged to us somehow. Outside, the rain softened. The road steamed lightly in the cold. Behind us, the second campsite sat empty on the rise. I looked toward the fire ring through the wet rear window. From that angle, I could not see the boot print, but I knew it was there. One mark in ash, one broken heel, pointed toward the place we had almost stayed. The phone screen dimmed in my hand. Before it went black, the map shifted slightly. Not much, just enough to center the view on the new pin. Next site, as if the map wanted us to see where we were supposed to go. We did not go to the pin. That is the one thing I still feel good about. Not because it saved us. I do not think anything saved us completely. But at least we made one smart choice that day. The rain slowed a little after 5, then turned into a mist that hung low over the road. The forest looked closer through the wet windshield. The pines on both sides blurred into dark vertical lines, and every branch held water that fell in delayed drops long after the sky had gone quiet. The pin stayed on the map. Next site, I tried zooming out. It stayed. I tried closing the app and opening it again. Still there. I checked saved places. It was listed under recent pins created at 4:12 p.m. No notes, no coordinates I recognized, just that label. Megan told me to delete it. I almost did. My thumb hovered over the little menu beside the pin. Delete, rename, share, navigate. Navigate was the option that scared me most. It sat there like a suggestion, like the app knew the route and was waiting for us to accept. I closed the phone instead. Megan asked why I did not delete it. I told her I did not want to touch it. She did not ask what I meant. She understood. We decided to stay in the SUV until morning. No tent, no fire, no unpacking. We moved the cooler and duffel bags into the back seat so we could recline the front seats a little. It was uncomfortable, but discomfort felt safer than canvas walls. The doors were locked. The keys stayed in the ignition, turned just enough to keep the radio off, but the car ready. I did not want music. I did not want voices. I wanted to hear anything that came close. That was the idea anyway. The forest made that hard. Rainwater moved everywhere, down needles, off branches, along the road ruts. The creek somewhere below us was louder now after the rain, a constant rush under the smaller sounds. Every few minutes, Megan would ask if I heard something. Sometimes I did, sometimes I did not. Neither answer helped. As it got dark, the inside of the SUV became its own little world. Fog gathered at the edges of the windows. Our breathing made the glass cloudy. The dashboard lights glowed faintly blue. Outside, the forest disappeared, except where the headlights reached when I turned them on for a few seconds at a time. I did not leave them on. I was afraid of draining the battery. I was also afraid of what they might show. Around 9, Megan said she wanted to call someone. There was still no service. She tried anyway. The call failed before it could even ring. She held the phone in both hands after that screen dark, like a useless tool she did not know where to put. I checked the map once more. The blue arrow that marked our position sat on the road shoulder. The next sight pin sat ahead of us. Nothing had changed. Then as I watched, the map rotated. Not much. Just a slight shift, like it was aligning itself. The top of the screen now pointed toward the pin. I locked the phone and dropped it into the cup holder. Megan saw my face. What I said, nothing. She looked at the phone, then at the road ahead. We both stayed quiet. At some point after 11, the forest changed. The water sounds were still there, but something else arrived under them. A step, soft, damp, behind the SUV. I lifted my head from the seat. Megan froze. Another step came. Pause, then another. Not close to the doors, not walking past, behind us, near the rear hatch. I reached slowly for the ignition. My fingers touched the key. The footsteps stopped. My hand stayed there. The road ahead was empty. The windshield showed only wet dark and the faint outline of pines. I did not look in the rearview mirror right away. I could not. Then Megan whispered, "Do not turn around." That made me turn around, slowly. Through the fogged rear glass, I could see almost nothing. The back window had clouded over from our breath and the cold outside. Reflections from the dashboard floated across it. Another step came, closer to the rear hatch. Then silence. I almost started the car. But starting the car meant headlights, engine noise, a decision. And if someone was standing behind us, I did not know whether reversing, driving forward, or sitting still was the safest thing. That was the trap. Every option felt like giving information. Outside, something touched the back of the SUV. Not a hit, a small contact. Metal or wood against the bumper. Then a soft thud on the ground, like someone had placed something down. Megan was crying silently now. I turned the key. The engine started. The headlights came on automatically, throwing light down the empty road ahead. Nothing in front. I put the car in drive, but did not move. The footsteps did not run. They did not retreat in a panic. They simply moved away from the rear of the SUV. One step. Pause. One step. Pause. Then gone under the rain sounds. We stayed like that for maybe 20 minutes, engine running, heater blowing, both of us staring forward. I wanted to drive, but the road ahead led deeper. The road behind was slick curved and partially downhill. Neither felt safe in the dark, so I turned the engine off again. That was the longest night of my life. I slept for maybe 15 minutes at a time, waking each time with my neck stiff and my hands cold. Megan did not sleep at all. Every time I opened my eyes, she was looking into one of the mirrors. At dawn, the forest came back slowly. Wet trunks, gray road, mud ruts, pale sky. No person, no vehicle, no sound except water. We got out together. I had the tire iron in my hand. Megan had bear spray, though neither of us believed this was about animals anymore. Behind the SUV, placed neatly in the mud, was a small bundle of firewood. 5 split pieces, dry. That was the first wrong thing. Everything around us was wet. The road, the brush, the bumper, our shoes. But the firewood was dry, tied with a piece of brown cord. On top of the bundle was a torn piece of paper. I did not want to pick it up. Megan said my name, but I was already crouching. It was a piece of a paper map. Not our map. We did not have a paper map. The corner showed a drawn road, a creek line, and part of a campground symbol that looked hand-marked. Someone had drawn an arrow in pencil across it. The arrow pointed forward, the same direction as the next site pin. I turned the paper over. Nothing on the back, no words, just the arrow. That made it worse. No threat, no explanation, just direction. I looked down the road ahead. A thin strip of wet dirt climbed between the trees and curved out of sight. Megan stood beside me and said the sentence I had been trying not to think. "It is not following us." I looked at her. Her face was pale eyes fixed on the road ahead. She finished it in a whisper. "It is ahead of us." The wind moved through the pines then, a real gust. Water fell from the branches in a soft rush all around us. The bundle of firewood stayed dry. I put the torn map back on top of it because I did not want it in the car. Then I noticed the mud behind the rear tire. A boot print, only one, large, square tread, left heel broken, pressed into the mud facing away from us, toward the road ahead, not toward the SUV, not toward where the person would have come from, toward where the map wanted us to go. That changed the shape of the fear completely. Someone had not walked up behind us, someone had walked away from us. After leaving the bundle, after standing close enough to touch the bumper, after knowing we would find it in the morning, Megan backed toward the passenger door. "We are leaving," she said. I nodded. This time I did not hesitate. I got in, started the SUV, and put it in reverse. The backup camera came on. For half a second, the screen showed the road behind us. Empty. Then the image flickered. A black rectangle appeared where the bundle of firewood should have been. The camera corrected itself immediately. The bundle was there. Mud, road, trees. Normal. I did not tell Megan. I backed up slowly until I could turn around on the shoulder. The tires slipped twice but caught. When we faced the way we had come, I felt a small pulse of relief. Short-lived. The phone lit up in the cup holder. No service, still no bars, but the map opened by itself. The blue arrow pointed backward now, toward the way out. For 1 second I thought it was helping. Then the next sight pin moved, not far, just enough to stay ahead of us. Now it sat somewhere on the road behind us. The direction we had chosen, the way out. Megan saw it happen. Neither of us spoke. The map was not sending us deeper anymore. It was placing the next site wherever we were trying to go. The pin moved to the road behind us. That should have made us stop using the map. It did not. We needed it too much. The forest road had split twice since the creek, and without the map, I was not sure which branch led back toward the highway. The rain had changed the road. Ruts looked deeper. Shallow dips were full of brown water. The same trees repeated until every turn felt borrowed from the last one. Megan held the phone low in her lap. She did not say the words "next site" again. Neither did I. The blue arrow showed us moving toward the way out. The pin stayed ahead. Always ahead. Not far. Maybe half a mile. Then less. Then more again whenever the road bent and corrected itself. I told Megan not to look at it. She said she had to. That was the problem. We both had to. About 20 minutes later, we reached the fallen tree. It was not dramatic. Not a huge trunk blocking the entire road. Just a young pine snapped across one side of the track. Branches spread low enough that the SUV could not pass without scraping the windshield or getting caught underneath. I stopped. Megan said no before I opened the door. I told her we had to move it. There was no room to turn around. The shoulder dropped into a shallow ditch on one side and rose into wet brush on the other. Backing up that road for half a mile in mud would have been worse. So I got out. The air smelled like wet bark and cold dirt. I kept the engine running and the driver's door open. Megan stayed inside with the bear spray in her hand. I dragged the branches first. They were heavier than they looked, soaked through with rain. Needles slapped my jacket. Mud sucked at my boots. Halfway through, I heard a step above me, not on the road, in the trees up the slope. I froze. Another step, slow, then nothing. I looked up through the pines and saw only dark trunks and water dripping from branches. Megan lowered the window 2 inches. Get in. I pulled harder. The tree shifted enough to open a narrow gap. Not clean, not safe, but maybe enough. I got back in, and we forced the SUV through slowly. Branches dragged along the passenger side with a sound like fingernails across metal. Megan cried once when something hit her window. It was only a branch. At least, that is what I told her. Past the tree, the road split again. The left branch looked worse. Deep mud, narrow turn. The right branch looked drier and sloped down through the pines. The map showed both. The blue arrow spun once, then corrected. The next sight pin sat on the right branch. Megan said, "Take the left." I tried. The front tires slid immediately, and the SUV angled toward the ditch. I backed out before we got stuck. That left the right branch. Neither of us said anything. We drove toward the pin, not because we wanted to, because the road made the choice smaller than it should have been. The right branch dropped into a flat clearing after maybe 300 yards. I saw it through the windshield before the map confirmed it. A campsite. Too clean. That was the first thing wrong. The fire ring had been cleared of ash. The stones were straight, evenly spaced, almost decorative. Beside it, 5 pieces of dry wood had been stacked into a small cone. 2 flat stones sat near the edge of the clearing, placed side by side like a pair of footprints. There was a perfect tent pad between the trees. Flat, clear, just big enough for our tent. Megan whispered, "Keep driving." I tried. The rear tire spun in the mud. The SUV slid half a foot sideways and stopped. I hit the gas lightly. Nothing. Again. Mud sprayed the side mirror. I swore under my breath and got out to check the tire. That was when I saw the boot print, beside the passenger door. 1 print in the mud, large tread, square heel, left side broken. It faced the SUV, not the road, not the fire ring, the SUV, like someone had stood there waiting for the door to open. Megan saw it through the window. She locked the door even though it was already locked. I looked toward the prepared firewood. On the top piece, something had been carved into the pale split wood. 2 words, "Sit here." I backed away from it. Then I saw the tree behind the fire ring. Fresh cuts in the bark, not old scratches, not initials, words. You passed it twice. I did not know what it meant. The exit, the site, the person, the chance to turn back, maybe all of it. The engine idled behind me. The forest listened. Then 1 step sounded from the slope above the clearing. Pause. Another. Megan screamed my name. I got back in the SUV and rocked it loose by shifting between reverse and drive until the tires finally caught. The car lurched backward, then forward, then broke free. We did not follow the map after that. I turned wherever the road looked wider. The phone slid off Megan's lap and landed face down on the floor. Neither of us picked it up. For the first time all day, I did not care where the pin was. I only cared about moving. Behind us in the mirror, the prepared campsite disappeared between the trees. But right before the road curved, I saw the firewood cone collapse. Not from wind, not from rain, straight down, like someone had removed the centerpiece by hand. We reached the highway just before dark. No one followed us out. That almost made it worse. There was no truck behind us, no figure at the tree line, no boot prints appearing in the middle of the pavement, just the forest ending, then asphalt, then a 2-lane highway with faded yellow lines and a sign for gas 7 miles ahead. Megan started crying when we saw that sign. I did not tell her I wanted to do the same. We drove to the gas station without stopping. It was attached to a small diner with bright windows and 3 pickup trucks in the lot. People moved inside. A waitress carried plates. A man stood at the counter paying for coffee. Normal life. I parked under the light closest to the door. Megan went inside to use the restroom. She told me not to check the car. I said I would not. Then I checked the car. The tires were caked in mud. The passenger side had long branch scratches across the doors. Pine needles were caught under the windshield wipers. Nothing impossible. Then I saw the passenger door handle. There was mud on it, not smeared, stamped, a tiny boot print, no bigger than my thumb. Same tread, same square heel, same broken notch on the left side. It looked like someone had taken the bottom of that boot print and pressed it into the mud, then stamped it onto the handle as a mark. A signature. I wiped it away with my sleeve before Megan came back. I still regret that, but at the time I could not give her one more thing. She came out with 2 coffees we did not drink. We got a motel that night. A real one. 2nd floor, parking lot lights, deadbolt, chain lock. We left the camping gear in the SUV. Neither of us wanted it in the room. Before bed, Megan asked if the map still showed the pin. The phone was on the table between us. Face down, I said I did not know. She said not to check, so we did not. The next morning we drove home. We did not talk much. We kept the radio on low, not because we cared what was playing, but because silence felt like space something could step into. By the time we reached our apartment, the whole thing had started to shrink again. That happens after fear. Distance edits it. The forest becomes a place you left. The road becomes a bad road. The boot print becomes maybe a coincidence. The pin becomes maybe a glitch. Megan went upstairs first. I stayed in the parking lot and unloaded only what we needed. Clothes, wallets, phones, the cooler. I left the tent and chairs in the back. Then my phone buzzed. For the first time since leaving the mountains, it had full service. Notifications came in all at once. Weather, emails, a missed call from my brother. Then the map app opened by itself. I did not touch it. It filled the screen. Saved places. At the top was a new pin. Next site. For 1 second I thought it would still be in Colorado. It was not. The map had centered on our apartment complex. The pin sat directly over our parking lot, not near town, not near the highway, not near some random road. Here, where the SUV was parked, where I was standing. I looked up from the screen. The lot was quiet. A neighbor carried groceries from her car. Someone's dog barked from a balcony. Megan was visible in our kitchen window, moving like nothing outside had changed. Then I looked down at the pavement beside the passenger door. There was no mud there, no print, no person. Only one small wet mark on the asphalt, shaped like the broken heel of a boot. It dried while I watched it. By the time Megan came back downstairs and asked what was wrong, it was gone. I told her nothing. That was another mistake, but I was tired of turning evidence into fear. That night, I deleted the map app. The pin disappeared with it. For 2 days, I felt better. On the 3rd day, I lost service in the grocery store parking lot during a storm. My phone froze. Then the screen went black. When it came back, the map was open again. I had not reinstalled it. There was only one saved place. Next site. This time the pin was not on our apartment. It was on the grocery store parking lot, 2 rows behind where I had parked. I looked through the windshield. Rain ran over the glass. Cars sat in gray lines under the lot lights. No one stood behind me, no one I could see. Then a shape moved near the cart return. Not a person stepping out, not clearly, just enough darkness shifting to make me lock the doors. I drove home without buying groceries. Megan asked why I was back so fast. I told her the store was crowded. It was not. We do not camp anymore. We do not drive forest roads. We do not use offline maps. People think that last one is strange. They say phones glitch, apps save old data, pins appear from bad syncs, mud gets on door handles, boots are common. They are right. Every piece of it can be made small if you separate it from the rest. That is how it survives. As separate things. A print, a pin, a bundle of wood, a prepared site, a mark on a door handle. But I know what it felt like to watch the destination move ahead of us. I know what it felt like to realize we were not being chased. We were being routed. And sometimes when my phone loses service, I turn it off immediately. Because if that map opens again, I already know what it will say. Next site. I did not choose pad 9. That is the detail I keep going back to. Not the laundry room, not the old yellow tag, not even the charges that showed up on my card after I got home. Pad 9. I did not choose it. Someone had already chosen it for me. I was driving through the Utah-Arizona border area in late October, pulling a small travel trailer I had bought used the year before. It was not a big RV, nothing expensive, just a 19-foot trailer with a bed, a tiny sink, a weak air conditioner, and enough storage to make me feel like I knew what I was doing. I had been on the road for almost 6 hours that day, longer than planned. A construction detour had pushed me off the highway for 40 miles, then a gas stop took longer because the card reader at the pump kept failing. By the time the sun dropped behind the red ridges, I had already given up on making it to the state park I originally wanted. I needed a place to sleep, that was all. One night, power hookup if possible, a level pad, a place where I could close the blinds and stop driving. The RV park I found online looked better in the photos than it did when I arrived. That happens a lot out there. The website showed sunset pictures, clean gravel pads, a laundry room, a little office with a porch and a sign that said, "Desert View RV Stop." It had enough reviews to seem real, not great, not terrible, just the kind of place people used for one night between bigger destinations. The GPS took me down a frontage road beside the highway, then onto a narrower road that looked more like an access lane. The pavement ended sooner than I expected. My headlights caught a faded sign leaning beside a cattle guard. Desert View RV Stop. Vacancy. The word vacancy was painted in red, but the paint had cracked so badly it looked like old blood in the light. I remember thinking that was a stupid thought. I was tired. Everything looks worse when you are tired and hungry. The entrance opened into a wide gravel lot with 2 rows of ERV pads. Most were empty. A few long-term trailers sat near the back, dirt and still with skirting around the bottom, and storage bins underneath. One porch light burned blue over a door. Another RV had a satellite dish pointed at nothing I could see. The office was closed, no lights inside, no car parked out front. But there was a small board beside the door with a yellow bulb above it. After hours check-in, that made me feel better. Systems make lonely places feel less lonely. There was a plastic box mounted under the board with envelopes inside. Beside it was a campground map faded from sun. The pads were numbered in markers, some crossed out and rewritten. A few old permit sleeves hung from nails along the bottom edge. I parked in front of the office and left the truck running. The trailer brake controller glowed blue under the dash. The engine ticked softly. Behind me, the trailer sat angled in the gravel, its running lights red against the dark. I checked my phone. 1 bar. Barely. Enough for the reservation email to load after a few tries. I had booked a basic overnight site that afternoon from a gas station parking lot. The confirmation only said after-hours envelope will be available if arriving late. No pad number. No name of a host, no gate code, just that sentence. I got out with my phone in one hand and a flashlight in the other. The air was cold in the way desert air gets cold after dark, sudden, and dry. Gravel shifted under my boots. Somewhere beyond the RV park, the highway made a low, constant sound, distant enough to feel useless. The after-hours box held maybe 10 envelopes. Most were blank. A few had names written across the front. I found mine immediately. That was the first thing that felt wrong. Not because having an envelope ready was strange. That was the point of the system. But because the handwriting stopped me. My name was written by hand. Not printed, not typed. First and last. Correct spelling. Under it was my license plate. Also correct. Under that, in the same neat block letters, was the site assignment. Overflow pad 9. I stood there for a moment with the envelope still in the box. I had not given them my license plate when I booked. At least I did not remember giving it. Maybe the booking form asked for it. Maybe I filled it out without thinking. That was the first explanation I used. It was reasonable enough. I pulled the envelope free. There was a permit card inside, a little white rectangle with a clip attached to it. Not yellow, white, printed with the RV park name at the top and handwritten details below. Name, plate, pad 9, one night, occupants 1. Then I saw the arrival time, 8:42 p.m. I looked at my phone, 9:16 p.m. The time on the permit was 34 minutes early, not estimated, not blank. Written clearly, 8:42 p.m. I checked the office door, dark glass, closed blinds, no one inside. I looked across the gravel lot. No one moved near the long-term RVs. No porch doors opened, no curtains shifted that I could see. I told myself it was probably the time they prepared the envelope. Maybe whoever wrote it had filled in the wrong line. Maybe arrival time meant expected arrival. Maybe the system had estimated based on online booking. I was tired enough to accept a bad explanation, because the alternative was standing alone in a dark RV park with nowhere else to sleep. I took the permit and looked at the faded map. Pad 9 was in the overflow row past the main hookups near the laundry room. The map showed it as a simple gravel strip with water and power, no sewer. Good enough. I drove slowly around the loop. The pads looked older in person. Low wooden posts marked the numbers. Some had cracked plastic sleeves for permits. A few sleeves were empty, but clouded from sun damage. One post leaned so far it almost touched the ground. The laundry room was the only building with light, a weak yellow rectangle near the back of the park. Pad 9 was beside it. I saw the leveling blocks before I fully pulled in. 2 orange blocks had been placed on the gravel exactly where my trailer wheels needed to stop. Not near, not generally, exactly. I stopped with the truck halfway into the pad and stared through the windshield. A rational person would say someone had left them. Campers leave things all the time. Blocks, firewood, hose washers, cheap folding chairs, half-empty propane bottles. Not every object means something, but these blocks were too clean. No dust, no tire marks, no sun fade. They looked like they had been placed there recently, for me. I got out and walked around them with the flashlight. 2 blocks, side by side, spaced for my trailer tires. The gravel around them had been brushed flat. I looked toward the laundry room. The light inside flickered once. No one at the window, no shadow on the door. I could have left then. I know that. But leaving with a trailer is not the same as leaving in a car. I would have had to circle the lot, find a safe place to turn around, pull back out onto an unlit access road, and search for another stop while exhausted. And nothing had happened yet. That was the sentence I kept using. Nothing had happened yet. So I pulled forward until the trailer tires climbed onto the blocks. Perfect fit. The bubble level on the front of the trailer settled almost dead center. I stood there looking at it longer than I should have. Then I laughed once. A small, stupid laugh. Because part of me wanted that to be reassuring. Maybe the staff had seen my reservation and prepared the pad. Maybe Desert View was just unusually helpful in a way that looked creepy when you arrived alone after dark. I unhitched slowly, jack down, safety chains off. Power cord plugged into the pedestal. Water hose connected but not turned on because I did not trust the spigot. I clipped the permit into the sleeve on the Pad 9 post. The white card faced the road. Name hidden from the pad. Details visible enough for staff. Normal. Routine. I told myself that word several times. Routine. Inside the trailer, everything felt better. Small spaces can do that. The door locked cleanly. The lights worked. The fridge hummed. The bed was already made. I closed every blind and checked each latch twice. I put my keys on the little counter beside the sink. Flashlight next to the bed. Phone on the charger. Wallet in the drawer. I ate crackers and peanut butter standing at the counter because I was too tired to cook. The trailer rocked slightly when wind hit the side. Other than that, nothing moved. At 10:03, I turned off the main light and sat on the edge of the bed. The laundry room light still glowed through the closed blind over the small side window. A thin line of yellow cut across the wall near the sink. I should have closed that blind tighter. I know that now. I lay down but did not sleep. Outside, the park settled into little metal sounds. A loose chain tapping somewhere, a vent cover shifting in the wind, distant highway hum, then gravel, one slow step, not close to the door, near the side window. I opened my eyes. Another step. Pause. Another. The steps moved along the side of the trailer past the window toward the utility hookup. I held still. The sound stopped near the power pedestal. I waited for someone to knock. No knock came. Instead, I heard the soft scrape of my power cord being touched. Not pulled, not unplugged. Touched. Moved slightly against gravel, then nothing. I reached for the flashlight but did not turn it on. The trailer wall suddenly felt thin. Too thin. After maybe a minute, the footsteps moved away. Slowly, back past the side window, past the blind that did not close all the way, toward the laundry room. I waited until I could not hear anything anymore. Then I got up and looked through the smallest corner of the blind. The gravel outside was empty. The laundry room door was closed. The yellow light inside flickered once, then steadied. I did not sleep much after that. At dawn, I went outside before making coffee. The power cord had been coiled neatly. Not disconnected, not damaged, just coiled. Better than I had done it. The excess length was wrapped in 3 clean loops beside the pedestal, tied with a short piece of brown cord I had never seen before. I looked at the pad 9 post. The permit sleeve faced the road, but the card inside had been turned around. The backside now faced my trailer. There was one line written on it, one inside, small, neat, in pencil. I stood there in the cold desert light, staring at those words. The whole RV park stayed quiet. No office door, no voices, no footsteps. Only the laundry room light behind me, still on, still waiting. I stared at the words for longer than I should have. One inside, not one occupant, not one guest. Inside. That was the part that made my skin tighten. Inside meant the trailer. Inside meant the blinds. Inside meant the locked door. I looked across the RV park, expecting someone to be standing at a window or pretending not to watch from behind a screen door. Nothing moved. The long-term trailers near the back sat in a row like shut boxes. One porch light was still blue. One small flag hung limp from an antenna. The office stayed dark. The laundry room light still burned behind me, yellow and weak. I pulled the permit card from the sleeve. The front was normal. My name, my plate, pad 9, one night. Occupants 1. The back had the pencil line, 1 inside. The graphite looked fresh. It had not smudged, but it had that dark, soft edge pencil gets before dust settles into it. I rubbed my thumb near the words without touching them. Then I heard something behind me, a dryer sheet sliding across tile. At least that was what it sounded like. Soft, dry, too close to the laundry room door. I turned. The door was closed. No one inside that I could see through the small square window. Just fluorescent light, the edge of a washer, a corkboard on the far wall. I slid the permit back into the sleeve with the front facing out. Then I walked to the trailer. The door was still locked. The step was still down. Nothing looked broken. But the blind over the kitchen window, the one I had not closed all the way, had been adjusted. Not opened. Not fully closed. Adjusted. The narrow gap was centered now. A clean vertical slit through the middle of the window. From outside, it aimed directly at the bed. I had slept on the right side facing the wall. That gap looked straight at my pillow. I stood there with my hand on the trailer door and felt stupidly exposed, even though it was morning and I was outside. Inside, the trailer looked untouched. Keys on the counter, flashlight beside the bed, phone charger plugged in, drawer closed, no muddy prints, no open cabinets. That almost made the blind worse. Whoever had touched the outside of my setup had not needed to break anything. They were only correcting small details. Cord looped better, blind centered, permit turned around. Like pad 9 had a way it was supposed to look, and I had set it up wrong. I made coffee because I needed something normal to do with my hands. While it brewed, I checked my reservation email again. The page loaded slowly on one bar of service. No pad number, no license plate, no arrival time, just my name, payment confirmation, and overnight stay. I had not given them my plate. I sat at the little dinette and read that email 3 times. Then I looked out through the centered slit in the blind. From inside, it gave me a perfect view of the permit post. White card and plastic sleeve, front facing out. Still, waiting. I decided to leave before noon. That felt reasonable. Not panic, not flight. Just leaving early because the place felt wrong. I packed small things first. Charger, jacket, food bag, toiletry kit. Then I stepped outside to disconnect power and raise the trailer jack. The power cord had been coiled again. I had uncoiled it after checking it earlier. I remembered doing it because I wanted to see whether the brown cord was tied to it or just looped around it. I had removed the cord and thrown it into the storage compartment. Now the excess power cord sat in 3 clean loops beside the pedestal. No brown cord this time, just arranged. I looked at the storage compartment. Closed, latched. I opened it. The brown cord was inside exactly where I had thrown it, but on top of it sat a small, flat stone. Dark gray, smooth, not desert gravel, not from this pad. It looked like a river stone, wet on the bottom. I did not touch it. I closed the compartment and backed away. That was when an RV door opened near the back row. The sound made me turn too fast. An older man stepped out of a faded classic motorhome with a mug in his hand. He was wearing slippers and a jacket over pajama pants. He looked ordinary in a way that almost hurt. I walked toward him before I could talk myself out of it. I asked if there was a host. He looked toward the office. Not really. I asked if anyone came around during the night. He studied me for a second. Then he said they had your envelope ready too. The word "too" landed wrong. I asked what he meant. He shook his head and took a sip from the mug. Nothing. Just, this place does that. I asked what that meant. He looked past me toward pad 9, then toward the laundry room. Then he went back inside his RV and closed the door. No apology, no explanation, just shut himself back into his box. I stood there feeling more alone than before. When I returned to the office board, I meant to look for a phone number. Instead, I looked into the after-hours box again. Most envelopes were blank. A few had names written on them, probably for people who had not arrived yet. Under the stack half hidden at the bottom of the plastic holder was an old permit tag that did not match the others. Yellow, not white like mine. The paper was darker at the edges, curled from age and held flat under the weight of the envelopes. I almost pulled it out. My fingers touched the corner. Then the laundry room light flickered behind me. Once, twice. When I looked back, the yellow tag had slipped deeper under the envelopes, as if the stack had settled on its own. I left it there. At the time, I did not know why that color bothered me. I only knew it felt older than the RV park, older than pad 9, older than my reservation. I found the phone number taped under the office window. The first number was out of service. The second rang until it cut off. The third went to voicemail with no greeting. I did not leave a message. When I turned back toward my trailer, the permit on pad 9 had moved again. The card was backward. I did not need to walk over to know there would be new writing. I went anyway. Under one inside, someone had added a second line. He saw the yellow one. I looked toward the after-hours box. The office was still dark. The old man's ERV was closed. The laundry room door was shut. No one stood near the board. No one could have seen my fingers touch that yellow tag unless they had been close enough to watch from behind me. I pulled the permit from the sleeve and folded it once. Then I stopped. Folding it felt wrong, like damaging a receipt before you knew what you had bought. I unfolded it and put it in my jacket pocket. For the first time that morning, I did not care whether staff needed to see it. I went back to the trailer and started raising the jack. The handle turned twice, then jammed. I tried again. Nothing. I crouched and looked under the frame. The leveling blocks had been pushed tighter against the wheels, not by much, just enough that I could not pull forward cleanly without risking the trailer shifting sideways. They had been placed perfectly when I arrived. Now they had been wedged. I looked at the gravel around the tires. No footprints, no drag marks, only smooth raked lines in the dust, as if someone had brushed the ground clean after kneeling there. Inside my pocket, the folded permit pressed against my leg. I could feel its shape through the fabric. One inside. He saw the yellow one. I looked toward the laundry room. The light flickered once more. Then the door, which I was sure had been closed, opened about 2 inches. No one came out. No hand appeared. Just a dark vertical gap under a yellow light. And from somewhere inside, something paper-thin slid across the floor. I did not go into the laundry room. Not then. The door had opened 2 inches, and something inside had moved across the floor, but every part of me understood that walking in would be a mistake. So I did the practical thing. I went back to the trailer jack. If I could get the trailer free, the laundry room did not matter. The yellow tag did not matter. The old man in the Class C did not matter. I could pull onto the highway and let Desert View become another strange place I once stayed too long. The jack handle still would not move. I tried forcing it. Metal groaned under my hand. The trailer shifted slightly on the blocks, and I stopped before I made it worse. The orange leveling blocks had been wedged tight under both tires. Not just placed, wedged. The gravel behind them had been scraped away so the tires settled deeper into the plastic teeth. Someone had done it carefully. That bothered me more than damage would have. If the tire had been slashed, I could call it vandalism. If the cord had been cut, I could call it sabotage. But this was maintenance shaped like a trap. It looked helpful until I tried to leave. I got the small folding shovel from the truck bed and began scraping gravel from behind the blocks. Every few seconds I looked over my shoulder toward the laundry room. The door stayed open, 2 inches, no wider, no narrower. After a few minutes, the old man's RRV door opened again. I stood up too fast. He stepped out with a trash bag this time. Same slippers, same jacket. He walked toward the dumpster near the office like nothing was wrong. I called to him. He paused. I asked if he had a jack handle or a pry bar. He looked at my trailer, then at the blocks, then at the open laundry room door. For a second, I thought he would help me. Instead, he said, "You should not have looked at the yellow one." I felt the shovel go loose in my hand. I asked what the yellow one was. He shook his head. "Not my stay." Then he carried his trash to the dumpster, dropped it in, and went back inside his RV. "Not my stay." Those 3 words stayed with me. Not my problem would have sounded normal, not my business, not my site, but stay. Like each person there had their own assigned event, their own check-in, their own thing not to interfere with. I went to the office again mostly because standing beside the trailer made me feel exposed. The door was locked, but a side window showed part of the interior. Desk, old computer, empty chair, dust on the counter, nothing that looked recently used. Beside the door was a board I had missed the night before. Occupied/available. A simple metal sheet with small magnetic markers. Green for open pads, red for occupied. Pad 9 had a red marker. That made sense. I was there. A few other pads had red markers too. The long-term RVs, the Class C, the blue-lit trailer in the back row. Then I noticed one red marker sitting apart from the rest. It was in the lower corner of the board below the printed list. Not beside pad 1, not beside pad 12, just alone. The label under it was faded marker nearly erased by sun and dust. But I could still read the number, 14. I looked back at the campground map. Pads 1 through 12, overflow 7 through 10. No 14. I stood there long enough that the red marker seemed to darken while I watched it. A number that did not belong. A pad that was still marked occupied. I thought of the yellow tag at the bottom of the after hours box. I did not want to. I also could not stop. The laundry room door tapped once against its frame, not closing, just moving slightly in a wind I could not feel. I walked back to pad 9 and tried the jack again. Still stuck. I scraped more gravel, then more. Finally, one of the blocks shifted half an inch, enough to pull it free if I could rock the trailer forward. I got into the truck and started it. The engine sounded good, normal, strong. I put it in V and eased forward. The trailer did not move. The hitch jerked hard enough to snap me back in the seat. I checked the mirror. The trailer jack was still down. Impossible. I had raised it at least halfway. I got out. The jack foot was pressed firmly into the gravel again. Fully lowered. Not jammed halfway, lowered. The handle hung straight down. I stared at it. Then I looked at the trailer door. Still shut. The blinds still closed. But the centered slit in the kitchen blind was open again. Clean. Vertical. A dark eye in the side of the trailer. I did not go inside. I went to the laundry room. Not because I wanted answers, because I needed a phone number, a camera, a person, anything that made the park part of the normal world. The door was open wider now, maybe 6 inches. I pushed it with the shovel handle. It swung inward. The room smelled like dryer sheets, dust, and old heat. 2 washing machines sat along one wall, 1 dryer, a broken vending machine with a sun-faded soda label, a plastic chair near the corner, a corkboard covered in notices. No person, no movement. On the floor near the doorway was a white permit card. Mine, not the one in my pocket. A second one, front side up, my name, my plate. Pad 9, 1 night, occupants 1. The handwriting was close to mine, but not mine. There was an extra line at the bottom. Departure not yet. I did not pick it up. I stepped around it and went to the corkboard. Most of the notices were ordinary. Laundry hours, no coins kept on site. Quiet hours, report water leaks. A faded map of the RV park was pinned crookedly in the middle. The map showed the current pads. Then below them in older ink a section labeled Old Overflow. Most numbers were crossed out. One was circled in red. 14, the same number from the occupied board. The map did not show where it was. Only the number, as if the place had been removed but the status remained. Behind the map something yellow showed through a tear in the paper. I reached for it, then stopped. My hand hovered there. The room was silent except for the buzz of the fluorescent light. I could hear my own breathing. I pulled the map aside. An old yellow permit tag was pinned behind it, curled at the edges, darkened with age, the same color as the one I had seen in the after-hours box. I did not remove it yet. I only read the back because the tag had been pinned facing outward. There were pencil words on it, small, neat, all capitals. Site 14 is still occupied. I stepped back so fast my shoulder hit the vending machine. The machine rattled once. Then the dryer behind me clicked on. No clothes inside, no coins, no hand pressing the button. Just a sudden low mechanical hum. The drum turned slowly in the empty machine. Once, twice, then stopped. On top of the dryer sat a new envelope. White, clean. My name across the front. Under it in pencil 1 line. He found 14th. I did not touch the envelope on the dryer, not at first. My name was written across the front in the same neat block letters as the permit on pad 9. Under it, he found 14. The dryer drum sat still again. The room smelled warmer now, like old lint and heated dust. The fluorescent light flickered once overhead, then steadied. I looked back at the yellow permit tag pinned behind the map. Site 14 is still occupied. I did not know why those words felt familiar. Not familiar like memory. Familiar like a warning repeated from somewhere I had not been. The tag was old, older than the notices around it. The paper had gone soft at the edges, and one corner had a small tear where the clip must have pulled through. The front was facing the corkboard, hidden. The back was all I could see. I wanted to turn it over. I also knew that turning it over would be exactly what the room wanted. Instead, I reached for my phone. No service. Of course, I took a photo anyway. The screen showed the corkboard, the old map, the yellow tag. For half a second, the photo looked normal. Then the camera app froze. When it recovered, the picture was still there, but the yellow tag in the image was blank. No words. I looked up. The real tag still said it. Site 14 is still occupied. I deleted the photo without thinking, then regretted it immediately. That was how the whole place worked. It made evidence feel unsafe to keep. I stepped around the second permit card on the floor and moved toward the door. Before I reached it, the dryer clicked again. This time, something inside shifted. Not clothing, paper. A dry slap against metal. I turned slowly. The dryer door was closed. The machine was off. I could see my reflection bent across the round glass. Behind me, the open laundry room door showed a slice of gravel and daylight. No one stood there. I opened the dryer. Inside was a pile of permit cards. Not many. Maybe 15. White ones like mine. Yellow ones like the old tag. Some curled. Some fresh. Some damp. Some clean and flat. They were stacked loosely inside the drum as if someone had emptied a drawer into it. The top card was white. Pad 9. My name. Departure not yet. I pushed it aside with the end of the shovel handle. The next tag was yellow. Site 14. No name visible. The one beneath it was white. Pad 3. Occupants 2. On the back, checked window. Another. Pad 11. On the back, dog heard it first. Another. Overflow 8. On the back, left without hookup. These were not stories. They were entries, notes, like the place had been keeping track of people in the smallest possible language. I did not read them all. I did not need to. At the bottom of the dryer under the stack was a folded complaint form. The paper was brittle, creased into quarters and stained along one edge. I should have left it, but I had already come too far into the room. I unfolded it carefully. Most of the printed fields were faded. Date, guest name, site, complaint. The handwriting was hard to read in places, but the first line was clear. Camper reported permit moving from post. The next line made my stomach drop. Blue truck, left before sunrise. I stopped reading. The laundry room seemed to tilt slightly around me. Blue truck, permit moving, left before sunrise, site 14 still occupied. I did not know the man. I did not know where he had been. I did not know whether this had happened here or somewhere else. The form did not say Montana. It did not give a full name. It did not explain anything. That made it worse. It was only enough to connect, not enough to solve. The last readable line said, "Claim site remained occupied after departure." I folded the form and put it back into the dryer. My hand was shaking now, not because I had found a ghost story, because I had found administration, forms, tags, boards, statuses, a system. Something had been watching people through the language of campgrounds. Occupied, available, arrival, departure, one inside, still occupied. It did not need a face, it had records. A sound came from outside, a soft click, then another. I stepped to the laundry room window. Pad 9 was visible between the office and the first row of three RVs. My trailer door was open, only a few inches. I had locked it. I remembered locking it. The steps were still down. The centered blind slit was black. The door moved slightly in the wind, then stopped. Not open enough for wind, open enough to show it had been touched. I grabbed the shovel and ran. The gravel felt loose under my feet. The old man's Class C stayed closed. The blue porch light at the back row stayed on. No one came out. When I reached Pad 9, I stopped before touching the trailer door. There was a white envelope taped to it, not under the handle, not tucked in the seal. Taped flat across the door at chest height. My name. Under it, final notice. I tore it off. Inside was not a bill, not a warning, a checkout slip. Desert View RV stop, Pad 9, arrival 8:42 p.m. Departure blank. Occupants 1, status occupied. At the bottom, someone had written in pencil, guest attempted early departure. I looked through the open door. The inside of the trailer was almost normal. Keys on the counter, flashlight by the bed, phone charger plugged in. One thing had changed. The bed was made. I had not made it. The blanket was pulled tight, the pillow was centered, the corners were folded under with care I never used. On top of the pillow lay the old yellow tag from the laundry room. The one that said Site 14 was still occupied. It should not have been there. I had left it pinned to the corkboard. I backed away from the trailer. Then I saw the permit post. The sleeve at Pad 9 held a new card. Not mine, yellow, old, facing me. On the back, in the same small pencil letters, it said, "Occupant seen leaving laundry." I looked toward the laundry room. The door was closed now. The light inside was off. For the first time since I arrived, the building was dark, and in the dark square of the laundry room window, a pale rectangle slowly pressed against the glass from the inside. A permit tag, held there by no hand I could see. It stayed long enough for me to read one final line. "Checkout denied." I did not try to check out after that. That sounds ridiculous, but that was the word in my head. Check out. Not escape, not run. Check out. The place had pushed that language into me. Pad, permit, arrival, departure, occupied, denied. Every strange thing had come wrapped in the shape of a campground rule, until even fear started sounding like paperwork. I backed toward the truck with the shovel still in my hand. The trailer door stayed open behind me. The yellow tag remained on the pillow inside. The laundry room stayed dark. No footsteps followed. No one came out of the old RVs. That made the whole park feel worse. Not abandoned, not asleep, aware. I opened the truck door and got in. For a second, I thought I could leave the trailer, just drive away. Forget the bed, the sink, the clothes, the dishes, the little repairs I had made myself. Insurance could handle the rest. Or it could not. I did not care. Then I looked at the hitch, still connected. The chains were on. The trailer jack was down, but the truck and trailer were still one piece unless I unhooked them. To abandon it, I would have to get out, stand between the truck and trailer work. The coupler removed the chains, disconnect the brake cable, and do all of that with the laundry room behind me and the trailer door open. No, I started the truck. The engine turned over immediately. That sound almost broke me with relief. I put it in drive and eased forward. The trailer jerked hard. The lower jack dug into the gravel and screamed against metal. I stopped before it bent completely. I hit the steering wheel once. Then I got out because there was no other choice. The jack handle moved this time, too easily, like it had never been stuck. I cranked fast, not caring how loud it was. The foot lifted from the gravel inch by inch. Behind me, the trailer door gave a soft tap against its frame. I did not look. When the jack was high enough, I ran back to the truck and pulled forward. The trailer rolled off the wedged blocks with a sharp pop. One block shot out to the side and landed near the permit post. The yellow card in the sleeve fluttered once. No wind, just once. I drove toward the exit, not fast at first. A trailer does not let you panic cleanly. Every turn has to be wide. Every bump makes the hitch complain. Every sudden movement can make the whole thing sway. That was the cruel part. I had to leave carefully. The occupied board passed on my left. I did not want to look. I looked. Pad 9 was red. The faded 14 marker was red. And below them, stuck crooked to the metal surface, was a new red marker with no number. Blank. It slid down the board as I passed, leaving a faint line in the dust. At the office, the after-hours box hung open. The white envelopes inside shifted as my headlights crossed them. At the bottom, the old yellow tag I had seen earlier was now on top, facing outward. I could not read it at that speed. I did not slow down. The gravel entrance led to the access road. The access road led to pavement. The pavement led to the highway. No gate, no chain, no person blocking me. That almost made it feel too easy. Then the trailer brakes pulsed once. Not hard, just enough to tug the truck backward. I checked the brake controller. Normal. I drove another 20 yards. The brakes pulsed again. This time the trailer lights flickered in the mirror. Red, dark, red, dark. I kept going. The RV park sign came into view in the side mirror. Desert view, RV, stop, vacancy. As I reached the cattle guard, something changed under the sign. A smaller board swung loose beneath it, hanging from one hook. I had not noticed it when I arrived. It turned slowly in the headlights from the trailer. Occupied. I drove over the cattle guard too fast. The trailer bounced hard enough that something inside slammed against a cabinet. I did not stop. The highway looked empty in both directions. I turned right because that was the way to town. My phone found service after 3 miles. Notifications came in all at once. Weather, a voicemail from my sister, a fraud alert from my credit card company. That last one made me glance down. I should have waited. The alert said unusual campground activity detected. I laughed once. It came out wrong. At the first gas station, I pulled under the brightest pump light and parked so the trailer door faced the store. There were people inside, a clerk, 2 men buying coffee, a woman at a slot machine near the wall. Normal people, normal light. I got out and checked the trailer door. Locked, not open. No yellow tag on the pillow when I looked through the side window. No movement inside. No damage to the jack. No one hiding under the trailer. For a few seconds, I let myself believe I had left it behind. Then I opened the credit card app. There were 3 pending charges, not large. That made them worse. $14, $14, $14. Different merchant names. Miller Creek Camp, Pine Hollow, RV, Desert View, RV Stop. I knew Desert View. I had just left it. I did not know the others. Each charge had a note field attached. Occupied. I stood under the gas station light, looking at those charges, and felt the shape of the whole night widen. This was not only Desert View, the yellow tag, the blue truck complaint, the old Site 14, the notes in the dryer. They were not local history. They were connected records. A system that used different campgrounds, the way people use different doors in the same building. I opened the fraud alert. The bank asked if I recognized the charges. Yes. No. I did not know how to answer. Before I could choose, a new email arrived. Reservation confirmed. No sender name I recognized. No campground logo, just a plain confirmation page. Arrival date tomorrow. Occupants 1, site blank, status occupied. I deleted it. It came back. I deleted it again. It came back again, this time with a PDF attachment. I did not open it. I walked into the gas station and asked the clerk if there was a sheriff's office nearby. He said county was 20 minutes away, but asked why. I said someone might be messing with my RV. He looked out the window at my truck and trailer. Then he said, "You coming from Desert View?" I said yes. He nodded slowly, like that answered something. I asked if he knew the place. He said people used it for one night. Mostly. I waited. He looked behind me toward the pumps, then lowered his voice. Had a guy in here a while back. Said his site number kept changing. Blue truck, real shaken up. My body went still. I asked what happened to him. The clerk shrugged, but not like he did not care. Like he did not want to say more. Said he left before sunrise. That was enough. Too much. I looked back through the window at my trailer. The gas station lights reflected off the side panel. The blinds were shut. The door was closed. Everything looked normal. The clerk said the man kept saying something about a permit. I asked what kind. He shook his head. Yellow, maybe. Then he added, he said the site was still occupied after he left. The words landed exactly where they were meant to. I could see the complaint form from the dryer. Blue truck, permit moving, left before sunrise, claimed site remained occupied after departure. The clerk was not telling a legend. He was remembering a customer, a real person who had stood under gas station lights and tried to make the same thing sound sane. I asked when that happened. He said he did not remember. Then he frowned. Actually, I think it was last month. He paused again. Or last year. He looked confused by his own answer. I stopped asking. Outside, my truck horn chirped once. The sound made both of us turn. The lights flashed. Lock, unlock, lock. The keys were in my pocket. I ran outside. The trailer door was open, wide, interior dark. I stopped 10 feet away from it. The gas station clerk came out behind me but did not come closer. On the trailer step sat a white envelope. Clean, flat, my name on the front, under it. Departure review. I did not pick it up. The clerk whispered something behind me. I asked what. He pointed toward the side of the trailer. In the dust below the kitchen window, someone had written with a finger, "Not yet." The letters were small, neat, at eye level. From inside the trailer, something paper-thin slid across the floor. I heard it clearly, a dry scrape, then it stopped. I backed away until I hit the truck door. The clerk said he was calling someone. I did not wait. I got in, started the truck, and drove away with the trailer door still swinging open behind me. I drove with the trailer door open for almost a mile. I knew it was open. I could see it in the side mirror, swinging slightly whenever the road bent. The dark rectangle of the doorway showed and vanished like the trailer was breathing. I should have stopped. Any normal person would have stopped, but stopping meant walking back there, standing beside that open doorway in the dark, looking inside to see what had slid across the floor. I kept driving. The gas station disappeared behind me. The highway stretched ahead in a black line between low desert ridges. There were no other headlights, no houses, no road signs except a mile marker that flashed white in my high beams and vanished. The trailer door slammed once against its frame, then again. On the third swing it closed, not latched, just closed. I heard it through the truck more than I saw it, a hollow wooden sound, then silence. I did not look in the mirror again for a long time. My phone kept buzzing in the cup holder. I turned it face down. It buzzed again, then again. I finally pulled into a highway rest area because my hands were cramping around the wheel. It was small, 2 picnic tables, a vending machine with a broken light. Restrooms locked for cleaning, though there was no cleaning truck anywhere. I parked under a pole light and left the engine running. The trailer door was closed now. The latch had caught. I did not remember that happening. I got out and walked around the trailer with my flashlight. No yellow tag on the step. No envelope. No writing on the door. The words "not yet" were gone from the dust under the kitchen window. That almost made me angrier than if they had stayed. I opened the trailer door from outside. Slowly, the interior light came on. Everything looked normal. Bed made, cabinets shut, keys no longer on the counter because they were in my pocket. The white envelope from the gas station was not on the floor. I had seen it on the step. I had heard paper slide inside. Now there was nothing. No envelope, no tag, no permit. Only a small, neat pile of gravel on the floor in front of the bed. Not desert gravel, campground gravel. Gray and white stones arranged in a small rectangle. The exact size of a permit tag. I closed the door, locked it. Then I stood there in the rest area light and tried to decide what kind of fear this was. A person could follow you. A person could break into a trailer. A person could write on dust move envelopes, fake charges, send emails. But a person had limits. This felt like being processed. That was the word that came to me. Processed. Like I had entered something that did not need to chase me because it had already accepted my information. Name, plate, arrival, occupants, status. I went back to the truck and drove until the sky started turning gray. At sunrise, I reached a town large enough to have a sheriff's office, a mechanic, and a motel with cameras over the parking lot. I parked at the sheriff's office first. The deputy at the front desk listened the way people listen when they are trained not to react too much. I told him someone at an RV park had tampered with my trailer. I told him about the stuck jack, the open door, the charges, the envelope. I did not say the site was still occupied. I did not say the yellow tag had moved from a laundry room to my pillow. I did not say the word system. Even with half the truth removed, it sounded bad. He took notes. He asked if I saw a person. No. He asked if anything had been stolen. No. He asked if the trailer was damaged. No. He asked if I had the envelope. No. He asked if I had screenshots of the charges. Yes. That was the only part that became real in the room. I showed him the credit card app. The 3 pending charges were still there. Miller Creek Camp, Pine Hollow RV, Desert View RV, stop. $14 each. Note occupied. The deputy frowned. He took photos of my screen with his work phone. Then he asked if I had stayed at the other 2 places. I said no. He asked if someone had my card. I said not that I knew of. He said it was probably fraud. I wanted it to be fraud. Fraud was clean. Fraud had forms. Fraud had a department. He told me to call my bank and cancel the card. I did it from the parking lot. The woman on the fraud line was kind. She froze, the card opened a dispute, and said the charges might fall off before posting. Then she paused. "Sir," she said, "do you currently have an active reservation?" I asked what she meant. She said one authorization was still pending. Desert View. "No," she said. "It is listed as manual entry. Merchant name blank. Amount $14. Status field says occupied." I told her to cancel it. She said she could dispute it when it posted. I said no, cancel it now. She was quiet for a second. Then she said, "Sir, I cannot cancel a stay from here." A stay, not a charge. A stay. I hung up. By then the sun was fully up. The trailer looked harmless in daylight. Dusty, cheap, slightly crooked from the old suspension. My trailer, my little temporary home. I did not want it anymore. I drove to the mechanic first and asked if he could check the jack, the brakes, and the door latch. He did. He found nothing wrong. The jack worked smoothly. The trailer brakes were fine. The latch caught properly. He asked if I had driven with the door open. I said yes. He looked at me like I was an idiot. That felt almost comforting. I sold the trailer 2 weeks later for less than it was worth. The man who bought it wanted to know why I was getting rid of it. I told him I was done traveling. He laughed and said everybody says that until spring. I did not laugh. Before he drove away, I checked every drawer, every cabinet under the bed, behind the sink panel, inside the little storage compartment where I kept leveling blocks. Nothing. No yellow paper, no envelope, no gravel, no tags. The trailer left behind his truck turning onto the main road like any ordinary piece of equipment. I watched until it disappeared. For almost a month, nothing happened. The bank reversed the charges. The reservation email disappeared from my inbox. Not deleted, not archived, gone. I searched every folder. Spam, trash, all mail, nothing. The screenshots stayed on my phone, but whenever I opened them, the note fields were blank. No occupied, just merchant names and amounts. Then the merchant names disappeared too. Only the amounts remained. $14. $14. $14. I stopped looking. That winter I moved into a new apartment. Not because of the RV park, not officially. My lease was ending, and I wanted a place closer to work. The new apartment had assigned parking. Unit number 214. I asked for a different spot when I saw it. The property manager said parking spots were fixed. I almost walked away from the lease because of that number. I did not. I told myself numbers only matter if you let them. On move-in day, there was a white envelope taped to my apartment door. My name on the front, handwritten. For 1 second, I could not breathe. Then I saw the apartment logo in the corner. Welcome packet, keys, mailbox number, parking rules, normal. I stood in the hallway holding it for almost a full minute before opening it. Inside was a printed checklist. No handwriting, no yellow paper, no word occupied. I slept badly that first night anyway. Around 3 a.m., I woke up to the sound of paper sliding under the front door. I turned on every light before getting out of bed. There was nothing there. No envelope, no note. Only a small line of dust near the threshold where the hallway air had pushed under the door. I laughed then, quietly, not because it was funny, because I understood that this was how it would be now. A sound could become paper. A number could become a site. A parking space could become a warning. Being watched had changed from something outside my trailer to something built into ordinary systems. Addresses, receipts, reservations, labels, forms, anything that could say where I was. A week later, I received a forwarded piece of mail from my old address. No return address, no stamp cancellation I recognized. Inside was a motel receipt. Not from a motel I had stayed at, not from any town I remembered. Room blank, guessed my name. Arrival 8:42 p.m. Departure blank. Occupants 1. At the bottom in pencil, one line, status still occupied. I burned it in the kitchen sink. The smoke alarm went off. My neighbor knocked on the wall. Normal consequences, normal life pushing back. I wanted to believe that was the last of it. It was not. The last thing happened 3 months ago. I got an email from a campground reservation site I had used years earlier. A real company. Real logo, real footer, the kind of automated message you ignore. Subject line: upcoming stay reminder. I opened it because I thought someone had hacked my account. The reservation showed no campground name, no address, no map, only fields. Arrival tomorrow. Departure not yet assigned. Occupants 1, Site 14, status occupied. Below that was a button, modify reservation. I did not click it. I called customer support. The woman on the phone searched my email, my name, my old phone number, my card, history. She found nothing. No upcoming stay. No Site 14. No account activity. She said it must be phishing. I asked her if phishing emails could pull old reservation formatting exactly. She said yes sometimes. I asked if they could know I had once stayed at Desert View RV Stop. She asked me to repeat the name, then said she had no record of that property in their system. I thanked her. I deleted the email. It came back the next morning. Same subject, upcoming stay reminder. This time the arrival date said today. I did not open it. I deleted it from the preview screen. Then I emptied the trash. For the rest of the day, nothing happened. No phone calls, no charges, no yellow tags. At night, I came home from work and found my assigned parking spot empty. 214. I parked there because there was nowhere else. When I got out, a small white card was tucked under the windshield wiper. Not yellow, white, like the permit from pad 9. I stood beside the car for a long time before touching it. The front was blank. The back had one line in pencil. You are already checked in. No campground name. No site number, no signature, just that. I looked around the parking lot. Apartment windows, balconies, a woman walking a dog, a man carrying groceries. No one watching in a way I could prove, but every lit window felt like a permit sleeve. Every parked car felt like a pad. Every assigned number felt like a record someone else could change. I did not call the police. I did not save the card. I tore it into pieces and threw it into 3 different dumpsters because fear makes you do stupid ceremonial things. It did not help. Nothing helps once the wording gets into you. I used to think a campground was a place you checked into. A place where you arrived paid, stayed one night, and left in the morning. Now I understand why that word scares me. Occupied. It does not mean someone is staying there. It means the place has someone listed. And if a place can list you before you arrive, maybe leaving does not matter as much as we think. I left pad 9 before sunrise. I sold the trailer, canceled the card, deleted the emails, moved apartments, changed routines. But somewhere in whatever system keeps those records, my departure is still blank. And my status has never changed. If you made it this far, you probably understand the worst part. It was never just the woods. It was the feeling that every quiet place had already noticed you. A campsite, a gravel pad, a dock, a permit board, all of them waiting for someone to arrive. Maybe that is why these stories stay with us. Not because something jumped out, but because nothing ever fully showed itself. It only moved one object, left one mark, changed one word, and somehow that was enough. Before you go check the next video on the channel, different place, same feeling, and maybe the next one is worse.